Morning.
Well, I guess we can go ahead. Is everyone here?
Okay, we're ready, Dr. Martin.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our mid-year retreat. We have a packed day, as you know, long week. So I'd like to just go ahead and get started. Dr. Birdsong, would you like to start with our icebreaker?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. And Karen, is that a pause signal for us?
Yeah, did we want to do roll call?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Basine?
Here.
Campson?
Here.
Clanton?
Present.
Gabriel? Jordan?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Martin?
Here. Okay. Well, okay. Mr. Jordan, you want to go over the schedule for today?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. We're going to start off our retreat this morning. So we will be being engaged with a variety of items that the board has asked for updates, as well as progress on a variety of initiatives that administration has been leading and undertaking, and really has been going on over a multi-year period. We're going to kick off with cooperative strategies, I believe, in a moment, and we will have Dr. Birdsong first walk us through an icebreaker. So really from this time until approximately 3 p.m., we'll be involved in our retreat. We will take a lunch break, I believe from noon to 1. We will then, after we finish our retreat at 3 o'clock, we'll take an hour break for dinner or whatever type of refreshments, just to get a relaxation. Then at 4 o'clock, we will reconvene, and this will be our first governance training with the Council of Great City Schools. And then we hope to end up this evening by 7 o'clock. So from a high-level view, that's our plan for the day. You can see the details of it on board docs that's on the screen. So with that, Dr. Martin, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And I'll just go ahead with Dr. Birdsong. Are you ready for the icebreaker?
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to turn it over to Kanita Matthews. She's our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. She will be facilitating our icebreaker this morning. Mrs. Matthews.
Thank you, Dr. Birdsong. Good morning, everyone. So we are going to start off this morning with a little bit of an icebreaker to try to get to know each other a little bit better. We do have a slide that we can display just to make sure that you understand exactly what to do. We're going to go into breakout rooms here shortly and get to know each other in smaller groups. So the idea for today, it's called 5 and 5. We're asking if you would take about 5 minutes to get to know the folks that are going to be in your breakout room, in your group, and figure out the 5 things you have in common. So it can be anything: favorite foods, favorite color, where you grew up, where you may have graduated from school, the number of children you have, the years you've been married, where you met your spouse, so on and so forth. So get creative, because it may be a bit difficult to come to a consensus on 5 things. And then out of those 5 things, come up with a clever name for your group that kind of represents the things that you have in common. Choose a spokesperson. And when you come out of your breakout room, that spokesperson will kind of share the 5 things that you and your group have in common and give the name of your group. So the slide is up on the screen. Hopefully we can do this in 5 minutes. And are there any questions before we go into the breakout room, or is everyone clear on the exercise?
I think that was clear. Any questions?
All right, I think we're good to go. And
I had a quick question.
Hands up.
I had a quick question. I'm clear on the directions for the icebreaker. Sounds great. I've never done a breakout room. So is it going to be just something I click on and I get there?
So it's actually automated. I don't know, Ms. Tanner, do you want to explain? There's something on Ms.
That would
Tanner's
be great.
end. We've
Yes, I'm
already
gonna
been
click.
pre-assigned.
Yes,
Yep.
you all are
So it's
pre-assigned to rooms, and I'm going to click
Right.
on all rooms, and then you'll go into your breakout room.
And it'll just take me in there. I won't be doing anything to get there. I don't want to be the little lost girl
We'll help you along the way, but it's
wandering
all
around
automatic.
on the internet somewhere.
It's all automatic. So you'll see
So I just sit here and I end up in my breakout room. Is that correct?
Yes, you'll see a
Oh,
message.
I think I can manage that. Thank you.
It'll send you there. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Looking forward to hearing from each group when we come back out.
Black.
You've all been invited to join the breakout room. Just click on the invitation.
Karen, I'm not sure if I was left off the rooms or not, but I didn't get an invitation.
I haven't received one either.
Is that an email invitation?
Or are we already stuck in the room?
No, it should pop up right in front of us.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Nor do I.
If it doesn't pop up, Karen, you can assign us to a room. You can create one and throw us there.
Mr. Clanton, I think you missed your calling.
What's my calling?
IT.
Oh, I was a techie. I was a Technology Student Association, Virginia State president. All the way up to my senior year, I was going to be a technology education teacher.
That's
All
what
right,
I'm.
let's just start our exercise then. So anybody else have anything in common with IT or being a techie, being a geek?
Me, I've always been a tech geek too.
Okay, so Mr. Jordan, you're not in your breakout room?
No, we're looking at him.
Okay, you should have gotten an invitation because we set you up last night. Hold on. Let me look up Kanita's breakout rooms because, you know, we can't have more than one particular board, more than a certain amount of board members in a room. So hold on. Mr. Jordan, you are in breakout room 2. Okay, so let me put you in breakout room
So
2.
they would need to leave. They would need to leave the Zoom.
Thank you. I received it.
Okay, did you get it? Okay.
Bye, Mr. Jordan.
Okay, Mr. Poe, you are in. Okay, Mr. Poe, I didn't get one for you. So I'm just gonna put you in. I'm gonna put you in breakout room 1.
Do you have one? Okay, that's fine.
I just sent you there.
All
And
right.
who else is missing? Christine, you are supposed to be in breakout room 1.
Okay, so can we have
Okay, so you go ahead and go there.
Thank
Hey,
you. I
Karen,
see it.
Ms. Tanner, can you, the request came, can we give 5 more minutes on each one of the breakout rooms?
Oh, I don't control them, so I just assign them.
Sure.
Oh, who created them?
That.
I'm assigning the people. Hold on. Clinton, you are in breakout room 4.
I think she's supposed to know that.
Okay, you're
All
in
right,
4.
I'm about to go now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what do you ask me to get rid of?
Box.
you're ready.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we all enjoyed the exercise and got to know each other a little bit better. So each group should have a spokesperson that can quickly share out your 5 things that you have in common in the name of your group. Who would like to go first? Mr. Fraley.
Good morning. So we had Dr. Birdsong, Kenita Matthews, and we had Mr. Carlos Clanton. And we had a good time with this, by the way. The 5 commonalities: we all love coffee. We all love steak. We're all water bugs. Love being in the water. And we were all members of a Greek organization in college. And we were all athletes growing up in high school, some of us in college. And our motto is always on time, always on top of stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Fraley. All right, who would like to go next? Looks like I see Ms. Smith's hand. You want to go?
Thank you. I would like a drum roll for my group, please.
Let me take my mute off. I want to make sure to give you
Thank you, everyone. So I present to you the passionate traveling foodies with a focus.
Oh.
We all live in Virginia. We took that one as a low-hanging fruit, easy one. We've all traveled outside the United States. We love Italian food. And just in case you haven't noticed, we all wear glasses. So that's the focus.
Oh, nice.
For our community. So the passion in our name is for the passion for our community. The traveling is that we've all traveled throughout outside the United States. The foodie is we all love Italian, but we love all kinds of food, and we're focused. That's the glasses, the play on our glasses.
Very clever. Great job.
Yeah, that was good. So who are the people though? I mean, I'm looking at all the possibilities with the glasses.
I know, right? Mr. Jenkins, Dr. Pohl, Dr. Martin, and myself.
Wow.
Although mine have come later in life, so.
Great job. All right, who's next? Did I see your hand, Mr. Billups?
Yes, I was next.
Okay.
We had a very small group. It was just Mr. Jordan and myself.
Uh-oh.
So we were able to have a very good, intimate conversation. And what we're calling ourselves the reflectors. And the reason why is that we realized that we had a lot in common in how we grew up to be the men that we are today. And so what that was is right now we have, 2 children that we're both proud of that, have been successful. We have a VCU connection. I went to VCU for my undergraduate, and his daughter also went to VCU. We have the typical football rivalry in common. I'm a Redskins fan, and he is a Cowboys fan, and we both have had these teams since we were boys, like 9, 10 years old, and never changed. Interestingly, also, we like the same kind of TV programs, police procedurals like Law and Order, SVU, Court, those kinds of things. Court, I like those. But then the flip side, we also like mindless TV for relaxation, shows that we grew up on, like Andy Griffith, Big Valley, just old stuff that you've seen 100 times, but it relaxes you because it takes you back to a simpler time. And then we both know that we got very strong work ethics from our parents. My father was on his job for 45 years. My mother was on her job for over 20 years. And we both know that, and his same thing. And they worked, my father worked at the shipyard, the Newport News one, and his father worked at the Norfolk one. And so we know that we got a strong work ethic from both of our parents. So those are the things that we have in common.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Billups. Glad you guys got to know each other a little bit better, even though your group was a bit smaller. You guys made it work. That's wonderful.
Yes. But I learned something totally new because I didn't think that Mr. Jordan watched TV. So that I'm honest about it. I didn't think you watched a TV watcher.
Surprise! We're learning about each other. We're learning about each other. Surprise!
So sometimes when I make comments in the meeting, there's references to like Ernest T. Bass or Barney Fife. So I'll let you know.
For my time.
God, they're like most men.
Wonderful. All right, who would like to go next?
I can go next.
All right.
All right. Okay, my group, we are the Good Times team. And my group was with Miss Bassine, Miss Campson, Dr. Gibson, and myself. And we are the Good Times team, and I'll tell you why. Well, we're all college graduates. We all have siblings, but we love pizza, the beach, and traveling the world. So even local travel as far as travel abroad. So for some of your groups that like to travel, we make great partners. We're the Good Times team. We'll go with you and we'll have a good time and make sure that we are focused as well. And again, always on time.
Maybe we can get nice. Right now, go to Italy. We can all go do a nice foodie trip.
Yes. Yes.
Go there.
Willing to go back there anytime.
Mm-hmm. You were also talking about how the Europeans have it right with their afternoon siestas.
Yes, very true. Very true.
We need to start scheduling those. Well, thank you, Ms. Matthews. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much. This is, I think, perfect. Perfect icebreaker.
Very welcome. Very welcome. Glad it helped us to get to know each other. So I think that was everyone, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. So next we have our educational planning.
Good morning. So we have with us this morning our colleagues from Cooperative Strategies, Matt Sachs and David Sturts. They will help us to facilitate this portion of the retreat this morning. So I'm going to turn it over to Matt and Dave, and certainly our Chief Operations Officer, Rick Fraley, will also help to facilitate this portion of our agenda. Matt and David, you want to go ahead and get started?
Welcome.
Thank you
so much, Dr. Birdsong. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for having us virtually. As mentioned to Dennis, as irony would have it, I'm joining you virtually from your backyard right here in Norfolk. Unfortunately, can't be here in person to work with you all today, but good to be back in any way, shape, or form to pick up where we left off. And so what we'd like to do today is hit the reset button and explain, refresh all of our memories on where exactly we were in the planning process, how we got there. We all know why we stopped, but to have a recommendation on a path forward so that we can pick up and continue when we hit back last March, April, when the pandemic caused us to stop. We were in the middle of doing community meetings and with you all. And then we had to stop, and Zoom was new to everybody. Virtual meetings were new to everybody. And so for equity's sake, in terms of the engagement, we just hit the big pause button. So now that we've all had to adapt to living on Zoom and working from our living rooms or hotel rooms or wherever we may be, we would like to propose that we can pick back up, and we'll go through that here in just a minute. So Matt is going to run the presentation today. This is a refresh of where we were. We're going to show the options created to date, talk about the considerations that we're bringing to those options, and a path forward. So we had in place a steering committee, as hopefully you recall, consisting of different members representing the community to assist us with the planning. And they helped to comment on the options and refine them, improve them, provide benefits and challenges for us to consider, for the steering committee to consider, and for the community at large in the surveys. And so they were an advisory group to us, and we actually were able to continue with them for a couple meetings virtually just before we got the word that we should hit pause here. So Matt, next slide. So where we were, this is our sort of pipeline chart. We had the data on the facilities, on the condition, utilization of your facilities, And we used that as a basis for developing initial options in the fall of 19 in the winter about this time last year. Steering committee met at the end of February in person to review the options. They added benefits and challenges, which you will see this morning, and considered additional options for us to include. That feedback was included in the document presented to the community on March the 10th, which is right before everything changed. And the community provided feedback there on surveys. And at that point, once we had to stop meeting in person, I think it was essentially the week thereafter, we waited a couple more weeks and had 2 virtual steering committee meetings, one at the end of March, one at the end of April, just to continue the momentum of the process, to keep the steering committee engaged in reviewing the options. And at that point, the consensus of leadership was given equity concerns in digital access and the fact that everybody had many other things on their mind at that period of time that were quite urgent, all of us, we hit pause. And the next step was to be a second round of community dialogues where the options would be represented with the feedback given by both steering committee and the community at large. And that would to be followed by working with your leadership to incorporate all of that feedback and come up with a cohesive set of district-wide long-term recommendations for the facilities. And again, these recommendations are centered on the facilities themselves, given the conditions of those buildings, the utilizations of those buildings, your demographic trends, enrollment projections, historical enrollment, and the broader geographic context in the broader context sociologically as well. We're going to get into those here in just a moment. Once those recommendations would be drafted, emphasis on drafted at this point, then we would have another round of feedback with the steering committee before coming back to you all. So that is where we left off. We left off in the blue. Our recommendation at this point to you is that given the fact that we've all had to become more adept at this style of meeting, that we think it is capable and appropriate, and we have done this elsewhere with other clients and states across the country, pick up the meetings virtually again, retread our steering committee at least once, if not twice, through these options again to refresh, reconsider, to make any edits and improvements they see fit, and then come back to your community through a combination of virtual recorded presentations and micro presentations on the geographic regions, their data, the options, the why behind the options, the potential impact of those options, timing considerations, and providing your community an opportunity to provide feedback on their schedule in bite-sized pieces as we break down the entirety of the presentation for each region. And that we would do that over a period of several weeks, promoting that, of course, quite well with your communications department in every way, shape, and form. And then reconvening and proceeding with the process of working with your leadership on recommendations and coming back to the steering committee and then back to you all. Given where we were in the process and what time estimates we think it would take to complete this normally and in the digital world, we think that we can pick back up and be completed in 3 to 4 months with a little bit of ramp up time to get our communications plan ready for this brave new world that we're in for the moment, and working with your team on making sure that we have an inclusive digital process to move forward with. So that's something we'd like to discuss as we go through, and we can include the presentation on the refresh of the options and discuss a path forward. The alternative would be delaying likely until the fall at minimum in waiting for in-persons to resume, which would add a significant delay yet again. So in framing this up, next slide, Matt, it's important to when you consider this recommendation about moving forward digitally, I think it's important for you all to consider also to know what's the next step, what's following it, how does this master plan fit in a broader strategic plan. And there's three phases right now where we are. We have the planning itself, and once we have and the planning is around the physical buildings and getting the most bang for your buck out of those buildings and trying to get as many kids possible into warm, safe, clean, dry, and educationally appropriate facilities. And that all of the options, as we've said and hold true to, are conceived and intended to be a trade-up scenario for all students involved. That is very important to us. You'll see our planning principles as we go through the process, and we try to hold ourselves accountable to those, and we ask that you do the same. And so as we look at those physical buildings, we know, I mean, it's just calling a spade, you have been historically significantly underfunded on what the capital need relative to your capital needs. The capital needs of a large urban district like yourself are significant. And this is a structural issue across the nation where you just are at the point where these buildings are beyond their useful life. They require more funding than local funds can account for. And local funds account for over 80% of all the capital needs nationwide. And it structurally doesn't work. And so there is an advocacy piece locally, state, and nationally that is supporting moving forward and getting additional funds outside of normal streams. But for now, what we have to look at is we have the plan on how we can create the best educational environments accessible to all students equitably across Norfolk. The next step is really two parts. One is there are boundary implications to many, not all, but to many of these options. Whenever you repurpose a school, consolidate, build new in a new location, and as you do this kind of work, it is imperative to do boundary changes, sometimes and oftentimes unavoidable, given some of those portfolio changes. And so a boundary process, we believe, needs to have the same level of intent, data, and focus and due diligence as the planning for the capital buildings themselves, because at that level, that is when we are creating the structure geographically to provide that equitable access to balance the enrollment, to balance SES, to balance your diversity goals, and to make this the buildings really work geographically. We know in the facilities master planning, we look at all of your students, where they are, and we have student data. We can go ahead and say these options that we're creating will result in equitable access when the boundaries are considered, when the boundaries are drawn. We know that the pieces are in place, the boundaries are an essential part of that. And so it is not an afterthought process. It's not something that can have its due diligence completed inside of a facilities master plan. It really is the second side of the coin to make that whole plan fit with all the data and focus therein. So that's our suggestion is we do the next 3 to 4 months on finishing the master plan with its focus, that the district then engage on a specific community engagement incorporated boundary level plan that will support the master plan as it phases out. As you know, there is no way that these recommendations from the master plan, if accepted, if adopted, can turn on a switch. There's not the funding capacity to do that. But we'd have to phase that in and phase the boundary processes and recommendations to support them. The third component of this is funding. What you will see from these facilities master recommendations are really two paths. One is the path of what is recommended and what ought to be done to provide every kid as soon as possible that warm, safe, cool, dry, and educationally adequate facility accessible to all. That requires significant funding, and that will require advocacy at those local, state, and federal levels to get that funding that you have not had to do this kind of work. So we go into this eyes wide open. Secondly, you will also see in the recommendations paths forward that you can take while you wait for that advocacy to bear fruit, while you wait for those that funding that is needed to arrive. And so we are not naive enough to think that we can give you a wish list and walk away. That it needs to be a plan that's data driven, that is a central point for advocacy to support it, while providing you an interim plan to work within existing means, which we all acknowledge are insufficient. So with that, these are our guiding principles, that we do create the master plan that is grounded, rooted in data, driving towards your vision, working from what you have, the is to the ought, what you have to what is needed. That community engagement is essential to not only the material of the plan, but to the process, to make sure that it is the community's plan and not some foreign plan dropped in, but is really locally relevant, locally informed, and developed with, not to your stakeholders. That the process is done in a transparent way. This was part of the concern last April when hit pause, that the digital meetings weren't sort of in our commonplace at that point. And so now, given that has changed, we believe we can pick up with transparency and keep faithful to that principle. And lastly, as mentioned before, that as we create these options, we truly aim for all of them to be a trade-up scenario for all students, and we take that very seriously. Okay. So as part of that, the path forward, we developed these with the steering committee as to what on top of our baseline goals on developing and principles, developing master plans, what from the steering committee were some of the driving principles they wanted to a lens with which to create the options, and of course equity, that the recommendations be equitable from the data, and that we have the right data to make these decisions. And that is where we have to really consider the data at all stages, from the master planning and the condition and the locations and the utilizations of our buildings, to the boundary planning, to accessibility for students, diversity of boundary in school, and to avoid any segregation that's any kind of furthering of that from where you are is antithetical to the boundary process. We really hold that true, and that would be a key data set amongst all others when we get to the boundary process as well. Quality facilities, that all schools really need to have that warm, safe, cool, dry, and educationally adequate feature for all students. All students deserve that. That is fundamental. That is not aspirational. That should be basic. That our schools should reflect the diversity of the community that goes in with both the master planning and the boundary planning process, and that we need to be fiscally responsible. That when new construction and major renovations are proposed, they are proposed where the data strongly points to it being needed for condition purposes and or utilization purposes, that we are not building intentionally surplus facilities, that we are not maintaining empty space unnecessarily, but are looking at how we can best utilize our space and make that space as high quality as possible while being accessible. And this is a dance. It requires a lot of data and a lot of angles to look at it. So with that, we are going to go through and revisit the options as drafted the last spring, as was presented to the community. Matt Sachs is going to walk through the data and the details, and again, want to get into the rhythm of reading the document and the rhythm of thinking through these options. You will see the data, the facility condition index, as you recall, is the total cost of identified, this is not identified needs in your facilities, divided by the replacement value. And the closer you get to 50% over about a 10-year horizon of a facilities master plan, the closer you start to think about major work, either renovation or replacement, as being a much better long-term investment. And again, especially once you hit 66, once you hit to 2/3, and the reason for this again is that the value of all of the guts, the stuff inside of a building is about 2/3 the value of the building itself. So once you approach that level of need in terms of cost relative to replacement, then you might as well just go in and gut the whole thing, because you're going to be spending about the same amount anyway. And instead of working within existing structures and existing systems and just doing like to like, it's better to do like to new. You're going to get a lot better life cycle out of that kind of investment strategy. And frankly, when you have the opportunity and the facility supports it, you can provide a modern building from the inside that you cannot if you do things piecemeal. So we really look at that as part of a key part of being fiscally responsible in the long term, is not just always chasing deferred maintenance, but putting together a plan and advocating for the funding to get ahead of that spiral, because it doesn't stop until you get out of it. Capital replacement value is the total cost to replace the school facility in its current size. Renewal value, the capital renewal value, renewal values is those 2/3 of all the components on the inside. So it's a word play here. Capital replacement value, replacing the entire facility, walls and all. Capital renewal value, that's renewing all the systems on the inside. That's all the guts. The capacity without portables, we do not consider temporary buildings a permanent solution. We're not planning for them. And so we look at capacity without portables. You have your enrollment, you have your enrollment projections. You have the enrollment and the enrollment projections are based on the students who attend that school. And the live-in enrollment figures that you see are the students that live in that boundary who may or may not attend that school. And we want to look at things in a binocular view, because where kids attend and where they live, it can be different, and it often is. And what we want to look at in the long haul is where the population density, where are they choosing out of, where are they choosing to. Next slide. And so here's the rhythm again. In your upper left, you see a summary of school age, enrollment, utilization, the current enrollment, and projected enrollments. Below that in the bottom left, you will see a summary of school conditions. Matt's going to walk you through the FCIs. You'll see color coding to help the eye call out where FCIs are abnormally high or significantly high and need to be strongly considered. Where utilization and just above that, where you see the reds, where we're filled, where you see the blues, we have surplus capacity. The upper right is a narrative summary, if you will, the Cliff Notes version of what you see in the tables to the left, and what's the key data that we need to address, and of course, wayfinding the map to the bottom right. And we have two different organizations, two different ways that we look at options. And it's a bit just semantics, but it makes a difference. Scenarios, these are different considerations that are mutually exclusive. This is the Choose Your Own Adventure book. You can go path A, path B, or path C, but you can't do one A and C. We could do this, that, or the other. And then options for any scenario, they could go anywhere. If you could do all, you could do none. And so when we have just a list of options that are more of a pick and choose and priority list rather than a mutually exclusive scenario or strategy, those are listed in rows horizontally. And so option 1, 2, 3. So there's just a visual cue that we provide to help the thinking as to whether or not the options being considered are mutually exclusive or additive. Okay, and so I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who's going to walk through the basics here. And before I do and hit mute, I'm going to just let you know that when we are looking at all of these options and the recommendations development, right now, we're looking at all of these options individually based upon the local data and what makes sense in terms of capacities, in terms of enrollment and the conditions and everything we described, accessibility and so forth. But what you don't see right now, but what we have in a working document and I have in front of me right now is a grid where we are slicing all of these options and what kind of investments they prescribe, be it deferred maintenance and life cycle or new construction or renovations, and how that breaks down geographically by free and reduced lunch, by total capacity in gross square feet, by building age, by utilization. And so when we look at stitching the recommendations together as a whole, that's the part where we look at the bird's eye view and make sure that we have parity, we have equity in how the options mature into the recommendations, how they turn into those, to make sure that it fits together as a cohesive whole that is sound to the data that needs in the local regions, while also being equitably distributed cross-sectionally across the district when looking at all factors, including free and reduced lunch, FCI, utilization, and so forth. And right now, just to let you know, as we look at the average costs of all of the options being considered, and I look at those regionally right now, we are very much falling in line where the cost of options are lining up with the sizes of the buildings and their conditions in very close step, and that utilization is quite consistent across the district with some exception in the Southwest in particular, but that is where we have a bit of an underutilization, and that our options are addressed accordingly there. When we look at free and reduced lunch status and how that lines up with the conditions of your buildings, it is uniform regionally, and the most distinction, the most disparity about building condition is not across your regions, but within them. And so it's all of those regions, I assure you, we are those kinds of data slicing on the options, I assure you we are looking at and consider when we come to recommendations, when we have the chance to present that to you, hopefully in the next few months.
David, I'm going to pause you right there. We do have a question from Vice Chair Jordan before we move on any further.
Perfect. Okay. And I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good timing.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I didn't have so much of a question, but I wanted to offer some thoughts to the board and to all on the call on the Zoom meeting. You know, as I just want to give some additional context to why we are here in this phase. This phase of the facilities and our ed planning is really somewhat of a second phase of a process that began 2012, 2013. The board, superintendent, and the community adopted a strategic plan. And the tagline that some of you all have on the screen, the cornerstone of a proudly diverse community, came out of that strategic planning work. And at the time, we were looking at the 5 schools that were going to be built. We were looking at Southside STEM and how we could have more socially economically diverse learning environments, because research was telling us that was good academically as well as preparing children for the workforce. So this work grew out of that strategic initiative. And so in the first phase of it, as we were looking at things really driven around academics, equity, and opportunity, you know, from that first phase, for example, that's where the Academy for Discovery of Lakewood came out as a recommendation from this initiative. The Southside STEM Academy, the STEM Swim program, looking at choice seats, came out of that. And so there was a lot of work that went on in that first phase, driven by the board strategic plan that had the endorsement of the community. And then as we looked at how we could go about achieving some of the recommendations out of that first phase, we also knew we had to look at the facilities. So around 2015, 2016, we said we wanted to make sure that the facilities could also support the academic endeavors And so that's where we picked up and now have this somewhat of a facilities focus. But this is all still part of that initial strategic plan and the goals that the board and the community worked on and established. And even as we are talking about these regional initiatives, one of the recommendations or reviews that now Cooperative Strategies was looking at with the steering committee and the board and so forth was if we were able to try to achieve socioeconomically diverse learning environments with themes, with opportunities, with personalized learning for students, that we may be able to achieve some things regionally in a phased approach versus just trying to take a big slice of the city overall. So I just wanted to tie that back because that strategic plan, those goals, the academic achievement, the socioeconomic diversity, they are core roots of this effort and have been until we decide that we're going to do something different. So as we talk about these recommendations, as we talk about facilities, I just wanted to bring that context forward because it's very easy to get bogged down into the facilities aspect and lose sight of the big picture and why we embarked upon the educational planning from the beginning and where we are today. And as this board, working with Dr. Birdsong, looks at a new strategic plan, being able to leverage the work that we have today with the strategic plan that we may adopt moving forward. But I just say that because I think I may be, since Dr. Gabriel isn't here, I think I'm the only board member that's been in the board position on this from the beginning. And maybe Mr. Fraley probably has had Mr. Footy probably has been close to this from the administration standpoint. So I just wanted to give that context as we continue on in this discussion from a board perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Okay.
Could I add on? Rodney did an excellent job of summarizing what's happened at his level, and he is correct. I don't think Noelle was on the start of it, Rodney, was she? She came on a couple years.
Well, we came on the board at the same time.
Okay,
and,
I'm sorry. But yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah. So I just wanted to give that context.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Basine?
Thank you. And I appreciate Mr. Jordan providing the context of how this all came to be. But one thing I think we have to also have at the forefront is that all of the lessons that this pandemic is teaching us about the warm, safe school buildings, because we, just as this pandemic has shined a bright light on the digital divide, it's also shined a bright light on our school buildings. And I'd like to hear more about what are there aspects of this that we should be looking at differently, such as the size of the school building, the capacity. You know, there's a lot of discussion happening, across the country, like we need to reimagine what our school buildings may look like and the size of our buildings, and how on top of all of the other aspects that we've already talked about, such as socioeconomic diversity, all of our goals around desegregating our schools, we also have to think about how do we create healthy environments, not just, so just how are we creating healthy environments for our students? And so I think that needs to be kind of infused in some of this work as well.
So if I'm hearing that last part is academically appropriate as we look at how education may be evolving. Is that part kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, because sometimes we think of, okay, let's max the capacity of a building. And what we're seeing right now is that we cannot create, we shouldn't be in this position again where our children are out of school for a whole year, and a lot of urban districts around the country, they're in the similar position. And so I know there's a lot of discussion around the country in urban areas where it's like, okay, this is really an issue of environmental justice, right? Like we've really got to, our children that need to be in school buildings, learning and having access to all of the services that they need, have right now, for the last year, have been without. So how do we create buildings that are safe, are healthy, where should we be really thinking about smaller school buildings where we're able to logistically plan, God forbid that we're ever in a pandemic again? I mean, we have to be proactively planning, I think, for the future. And, I think that lessons learned from COVID have to be incorporated into this future process that we take on.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Basine. Great comment. All right. David, do you have any comments on that, or do you want to just go ahead?
Sure. Yeah, that 100%. And in this conversation of, the where we started from, as Rodney Jordan started us out with, is this started from an equity-based discussion. And that we need to hold true to that in every respect. So, I don't have that personal history with you all from where this started from its inception, but I do hope and have attempted and will continue to and respond to how we can best align the ultimate recommendations to that initial frame and hold faithful to that throughout. And consider it from all the angles, from the access to educational programs, from the access to quality facilities, to the access to diverse communities, that we have those lenses in mind. And so please do hold us accountable to that. On the what are we learning from COVID, that is the $1 million question. In fact, in the Senate, it's actually the $100 billion question right now with RASA, of which we are a co-signer on for the basic coalition that's advocating for that money. I'm working with our industry and nonprofit partners personally and professionally to advocate for that. I think it's imperative. That's kind of the frame from which I started this conversation about the federal need at all levels, local, state, and federal. One of the things, the data is coming out slowly, but it is getting a clearer picture. We don't have it completely yet about what kind of responses are contributing to what kind of spread rates within a community. It is getting out there. But one thing that is a known at this point is the need to look seriously at circulation at HVAC, at clean air delivery rates within classrooms, and to really acknowledge that many of our older buildings are woefully inadequate on how they clean and distribute air throughout the buildings, and that has equity concerns, as Basine, as you mentioned, when relating to CO2 parts per million and those levels and how they affect cognitive functioning. The closer you are to fresh air CO2 levels on a ppm basis, the higher cognitive functioning rates that you get in controlled studies. And so that, apart from pandemic concerns, is something I think to really consider. And that speaks, I don't think so much differently, but puts a bold and highlighted emphasis on the deferred maintenance needs of your particularly older buildings that simply don't have that kind of standard, which you would want to look at as 15 cubic feet per minute per occupant for air circulation. When you want to look at having filtration levels, everybody's talking MERV 13. A lot of your older HVAC systems simply can't support that level. There's not enough pressure in the system to do it. And so you open the windows to provide more fresh air, but that lowers the pressure in the system, which lowers and so there's lots of considerations. I can't, I'm going to stop here because I would just ramble, but what we know, clean air matters. We have to focus on clean air in our buildings, and that is part of the overall deferred maintenance plan and catching ahead of that, not just catching up, but really getting ahead of it, which is so imperative. And beyond that, in terms of your in-classroom environment, having the ability to rapidly readjust your classroom is hugely important. Having furniture that's not, steel desks from the 1950s, that it really impedes how you can rearrange the classroom. Many classrooms have the capacity to socially distance at most class sizes if you have the ability to spread out, but many of your furniture precludes that. So there's little things, relatively speaking, in terms of the in-classroom environment, and big things like HVAC. The strategies of how we do capacity moving forward, I would just urge us to wait a bit. In the coming months, the strategies about, if we have the clean air, if we can space and improve sanitation, do we need to radically rethink capacity? I think those answers will come. My suspicion is that we don't need to radically rethink it. We just need to do, at minimum, what we should be doing, which is clean air, clean facilities, and the ability to adapt within.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Let's go ahead with the presentation, continue with the presentation.
Matt?
All right. Thank you, David. As David said, I'm going to walk you through each of the sort of data considerations and options that we created both internally with the division staff and with the help of our steering committee. We broke the division up into different planning areas by both grade level and geography. So you'll see sort of one set of options for the high schools, one for the middle schools, and then with the elementaries, since it's such a large area and so many schools, we sort of split them up geographically to look at smaller areas to develop options for those. So each of the planning areas you see are going to be laid out similarly, kind of like David talked about. We have a summary slide for each that has some of the key data points, square feet, capacity, enrollment, projected change in enrollment based on our enrollment projections, and the FCI data that David previously discussed. And we also have an appendix at the end of this report that provides some more details on each of the facilities, some more of the facility condition costs by priorities and things of that nature. And then after each of the summary pages, we have a page outlining the options or scenarios. In some cases, we have the benefits and challenges on these slides, depending on how much room they took up on the page. In this case, for the high schools, we have them on a separate slide with the benefits and challenges as identified, again, both by the internal team and discussing in small groups with our steering committee, both in the in-person meetings and during our virtual Zoom meetings. And then for each, we tried to consider how each of these options might meet those desired outcomes that David was referring to of equity, quality facilities, diversity, and fiscal responsibility. So that's just kind of an overview of how they're laid out and how each of these areas is going to look when we walk through the summary for each planning area and the options we were considering. And David kind of touched on this already, but I just kind of wanted to say it again. I just think it's important to keep in mind that we were creating options based on the data, and this is where we were at in the process last April 2020 with the steering committee before we hit pause. So these were just a set of options we were considering, and we were still planning to get additional feedback from the community and the committee before bringing the recommendations from these options to the school district staff and to you, the school board. So starting with the high schools, you can see the summary data here. Overall, we have a utilization of 79%, so within a pretty acceptable range division-wide, but some disparity, between 100% at Granby and closer to 50% at Booker T. Washington. And some slight decline in enrollment projected, but nothing too considerable. In looking at the condition of the schools, we have obviously Maury with a high FCI at 72%, and Lake Taylor and Booker T also at or near that 66% mark that David was describing. So in looking at scenarios to address those issues, obviously the CTE has been a major point of discussion. So we had 3 different scenarios along with an option that could be added on to any one of these 3 scenarios of renovating or replacing Maury at 1,800 seats. And you can see there the cost estimate that's been provided by HBA in their study. So the first scenario was to rebuild Booker T. Washington as a 1,200 seat CTE and fully renovate Lake Taylor. And these are all kind of similar scenarios, just with different working parts. Scenario 1B was to rebuild Lake Taylor as the 1,200 seat CTE and then do the full renovation at Booker T. Washington. And you can see that the cost estimates between those 2 scenarios are pretty similar. And then as a alternative scenario would be to modernize the existing Norfolk Technical Center as the CTE center and keep your existing 5 traditional high schools and do the full renovations at both Booker T. Washington and Lake Taylor High School at a slightly reduced cost. So there's a lot of benefits and challenges on these slides. We're not going to talk through every one of them. Again, these were developed along with our steering committee. Some of the benefits potentially to having the CTE at Booker T. Washington was as a more centralized location, proximity to Norfolk State University. Maybe some challenges would be the limits of the site or the size of the site. Challenges to having it at Lake Taylor, potentially access, increased traffic with its location, but it might have it has a larger site that might make it easier to put it there. With keeping your existing Norfolk Technical Center, it's a slightly lower cost. You're keeping 5 traditional high schools. Challenges, what is the vision for the CTE?
Matt, I'm going to pause you there for a second. Mr. Jordan, did you have a question?
Yes, just for clarity, on the chart where you showed the enrollment and facility data. So I noticed that you do have the capacity without portables. One of the goals we established, and I think our equity policy speaks to trying to eliminate portables. So in the when you're talking about enrollment utilization, is that enrollment utilization based upon the current capacity with portables, or is that enrollment utilization of what it would be if we did not have portables?
So those capacity numbers do not take the portables into account. They're just the physical building. So like if you look at Granby, the building capacity is 1,873. The 2019-20 enrollment was 1,913. So that number is slightly higher than the actual building capacity. So the 2019-20 enrollment utilization is slightly above 100%. So those do not include the portables.
And then my second question is, so the FCI that's in the column today, I think is an adjusted FCI from the previous FCI index we had. Is that so? And if so, can you speak to what, I know at one time there was some efforts underway to look at IT infrastructure or other improvements that may have been made with maintenance that could adjust the FCI. If that has occurred, can you clarify that? And if not, then we know it's still referring to I think the original FCI that we got in 2017.
I believe HBA did an update in 2019 based on any work that was completed since the original in 2017. So these FCI numbers are based on that update. But you're correct that any improvements that have taken place at any of the buildings, in the last 18 months or so would not be updated and reflected in these FCI. So they could be slightly different based on some improvements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Nat, proceed.
Oh, thank you. I thought you said Christine, not proceed. Okay, so those were the scenarios we looked at the high schools, and again, we have this chart for each of the areas of how, kind of looking at how they meet these desired outcomes. So obviously you'll see in a lot of these where we're major renovations or replacing of existing facilities as far as equity and quality facilities. Those are going to be that we're building newer renovated facilities for these students. In looking at diversity, we, like David mentioned, a concentrated rezoning effort would follow when we're changing boundaries for any of these. So for each of these areas, we sort of listed what percentage range of each of the attendance boundaries of economically disadvantaged students there are. So at the high schools, they range from 52% to 70.5%. But like David mentioned, the goal, when possible, in any sort of rezoning would be to attempt to balance these more. And as far as fiscal responsibility, and you can find these numbers in the appendix of what the HBA identified priority 1 through 4 deficiencies are. So when we look at scenario 1A, we're going to spend the close to $175 million if we in 2020 dollars, if we were to build the new CTE at Booker T and do a full renovation of Lake Taylor. But there is also, based on the HBA study, a $114 million in priority 1 through 4 deficiencies that you would avoid spending if you were to spend that money to fully renovate or replace any of those facilities, or those 2 facilities. Is there a question from Lauren or multiple?
Yes, thank you very much, David. On the last slide, when we were looking at the utilizations of the buildings, especially the 2 schools here that are anyway. Yes, thank you. I look at this and I think to myself, if we build a new 1,200 seat CTE high school, I can't believe I said this, I'm such a proponent of having one, and then those 1,200 kids are going to be pulled from from all 5 high schools, because it'll be a choice school. Then we're going to have more underutilization in our 5 high schools.
Well, it's
wouldn't that make sense? I mean, if you take 1,200 students out of the high schools and put them in another school, so is that why we're going with this, where we end up with just 4 regular high schools and one of the schools, Booker T or Lake Taylor, get?
Well, I think that would have to be something that would be worked out. I think the idea was that the CTE high school would still have a portion of its enrollment be a neighborhood boundary, and it would also be a comprehensive high school. So it wouldn't necessarily be that you're pulling it strictly from a magnet, but again,
okay. I thought it was going to be a magnet school. That's my misunderstanding.
Well, there's been a lot of a lot of ideas on that, and these were just, again, options that we were considering and that had not been determined.
Oh, so if we go with a 4 high school, 1 CTE magnet high school, then is that the reason Booker T and Lake Taylor were considered? Because they have the lowest population to disperse?
I believe the reason those were considered is that is what has been the discussion in the community for a long time. So we are providing both of those as scenarios.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Smith, go ahead, and then Mr. Clanton.
Thank you. So what is the standard acceptable utilization range? So what I'm asking is, in education, when we're talking about utilization, are there ranges of acceptance in terms of proper utilization? Of course, this 102 is overutilized and underutilization. Can you share that with us?
David, would you have a better response?
Sure. I mean, it's a range. You know, it is certainly, let's say the short answer, Ms. Smith, is 80 to 100.
Okay.
That is the short answer. The context for that short answer is 79 isn't terrible, 101 isn't necessarily cause for alarm. It's a matter of what does that look like, feel like, operate like at the local level, because these are capacities, and it's how that capacity is spread out that determines whether 97 is acceptable or too full. And that's a local conversation to really know how that pans out. But generally speaking, if you're kind of in that mid-range, if you're 85, 90, 93, like that's a pretty happy place to be, generally speaking, because we already factored down the capacity to account for program variance so that we're not max loading a building, because that's not in anybody's interest. That just doesn't work. And the further you get below 80%, however, the more you are looking at maintaining surplus capacity. And once you get, as a rule of thumb, above 120% utilization, given how these metrics work, that is a significant structural overutilization issue. And of course, it's individual where you fall on that determines, between 100 and 120 is where you need to cut it off, and that's the local decisions. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And thank you, because that was actually what I kind of had in mind, like the 80 to 100% range being kind of standard. So great. Thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clanton, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Barton. Ugh. Brain's going up here this morning. And thanks, David and Matt, for this, for the presentation. I'm loving the depth of information here. And, I too have been involved in the community side of this, from the Guiding Coalition, working with Mr. Jordan back during that time. And then when we did the strategic plan in 2012 as an administrator within the division. But when I look at this here, there's been a lot of discussion for years. I was director of the chamber back at the time when we actually started talking about CTE high school. And I know that that's been a center focal point here, but I have raised it as a couple times with our board when we talk about this. And that has been looking at a career academy pathway, like one that they have over in Hampton City Schools, which is being driven by the Ford Next Generation Learning grant that they have there. Looking at something like this here, because I think it's important, just as much as we're talking about the facility piece, but at the end of the day, the learning, but the ultimate goal is making sure that our kids are prepared to graduate on time and that they're ready to move into either college, career within our community. And we're start looking at the area for which we are really situated in. That's what a lot of this discussion about the CTE high school has been about, and that's preparing the workforce. So when I look at these boundary lines here, which, I went to Maury High School. I lived in a certain neighborhood, so that meant that I went to Maury High School. And so when I look at this, and when we, the pilot's been doing a whole thing on this divided lines, and we look at our neighborhoods and just, and people talk about how segregated our schools are just because based on the neighborhoods in our city. My thing is I guess what I'm trying to pose here is when I look at these lines and I look at what we have, how hard would it be? And I guess this is more philosophical in this respect here, a theory, to be able to not just say that we have one choice school, but to look at a pattern of all of our high schools becoming a choice. If we had a strong academy structure that was facilitated in each one of our high schools, that we began at an elementary school level and went through the middle schools, so that when individuals in 8th grade are ready to prepare to go in the high school level, they could potentially have a choice as to where they go. And when we start talking capacity, we talk about diversity, social economic, and those things there. How hard would that be? I guess looking at what you have here, and we talk about facilities, to kind of make that work. I know that we have a perfect prime example of a school division that very much looks like ours in Hampton that has done that. And the reason why I really stress that is because they went from 2015 to 16, and many of us can relate to these numbers, 41% of their schools were accredited, to now every year they saw incremental growth as far as their schools being, which is the gold standard for, I guess, we measure success. But until now, all 100% of their school division, all of their schools are accredited. So I just kind of throw that out there to say, based on what we have here, it's not a loaded question, but it's one of the things that I really want to pose at a later point in this discussion to our my colleagues on the board, is to look at all the options, and most importantly, the option when we look at facilities and boundaries and all these other things that's going to give us the ultimate outcome, and that's making sure that we have student success involved.
Carlos, that is a exhibit A as to why the boundary process needs its own time and thought, because the unpacking that, the how, the when of making that work successfully as a concept that needs a lot of depth and reference and so forth. And can it work? Have we seen it work? Yes. Generally speaking, that kind of a boundary strategy, when it works, my observation, and this is just mine, so take it for what it is that can work at the high school level. When you get down to the elementary and middle school levels, that's when it logistically becomes extremely challenging because of all the moving parts. And because of that, I have seen it actually increase segregation, decrease access, because of all of the complexity. Certain folks can move through that faster than others. And so that's part of where that becomes a real challenge. But at the high school level, because of the fairly limited number of choices relative to elementary, middle, yes, it can work. At the elementary, middle level, what typically works well in that respect is having your neighborhood schools with appropriate, well thought out boundaries, but having some regional choice, but not carte blanche everywhere. And that's again part of that strategic picture that needs to be woven together as we follow this planning effort. Thank you.
So David, when you say that some folks can move through this process a little more quickly, what exactly does that mean?
That's yeah. What that means is when I've seen data from clients that I've worked with in different states, with large districts like yours and larger, where we see choice data statistics about who's choicing into what programs from where to where, who's getting in their first choice. For example, we look at that kind of granularity of data. What I have observed from working with those clients, and they're telling me, is that there becomes, just put it bluntly, programs that have higher success rates tend to become more segregated by people with the means to seek that out and get in first in line, and really work through the choice process in order to be first in shoot, first in line, if you will, when there aren't appropriate structures in place to allow for, or really force, not allow, more regional accessibility, more regional diversity in these schools. When regional considerations are left out, because just frankly of the physical segregation that many of the neighborhoods have in our cities have grown up with in the last 50, 60 plus years, that de facto can, if you have some regional consideration, can help diversify your choice options. And when that is taken out completely, and it's more of, who's going to come into these programs first, first in, who gets their top priority. I have seen clients, North Carolina, New Jersey, others working with in this kind of experiment, try to roll that back because they will have concentrated segregation that was unintended.
Thank you. So I guess in some respect, and I appreciate the question from Dr. Birdsong as a follow-up and that particular piece there with David. But I guess in general, for me, is it something that, just based on your experiences there, that's something we could definitely take under potential recommendation to kind of look at in this process? Because I believe that we're at a point in time that we're looking at schools, we're looking at boundaries, we're looking at facilities, and ultimately when we come up with this educational plan, because what I continuously hear from city council, and then of course, as we're advocating on the state, and as you mentioned on the federal level, it's going to take some resources. And I believe that having a plan that people can get behind, both at the community level, our advocates and so forth, as to where we're going. And definitely I'm looking at a high school level and not per se at, doing a regional program like that. But is it something that at this point in time that we could put into consideration, if the board so chooses down there, definitely. But I'm just saying, would it be too cumbersome, or is it something that could be laid here as another option?
I think to be fair, to parse words, but I think it's important. I think it is absolutely a consideration that the board wants to consider. Absolutely can parallel this plan, but to do the kind of work in terms of what are exhibit A's and examples of where this is done well? Why is that working well? When does it not? Why is it working not? I share with you my anecdotal experience from a handful of school districts, but anecdote is not science. And so what we want is, we would want to take the time to proof out those things, get more data, have a robust data-driven discussion on those topics like we're having on this. And that I cannot do justice to while I'm having this conversation in this particular sprint of effort, which is, again, why I really highly recommend we gather that data, we have that kind of process specific to, hey, we want to consider looking at a choice option for our high schools and moving to that model. That is a consideration on top of that. That is independent and can support the master plan, but it is not necessarily a precursor to moving forward with it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. Vice Chair Jordan, and then Ms. Campson.
Yes, thank you. So in response to Mr. Clanton's question and observations, that is exactly what we've been embarking upon. So when I mentioned earlier, when you look at the original recommendations that came from the steering committee and the team, 214 or so, that's what was being discussed. You all may recall we were working some time ago prior to this, and Dr. King brought forward his transformation initiative. We had different theme schools and so forth. What took place out of the phase one of the ed planning was looking at, could there be some vertical alignment? So for example, I know one concept that was being worked on was Richard Bowling having a pre-IB focus We did ADL that had the IB, middle school, early years IB. We knew we had Granby that had the IB. Would there be a way from a elementary school level to potentially have some vertical alignment that would give access and exposure to students to potentially go in that route? So that is exactly what the first phase was. Then this regional choice concept then came out of some of the expertise that Mr. Sturch just described of how do you do this tough work in a way that provides the type of opportunities that you described, Mr. Clanton, but also doesn't create more segregation or lessens choice, as Mr. Sturch described. And that's when we are having conversations about, well, do you do weighted lotteries and all that kind of stuff? Tomorrow, when we look at our specialty programs, you will see in our own specialty programs and choice programs we have right now, we have some issues about access and who gets in and who doesn't get in. And for years, certain folks know how to work the system and other folks don't. So I just wanted to say that separate and distinct from just CTE, that programmatic alignment, regional choice, that's where that started. Again, that went back to the strategic plan. So I think this board has an opportunity through our strategic plan to either build upon that, alter it based upon current conditions and expectations. But I just wanted to say that complication piece is something that we were working on, and we were hoping that this phase of the work would be able to provide that foundation for us to then go to the next level.
And Dr. Martin, if I can, I believe that this is one item, and this here is something that when we talk about that large aspirational goal that the board can get behind, I think deep down in each one of us, we may have a difference of opinion, slightly as to how we accomplish this. But I think at the end of the day, we can all get behind whatever the plan is that's going to make the most sense for our division to ensure student success. So I agree with Mr. Jordan that there have been some concepts there, and I look forward to talking more about the specialty programs. But the one thing that gives me angst is the number of students we have when they were in school physically, but walking, the analogy here, walking our hallways and not really seeing the end goal. If you weren't in a specialty program, you only had a certain number of kids, but then everybody else is gen pop. How do we change that culture so that every child can see that clear distinction? This is why you're here. These are the certifications. This is the degree. And if you decide that you want to go to college, you can do that. If you want to go in the career, in the workforce, you can do that as well. So that's really where my passion is laid at. And this is when I put it out here publicly, I am willing to be able to work with all of my colleagues on the bigger picture here and getting behind this, because I believe this is the one thing that can really bring us together to help us move this thing forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Clinton. Ms. Campson, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. And everyone, I know everyone knows by now that I have to talk carefully because of my voice, but I actually am very intrigued by Mr. Clanton's idea. I've spent decades in Norfolk School. I've looked at these kind of things. These pushes for different kinds of organization come and go. And I know in the 90s when the big thing was the pathway schools, elementary to middle to high schools were all theme related. And it started really big and we all had matches. And what I watched happen, and the reason I think that we maybe come across failures in the past with it, is that as the people who put the pathways together, like, for example, the pathway I was in was Ocean View, North Side, Granby High School, which was a maritime thing, an environmental thing. And the people that were involved in it were very committed with it. The administrators, everyone was on cue, the school board, everyone with the pathway schools. It was a really big deal. And what happened was, it wasn't the program that failed, it was not putting, as principals left or teachers that were very involved changed, administration changed, the commitments to it went away and people lost track of what was happening. You would have a elementary school dead set on what it was going along strong, and then they would suddenly go into a middle school that had changed principals twice. And rather than when they were interviewed and assigned to those schools, they had that commitment that that's what needed to continue. So I'd be very interested in seeing what's happening in Hampton, how long it's been there, what the data looks like, because the truth is choice is a powerful way to get people to stay in your school and not go private. Because when they choose a private school over a public school, they're making a choice. And they often feel they don't have choices when they're in a public school district. They have a special program they want their child to get into, and they can't get into it. I think the IB school at Granby, and with now a feeder school coming from the Academy for Discovery, we're seeing where that's working. And that choice, I personally have friends who made the choice to take their children out of private school and go to Granby based on the fact that IB program was there. And so I think that this is something that deserves to be looked at. You know, I know this plan's good, but it's been going for a long time and we're not moving forward with it. And certainly support anything that goes with it because it's so important. But I do think that we need to have the opportunity to look at this, because that's kind of where I was going when I was saying, where are these kids going to come from if we keep 5 high schools and a CTE school? If we do something like this, the population stays with choice and at the high school level. I agree. I don't think it works as good at the lower grades for this, because this is where children, young adults, are making their own decision about where they want to go. And when it fails because the people that are in that building at that time and all the way up the line don't believe in it enough and don't support it enough. And so then it loses its, like Booker T with their musical program and all. The money started being cut. People were put in charge of the school that did not have the same dedication to the theme of the music and what all performance and all that stuff that it was involved with. It was a wonderful program, and it slid away as administration kept changing and commitments went away. So I'd like us to give this at least a chance and look at it and see what it looks like before we key in onto the same kind of stuff that we've always had. Mm-hmm. And thank you for letting me share my opinion about that.
And your experience, I appreciate that. Ms. Basine, did you have a comment?
Well, I just wanted to reiterate, the importance of integrating our discussion around our specialty programs into this discussion as we embark on this journey for our strategic planning, because, I think we're going to have really interesting conversation and perspectives tomorrow when we do talk about our specialty programs and that feeder pattern, because while some may think that it is working, I don't believe that pathway, unless the pathway we're intentional about creating access, early on as we create the pathway, we don't know that it's working at the higher level. And I think some of the data, the preliminary data that we've received, I think really will highlight that. I look forward to that discussion, but I think, in the future, as we continue these discussions, having like a real work session, that really looks at all of our specialty programs along with, this master plan, I think will be important. So I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thanks, Ms. Basine. Okay, Matt, would you like to go ahead with your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the middle schools. Let's see here. So overall, we do have some underutilization with projected enrollment decline at the middle schools. So 75% utilization in total with the capacity compared to the 2019-20 enrollment. And even at specific schools such as Lake Taylor, 69% utilized, and Ruffner, 45% utilized in that school year. Also some high FCIs at certain buildings, Rosemont Middle at 70% and Azalea Gardens at 72%. So the scenarios we looked at were, again, something that's been discussed for a while, converting Lake Taylor to a K-8 school with moving Fairlawn, and potentially moving the 3rd through 5th grade students from the Tidewater Park PB Young zone to Ruffner as a grades 3 through 8 school. So increasing the overall middle school utilization by expanding the grade levels at some of those buildings. And another scenario, would just be to keep the status quo, keep existing grade configurations at these buildings with, continued low utilization. And as an option to any of these scenarios, based on the condition of some of these buildings, full renovations at Azalea Gardens, Northside, and Rosemont at a total cost of close to $80 million in 2020 estimates. Again, we had the benefits and challenges. A challenge to scenario 1B of status quo was that something needs to be improved. Obviously, lots of challenges with scenario 1A, benefits and challenges, potential positives of K-8s, increased capacity at Lake Taylor and Ruffner, challenges with what's going on in the St. Paul's corridor, with moving students out of Tidewater Park and into Ruffner. So in the desired outcomes scenario, really 1A and B, minimal impact to middle school facilities with these scenarios, other than the renovations at the Azalea, Northside, Rosemont. Middle school attendance boundaries as far as economically disadvantaged students range from 57 to 86% in attendance boundaries. Fiscal responsibility, we are using available capacity that we have at the middle schools more efficiently. No longer utilizing Fairlawn and possibly Tidewater Park as elementary schools, and using the available capacity at these middle schools. That was kind of a blitz through the middle school area. And as we mentioned, we have 6 or 7 different elementary planning unit areas, just due to the number and the different geographical areas. So we'll go through each of these individually. The first one being what we call the East Elementary Planning Area, made up of Larrymore, Little Creek, Norview, Tanners Creek, and Tarleton Elementary. Looking at the utilization, in total, 84%, so falls within that acceptable range. But you see Norview has a small capacity at 360 with 112% utilization. And Little Creek and Tanners Creek slightly below 80%, but not too considerably. High FCI at Norview and Larrymore, and Little Creek creeping up there as well. But overall, the projected enrollment is projected to remain pretty stable in total within the area, with some decline at Little Creek. So the different options we looked at were to close Tarleton and rezone to area elementary schools. And again, as David mentioned, these options are kind of, pick and choose, not that you would necessarily have to do all 3 of these to accomplish the goals for the area. Option 2, rebuild Norview on site at a more suitable capacity, 700, at a cost of $26.3 million, and rezone area elementary schools, including Tarleton, if you were to choose option 1, to rebalance utilization in the area. Option 3, rebuilding Larrymore on its current site at a 600 capacity at about $22.5 million. So obviously, we would be building some new facilities with more adequate capacity for students in the area. Fiscal responsibility of potentially closing Tarleton, reducing number of facilities in the district, but while also maintaining sufficient capacity for area students, especially if we were to rebuild Norview at a larger capacity. The attendance boundaries in this area of economically disadvantaged students range from 52.5% to 58%. So to summarize, again, we have some overutilization at Norview in this area, high FCI schools at Larrymore and Norview. So the way we were looking to address those issues was through replacement schools at Larrymore and Norview, and consolidation potentially of Tarleton to reduce overall number of facilities. Lauren, did you have a question?
Just a quick one, because I don't want to keep interrupting. My understanding earlier, a year or 2 years ago, is that as we made the move of the children to start the Lake Taylor K-8 placement, that when the youngest children moved, as they were, I thought, scheduled to do next fall, moved from Fairlawn on to Lake Taylor combined to make a K-8 school, that the building that was left, which is in relatively decent condition, Fairlawn, would become the Easton Center would be moved to Fairlawn, so that the old Easton School, which is in very, very poor condition, would be another school that we would take offline. I didn't see that in here, so I'm not sure. And I guess Mr. Jordan, who has all the history, maybe could speak to that. We were doing that, and I don't see it in this master plan. So I'm not sure why that changed, that as we made the K-8 school and we had the open Fairlawn school, and it says pre-K center here, but I thought it was going to be yet another opportunity to close another one of our really small schools that were in very, very bad condition.
Well, let's let Dr. Birdsong speak to that.
I was going to kindly remind everyone, and I'm sure Mr. Jordan probably recalls a little better than I do, but I know that was a conversation, that there was a conversation about that potential, about moving Easton into to that building, but I don't believe that the board ever decided definitively to go into that direction, because there were, I think, other conversations again about making it a pre-K center, but nothing was ever decided upon by the board in terms of moving Easton. And I specifically recall when, the board started having conversations around that, of course, many of the parents started, reaching out to board members and staff about concerns. And I don't think it went anywhere from there. And I'm thinking that's perhaps why it's not reflected in this document.
No, and that could be, I don't know. I recalled it as that was what we were planning, but we did have a lot of Eastern parents talk, but then, they get attached to their buildings. I would think that one goal that this board would have, because we do have a lot of very, very poor condition schools, and Easton, I was there, is definitely one of those schools. And to me, that would be another way to take that money from closing that school to use for schools that we can continue, where the buildings are still viable. So I'd like that to be revisited again, if it's possible, because I think one of our goals along this way should be to look at these schools like Little Tarleton and like Little Easton, which is in worse shape than Tarleton, I think, but Rick would probably know that more than I would. But it's time to start closing these small little schools that are in buildings that are falling apart, because our enrollment is gone. We're down to 28,000 now. And we got a lot of, this would be a way to better consolidate. I like what I'm seeing here in this plan because of the thought about either rebuilding and combining which is what we need to do. We have a lot of underutilized schools because our enrollment's dropping.
Yeah, and Lauren, just to clarify, that wasn't specifically called out in the middle school options when we were talking about Lake Taylor as a K-8, but in the area, the elementary area where we have Fairlawn, it was considered to repurpose Fairlawn as a pre-K center, but as Dr. Birdsong mentioned, that
Okay, and
that
that's
has
a good
not been
idea
decided.
too.
That has
I
not
just
been
like the Easton
decided yet.
idea better. But I think both of them are good
Well,
ideas.
no, that was the idea: repurpose Fairlawn as a pre-K center, with potentially closing Easton. But
It
again,
doesn't close anything if you do it as a pre-K center. It doesn't get rid of one of these little schools. We need to get buildings, not the school, the buildings. Because making pre-K center doesn't give us another less property to support fully staffed.
Yeah, it doesn't take it offline. Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan and then Ms. Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and the cooperative strategies team can speak to it better or correct me if I'm wrong. But to Ms. Campson's point, what we're looking at here is a draft. They're giving us an update kind of in the middle of the sausage making that they are doing with the steering committee. So when we went down this path, one of the things that we kind of charged the education planning experts is to go off, have a diverse and engaged steering committee, hold a series of community meetings. You'll see that in their presentation, and then periodically come back and update the board. And then the board, as we've established, our goals would then be able to vet recommendations based upon what our expectations are and the feedback that we've gotten from the superintendent administration. So all of these are kind of in the middle of sausage making. Eventually they come to the board as recommendations. The board has to sign off on whatever we want to implement, clearly with recommendations from the superintendent. But because the work is complex, there are some parallel things going on. So the work that we did with the Lake Taylor School was in large measure driven by the research and the work of the ed planning, the closing of public halls tied to that. So part of the underpinning, going back to their early principles, was looking at not only can we get rid of portables, but also where we had small schools or other schools, where was there an opportunity to potentially close some facilities and at the same time right-size enrollment and do the diversity and the programming. And the stuff is so complicated. And Ms. Campson, to your point earlier, every time there is a lot of turnover, then it's like it's hard to keep that momentum. And unfortunately, research will tell you that in so-called urban divisions, this is one of the challenges that we have because there's constant turnover. But I just wanted to say why you may not see this specific at this time is where they were in the sausage making versus where the board was acting on previous recommendations that had come forward as a result of the work.
Thank you for sharing that. I knew that you had a lot more history in it. I just want to be sure that we kind of keep our focus on the fact that we're shrinking in enrollment, and this is the opportunity to consolidate and close unneeded buildings that are in very, very poor repair. And I would like us to kind of have that as part of our looking at when we go over the recommendations that come. And this was another opportunity to do it, like the Tarleton one. But thank you very much for clarifying that, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Rodney. And Lauren, I think, or Ms. Campson, I think as you know, you'll see as we go through this, we've tried to identify those where possible, like you talked about with Tarleton here, which is on the screen, potentially with Fairlawn or Easton, and I think you'll see as we go through a couple other scenarios where we've looked at that.
Mr. Fraley, or I thought I saw your hand up. Did you have?
I just wanted to piggyback on Mrs. Campson's comment. We're exploring multiple options for all of the things that you all are concerned with in our ed planning. And there'll be additional recommendations made once we get through this journey. These were just the starting points. And so we're going to, take you all's counsel and move forward with it. But that was definitely part of our conversations, making sure that we're focused on building utilization. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on what Dr. Birdsong said. Yes, we never did vote on that. I definitely support that type of move. That's Easton to Lake Taylor, but the board never did vote on that. And also, Mr. Jordan, you did basically answer a question that I had. As you all know, in the facilities meetings, as well as some of our board members, board meetings, I've constantly mentioned about the declining enrollment and the utilization of buildings. So this ed planning presentation is on time because it's definitely addressing with data some of the concerns that I had about utilization and buildings capacity and things of that nature, as well as infrastructure. So I just want to comment that after this presentation, instead of onesies and twosies of items, that hopefully what the board can get from the administration is a discussion on possible recommendations from this and scenarios that we can then begin to take action on.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fraley?
One of the main things that we'll need to take charge from you all is obviously we have to discover the city financial capability in replacing old schools. And then if that moves, in the direction we're hoping for, then a lot of this can come to fruition with these recommendations to build or replace new buildings. If for whatever reason that doesn't, then I think the board would definitely want to consider a hyper focus on building utilization and possibly condensing schools.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Jordan, did you have another comment?
Yes, I just wanted to add that, it's in joint meetings that we've had with council, the conversation about combining schools came up. We would from time to time give them updates. When we first started down this path with the FCI, we did a joint meeting. From that is where the revenue sharing agreement got finally moved forward. But I would also say to Mr. Fraley's comment, part of our intent, and it's up to the board to decide if it's still the direction that we want to pursue. Our goal was to say to the city that we want Norfolk Public Schools to not only be the educational choice for the city, but also for there to be recognition of Norfolk Public Schools being an economic driver for the city. And so as part of that, we said in response to concerns that we heard from the city council and from the community, we're going to put together this plan for you, and we're going to tell you what it's going to cost, what our estimate is, what it will cost to achieve this mission and vision that the board has established, that the council has also said is a priority in their planning. And then say, if it's $1 billion over the next so many years, let's plan together towards this ultimate goal for the best interest of children and students. And so I think it's important that we get to that point and not necessarily be driven by what we think the city's revenue capacity is. I think our job from the school system is to say, this is what we need to be successful. And I think the council's job is our partner to say, this is how we think we can meet it or how we cannot. And then we can make adjustments from there. But we need to paint the picture of what's in the best interest for our students in our division, and then let our partners, be they other public or private sector partners, come back and tell us how they can help us get it done. The other piece, I'll just say, the community engagement piece is so important because to be candid about it, We knew starting out based upon research and experiences around the country that a quick way to get a board removed or get a superintendent fired or cause chaos is to deal with attendance zones, diversity, and choice, and all the things that we're dealing with. And so the intent was, to the extent that the Ed Planning Committee and the board has good community engagement and support, then when we deliver these recommendations either to our parents or delivering it to the city council and other stakeholders, we would have that community buy-in and support for what we're doing all the way along the way.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I think that's a great reminder of that we have, you know, first off, we should always be asking for what we need, and let others decide, you know, whether they can give us those resources that we're asking for. But we should never shy away from the real need that exists, and be it monetarily, educationally, you know, whatever, which is they're definitely tied together. So, and also, you know, just the idea that, you know, these conversations have been going on for a long time. And I think we need to be really bold in our conversations and really, you know, be in sync with our plans moving forward. So I really think this is, again, a wonderful time to be reapproaching this conversation and to really be the platform to move us forward. Okay. All right. I don't see other hands. Matt, please proceed.
Okay, moving on with the elementary areas. This was the North Elementary Planning Area, Bayview, Calcott, Crossroads, Ocean View, Ocean Air, Willoughby Pre-K Center. So again, in total, the area utilization is within that acceptable 85% range, and you can see the enrollment is pretty stable with not a lot of up or down at any particular school. We have Calcott at 105%, Ocean Air close to 97% as well, close to 100% at 97 as well. And no school is really too far under that 80% mark, with the exception of Willoughby, but again, that's kind of a different situation as a pre-K center. So looking at condition, we have high FCIs at Calcott and Ocean Air, and we in this particular area really didn't get too complicated, which is looking at rebuilding Calcott and Ocean Air. You can see the cost there at 600 capacities each. And that was really just to address those high FCIs at those two schools. Really, you know, no challenges were identified, maybe other than cost, and benefits being, you know, new facilities for each of these areas. Same with sort of the equity and quality facilities, new facilities for students. You know, again, comparing the costs of rebuilding to what you would potentially avoid spending in those priority 1 through 4 deficiencies identified by HBA of, you know, over 12 million at Calcott and over 10 million at Ocean Air, who seemed more fiscally responsible to rebuild those facilities rather than spend upwards of 70 to 80% of their current values in those deficiency costs. Again, looking at the diversity, the economically disadvantaged students range from 56% to 70% in those attendance boundaries. So nothing too complicated in that area particularly. So continuing on, the West Elementary Planning Area was comprised of Camp Allen, Granby, Larchmont, Sewell's Point, Suburban Park, Willard. Overall, elementary utilization kind of falls at the bottom end of that acceptable range at 80%. And we do have some schools on the lower end, with Willard being, over 300 students under capacity at 62% utilization compared to its 830 capacity. And also Camp Allen being around 60% utilized. We do have, at least in the 1920 year, there was overutilization at Sewell's Point, but in looking at the updated data this year, that enrollment has really dropped considerably. So that is no longer the case at that building. Facility condition, IFCIs at Granby, Suburban Park, and even Willard to some degree. So the scenarios we looked at, so again, these are kind of more mutually exclusive than with looking at the options, was to rebuild Granby at a 600 capacity. So actually at a somewhat smaller capacity, but looking at some rezoning options and some of the southern portion of its boundary to other schools. And again, we're looking at 600 capacity with a lot of these rebuilds. So you'll see that 22.6 million estimate, 2020 estimate for a lot of those. And scenario 1B really was just to rebuild Granby and Suburban Park at both 600 capacity for a total of $45.1 million. So we're addressing the facility condition needs. And we have this option for any scenario. I know it's been discussed for a while, the rezoning potentially of Sewell's Point to Camp Allen. And looking at last year's enrollments, that seemed to make sense. But, as mentioned, the enrollment at Sewell's Point is down quite considerably this year. So probably something to keep an eye on. Again, new facilities for students, avoid spending high dollar amounts on priority 1 through 4 deficiencies at Granby and Suburban Park that have high FCIs. And you can see there's quite a difference in range of economically disadvantaged students in these areas. So maybe looking at trying to balance that with any rebuilds and boundary changes. Okay, Southwest Elementary Planning Area. This is the Lindenwood, Monroe, Taylor Elementary areas. You can see with these 3 schools, we have some considerable underutilization, combined 58%, with a low at Monroe of only 45% utilization, and all 3 below 70%, with some enrollment decline projected as well. In terms of FCI, high FCI at Lindenwood. The options we were looking at here, looking at potential consolidation of Lindenwood into area elementary schools to reduce some of that building footprint and potentially increase the utilization at these schools like Monroe and Taylor. So obviously challenges in consolidating and rezoning, but benefits, greater facility utilization across the division and increased utilization at Taylor Elementary.
Just real quick comment. I'm just trying to stay on schedule. Can you, I don't want you to skip over anything, but just move it along a little bit more.
Okay, that's what I was trying. I felt like I was maybe skipping over things, but I'll try to keep going even faster.
If anyone has questions, of course, we'll stop. So thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. So that's the southwest area, south area, Chesterfield, Jaycox, PB Young, Richard Bowling, Tidewater Park. Obviously, a lot going on here with the St. Paul's redevelopment. Do have some slight overutilization at PB Young. Considerable projected enrollment decline within the next 5 years. Probably even potentially more considerable with the Tidewater Gardens area. High FCIs, as you can see at multiple schools, PB Young, Jaycox, Chesterfield, all over 70%. So we kind of touched on this already, but potential to close or repurpose Tidewater Park and convert Ruffner to a 3-8 school. Looking at potentially rebuilding PB Young due to its facility condition, potentially returning it to a pre-K 5 school with a smaller attendance area, and looking at rebuilding Jaycox at a similar capacity, again, just due to its high FCI.
Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
For the South area, the economically disadvantaged student range that you have, that seems off to me. I think it is more likely that it would be in the 90s, both on the low end and on the high end. If you look at if the board were to look at the CAFR that we received yesterday, and I was mentioning the chart that shows free and reduced lunch, then I'm not certain that there's a single school in this South range that is at 71%. So I would just ask for you to take a look at that, both in terms of the data there, but also if it is indeed the case that it is all in the 90s, then if something is going to happen with St. Paul's or in other areas, we want to try to work towards our goal of not having, schools that are overwhelmingly outside of the district average in terms of free and reduced lunch.
Okay. Yeah, we can double check that. I will say, maybe compared to what you're looking at, is this was based on the students that actually live within the boundary. So where the transferring in and out might have some impact on increasing numbers compared to the actual enrollment.
Yeah, I know the area pretty well, and it's probably 50 years of redlining and other issues. So
sure,
I'm pretty certain that those numbers need to be looked at.
Okay, I can double check that and get Rick or Dennis an update if something is off there.
Matt, I could share my screen. Actually, I have raw data up if that would help on this topic.
Dr. Birdsong, do you have a comment?
Yes, I was just going to add, maybe Dennis has some insight since he's constantly working with the data. Mr. Fuddy, do you have any idea why there may be this discrepancy? If in fact it is a discrepancy?
I didn't see free and reduced lunch on that screen. Where was it?
Sorry,
it was
over here. Yeah, in this we're saying that the live-in.
Matt, you stopped screen sharing. So
sorry.
Once you share, and I sent you the file, Matt. If you want to pull up the email, it's the first tab, and I filtered the data.
Sure.
And Madam Chair, I don't mean to bog it down. I just
no. It's something we can.
It's a work session. That's why we're here. It's all good.
Yep. And just know as we're moving forward, we were able to we were awarded the CIP grant, so all of our children eat free. So it's going to be a little more difficult in the future to look at this data because we can't track it. We just need to keep that in mind as we're moving forward.
Yeah, so that's what I was raising yesterday about the numbers on that chart.
Updated.
But if you also just look at the city demographic data, like I said, the bottom line is what we do with it. But I just wanted to get a sense of where we were getting these numbers for our purposes.
So this is, again, this is where we were at in 2019-20, and this is just the K-5 students that reside within each of these 5 boundaries, regardless of where they attend school, not the actual enrollment percentages. But we're showing 71% of the elementary students that live within the Richard Bowling boundary at 71% free and reduced lunch. And then to a high of, so for the PB Young Tidewater boundary, we split it up by obviously K2 and 3-5.
To answer your question, Dr. Birdsong, yeah, they'll need to look at that. We'll get that updated, Rodney. These numbers do look a little low. For this current year, Richard Bowling, as reported by the state, is at 84.2% free and reduced lunch.
That is attendance. These are
kids that actually attend the school that's reported to the state. So we'll need to look at that and make sure that those numbers are correct.
Madam Chair, I recognize that it's live-in, so the live-in could have an adjustment if, as they said, a significant number of students in that live-in area have opted into other opportunities.
Correct.
I just want to make sure we're clear.
And I said CIP, that was a Freudian slip. I
know what you meant, CES.
You're getting ready for the afternoon, right, CIP?
Right, I meant CEP.
All right. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
Okay. So those were the options for the south area. This is the southeast area, and we've kind of already touched on some of what's going on here with Fairlawn. This is the Coleman Place, Fairlawn, Ingleside, Sherwood Forest elementary planning area. Again, in total, about 85%, but we have lower utilization at Fairlawn currently and higher at Ingleside, and looking at high FCIs at Ingleside and Sherwood Forest. So we've already talked about the plan to move for Fairlawn K2 students to Lake Taylor as a K8, and then the discussion of what happens with that Fairlawn facility. Do we make it a pre-K center and potentially close the Easton building? I think still some ongoing discussions there. And then again, with our, sort of standard 600 capacity rebuilds at Ingleside and Sherwood Forest due to those high FCIs of over 70%, with some area zoning changes to balance all of those elementary schools. So we'll go through that quickly. And then the final elementary planning area was the south side, Berkeley Campostella, St. Helena, Southside STEM Academy at Campostella, high FCI at the Berkeley Campostella Earlyhood Childhood Center, St. Helena, small capacity elementary school nearing 94%. But we do have some underutilization at the STEM Academy with the 69% utilization. So we really looked at a lot of different scenario or options here, kind of just different scenarios of, either renovating St. Helena or Berkeley Campostella, even looked at an option of rebuilding St. Helena at a larger capacity and then consolidating the Early Childhood Center into that building with its larger capacity, or potentially closing St. Helena and moving those students into the Southside STEM Academy with its additional capacity. So again, in the interest of time, moving on. And then the only other elementary facility, just because it's a division-wide school without a boundary, we sort of included it in its own category, was Ghent, doing okay in terms of enrollment and FCI. And we just have a little write-up in here about additional facilities, not to leave out any of the division facilities of what's going on at Madison. Was not included in as part of the study, but considered to be in very poor condition. And the CSEP program currently operating in Richard Bowling, and how the city but maybe has plans to demolish this building at some point, and what would happen with this program. So that's really it. There's also an appendix that has some more of this supporting documentation of, more specifics on the facility deficiencies that were identified, if you need those, some additional maps that were just included for reference. So I will stop there.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Gordon, your hand has been up, and then Ms. Smith.
Who'd you call on first?
Mr. Jordan, do you
Okay, I thought you said Ms. Martin. Isn't that you?
I thought I heard that too.
Just a similar comment on the Southside diversity numbers. I would encourage you all to look at those numbers to make sure that they are accurate. And then I also just wanted to share with the board that at one point, the board, I think for the first time in a long time, if not ever, had a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and talked about the impact of housing policy and school policy, because in the work that Cooperative Strategies and the NPS team have been doing is looking at potential housing developments. So in the South Side, in the St. Paul's Quadrant area and other areas, Booker T area, one of the reasons I've always raised concerns about the housing efforts is if the city continues to concentrate subsidized housing in these same planning areas where we're trying to provide more diversity, it pushes the opportunity in the negative direction from my perspective. And so I just think that's something we need to look at and perhaps reach out to the Planning Commission chair again, because at one point they would send to the board chair and the superintendent any type of housing developments that were coming up on the Planning Commission agenda to get feedback from the school system as to whether or not we thought that their proposals were going to advance the soundness of our Norfolk Public Schools efforts or potentially hinder them. So just wanted to mention those two things. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. To what extent was Easton included in the study? I don't see them on the list.
I don't believe we have it specifically listed in one of these planning areas, other than to call it the potential in the southeast area with Fairlawn. Let me make sure that we have it was included in the facility study, and we can
East region.
Okay, we can include it in here, assuming it was included in the facility study. So let me check on that and add it in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you all for this presentation and getting us caught up. I think it was very thorough. The comments and questioning were great, and it really lays a good foundation for the rest of our discussion around specialty programs and the St. Paul's quadrant update and other items on our retreat agenda for the next couple of days. So what I'd like to do now is take a 5-minute break before we go on to the CIP update. And then, so we can have enough time to go through that before we break for lunch. All right, so take 5 minutes and I'll see you. Stretch your legs.
Go.
Was there a hand? Did someone have something to say?
No, I'm just saying bye-bye.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks, David and Matt. We appreciate it.
improvement projects. And I will begin with the CIP projects from 2019-2020, which we resumed in August of this school year. Next slide, please. All right, well, we'll start with Larimore. No, I'm sorry, go back, please. We're going to start with Larimore Elementary School. We replaced the roof. What we're going to try and demonstrate today is the needs that came with the replacement. The top is the before shot that was shot with a drone. The bottom is the shot that was taken after the job was completed. As you can glean from the pictures, there was a great need for this project. We upgraded from a foam roof to a built-up modified roof with a Tremco top coating, and that job is 100% complete. Not only did we replace the roof, but we replaced 13 HVAC units in the project. The next one we'll go to, next slide, please. Willard Elementary School, the left side is the before side, the right side is the new roof. That is 100% complete. What you'll notice in this slide is very few HVAC units on the roof. They're all interior units, and this is a great benefit in saving costs. So even though we have a huge footprint here with this building spread out as big as it is, we got a great deal on the roof. Next slide, please. All right, this is Granby Elementary School. We replaced the foam roof with a new coating with a 10-year warranty. If you look real hard, you'll see 3 people on the roof working. And that job is about 98% complete. There's a walkthrough still, I believe, that has to occur. Next slide, please. All right, at Booker T. Washington High School, we replaced the bleachers. We put in a new center curtain. We refinished the hardwood floors in front of the bleachers, and we are 100% complete. It looks really good in there. It's bright and it's shiny. Next slide, please.
Well, Mr. Riley, I want to pause you there. Ms. Smith, did you have a question?
Yes, the slides I have aren't lining up with those slides. And I just pulled them this morning.
What are you seeing?
Well, mine started with Lake Taylor, but let me go in and see if I open this again.
Yeah, I downloaded mine this morning too, Ms. Smith, and it's following what he has.
And I will cover all the projects.
Yeah. Could be a timing issue. So yes, now I have two different ones, but I have the one you're looking at. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Academy for Discovery at Lakewood, we also installed new bleachers, a new center curtain, and we redid the floors in front of the bleachers as well. And we replaced the basketball, roll down basketball goals. That's 100% complete. Next slide, please. All right, at Rosemont Academy for International Studies, we installed new bleachers, new center curtain. We resurfaced the section in front of the bleachers as well. We replaced the rolled down basketball goals, and we added a water fountain. That is 100% complete. Next slide, please. All right, this is NTC. We had some drainage issues and some organizational issues there. So we repaved the parking lot. We replaced the storm drains. We striped the parking lot and numbered the spaces. We installed a concrete pad for our dumpster with a blind around it to cover the dumpster, which is now city code. We have to do that. That job is 100% complete. And it is now, the fence has been repaired. It is now what we consider an organized, secure facility. Next slide, please. Willoughby Early Childhood Center, we repaved the asphalt parking lot and the line strip. We installed new concrete dumpster pad. We installed new storm drain with a concrete swell. And a concrete swell, it informs the water flow away from the center of the property. So we have great drainage. We replaced the damaged sidewalks. That job is 100% complete. Next slide, please. Northview Middle School, we replaced the chiller tower, and that is still in progress, but we are more than 80% complete there. Next slide, please. We replaced the room ventilators at Tidewater Park Elementary in St. Helena. When we did this presentation last week, all those jobs were in progress. They're both almost at 100% complete now. We have some tweaking to do with the thermostat so we can get the temperature right, but all those room ventilators have been replaced in both those schools. Next slide, please. Lake Taylor High School, we replaced the air handling unit in the auditorium. We insulated the piping. We added new cutoff valves. That job is 100% complete. Next slide, please. This is a picture, an aerial picture of Lake Taylor High School. You'll see to the left, the highest point, and to the far right of the middle, the highest point. Both those send clear messages that we need to replace the roof. The center of it is also part of this process because some, I'll say high school roofs are so large, they tend, in the past, they've tended to do them in segments. So this is considered the phase 4 project of replacing the Lake Taylor High School roof. All 3 of those are going to be replaced, and that will begin on March 15th. Next slide.
Mr. Fraley, Ms. Smith, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I have a question. So where's the swimming pool?
Dr. Birdsong told me I had to take it out, so we took it out.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I said add 2 pools.
And a jacuzzi, right?
Yeah, I've heard that story too, Ms. Smith, that there was a pool on the roof. So I've heard that as well. But there is not. Next slide, please. The Lindenwood Annex. This is an 8-room annex, and it needs to be demolished because of structural issues. So that will occur soon. We're about ready to start that. Just so you all know, you can see there's 8 HVAC units on that roof. We are going to remove those and use those in other facilities. The HVAC units on top of the existing building at Lindenwood are in really good shape. The best units that are on this annex will be used to replace any that need to be replaced so that we have high efficiency units in our final product. Next slide, please. Lake Taylor High School, we are working on storm drainage, and that job has just been restarted. We had to wait on Cox Cable to move a high fiber optic line. They have completed that. So we are re-engaging in the storm drain replacement. That's at the back of the parking lot in the back of the building that runs parallel to the freeway. And that should be back underway, and hopefully it'll be completed shortly. That is definitely needed. All right, so we're going to now transition into the projects that we are going to work on for this fiscal year.
Mr. Fraley, before you do, I have a question about the annexes. I've been in a couple of them, one at Granby Elementary and one at St. Helena. And can you talk about those? Because whenever it seems like there's a lot of issues with keeping consistency with the main building and the annexes as far as roofs and, air conditioning and heating. Can you kind of educate me on?
Yes, ma'am. I'll give you what has been shared with me by Mr. Johnson, who I consider a very valuable resource. Mm-hmm. Those structures were temporary structures. They are made out of metal. I wouldn't call them trailers, but they're fabricated out of metal. And obviously they're difficult to insulate. The roofs are made out of metal, so we cannot apply foam to those roofs to extend the life of those roofs. They actually need a special application if we choose to continue using them. Some of those annexes in our district have actually been set up originally at one school, taken down, and then moved to other schools. And I couldn't tell you the list of those, but Mr. Johnson has said that has happened on more than one occasion. And there were to increase the classroom volume at schools as the attendance grew in schools. I hope that's enough.
Well, I have so, I mean, it seems like it's not a very sustainable option for our schools. I mean, I understand that you can repurpose them, if possible, but the structure, it seems like maintenance is a real drain on our budget, right?
Yes, ma'am. I would affirm that comment.
Are there other options that, with innovation or, other more options that we can use, especially in an area? I know we have a pretty moderate climate, but it does get cold here and it does get hot here. So, it's generally moderate, but we do have extreme temperatures. So moving forward, are there other options?
Well, we could do additions to buildings that are formal additions created by architecture. We could certainly move in that direction. But with our decline in enrollment, what we're actually doing is evaluating these buildings to see whether or not we can continue to reduce the need for those in specific areas.
Okay, so there is an effort to take these offline then?
There's an effort to take those and mobile classrooms offline. We are studying how many we have across the district. And yes, ma'am, we are looking at that.
Okay.
That's part of the conversations in ed planning. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Fraley, can you describe, I guess, the process that you all are using to determine which projects you do? I know normally, the board received a capital improvement plan for 2016 to 2020. I don't know if I've seen the one for, I guess, 2021 to 2026, whatever that next 5-year period is. But I know as part of the budget process last year, we submitted a list of projects over to the city. So I just want to know if there is a capital improvement plan that shows the current 5 years that we're in, and if you can kind of describe how you are addressing carryover projects that we had, projects that are in that current plan, and how that aligns with the projects that you're showing us now.
All right, so we have an internal committee. I chair the committee. The 3 senior coordinators at facilities, the one that does preventative maintenance, the one that is in charge of the tradesmen, and the one that is in charge of capital improvements, as well as the senior director there, Danny Johnson. We're what I would refer to as the internal committee. We also have Dennis Fuddy and Carol Robinson on board. And what we're doing is we're using the facilities composite index manual to steer us. We're also using the feedback from the professionals I just noted, because they are boots on the ground. They're on the roofs. They're evaluating the HVAC systems. And so that, it's a formal committee. I'm not aware of a 5-year plan, but we can certainly develop a 5-year plan. We're looking at developing a short-range plan so that we can focus on our main priority right now. And as you can imagine, Mr. Jordan, when you're building a new building, the most important aspect of it is the foundation. What our concerns are is when you are trying to maintain buildings at the age of our buildings, that the most important aspect is the roofs. Because as soon as you have a breach in the roof, everything else begins to fail rapidly. So our focus this year, as you'll see in a few minutes, and what we're planning for in the future is really getting our roof sealed up. And once we get that done, focusing on any internal or upgrades that we can, look at through the assessment manual and determine.
Yeah, thank you for that. I believe your predecessor, when he was in the acting role, that part of what was going on. I was on the facilities committee at that time, is that we would have a updated capital improvement plan. And as the board, we're fortunate to receive the support from council that we provided this list of projects, and that in essence, the board still was approving this long-range vision, even though we recognize that on a day-to-day basis, you all are going to have to make decisions in the way that you described. What's important, I think, for us from a board perspective is to be able to see how what we have approved and what you all are implementing matches, and then how it ties into the bigger picture with the ed planning that we discussed. So.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I lose sleep over is, we don't want to, forget that the focus is improving the facilities that we plan to continue utilizing. I would hate to, move in the wrong direction. So that's why we've got ed planning and everything else all lined up to help inform us.
And I think what Mr. Jordan is referring to, I thought I had a copy of it where Mr. Hazelet, or was it before him, Mr. Jordan? Mr. Hazelet had developed that plan that was 16 to 20. I forget which year, but he developed a plan as well that had a list of those items. But as you know, Dr. Birdsong, Mr. Fraley, that's something I've been asking for. And yes, Dr. Birdsong has agreed to provide that information, but I think it is much needed in order for us as a board to just know where we stand in terms of items that we've identified in years past and how well we're accomplishing getting those done. But more importantly, what do we have left that needs to be done that we have to keep in the forefront, not just with ourselves, but with council as well, in terms of being able to fund those things.
Understood.
Good point, Ms. Smith.
We agree with you 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what many of our discussions and folks is about, maximizing the dollars that are issued to us, our CIP funding, so that we are extending the lives of these buildings and making them warm, safe educational facilities.
Absolutely. Ms. Basine?
Thank you. So I have a question. I agree with Mr. Jordan and Ms. Smith. I too would like to see an updated capital improvement plan and to see how this aligns. Additionally, I know we had an updated FCI we received the spreadsheet with the updated data in it. Is there a full facility conditions index report such as the one that we received in 2017?
I have one that's dated 2020. Dr. Birdsong, I just gave her a copy of it. She requested it from me. So yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that report would be extremely helpful, because I know within that previous report anyway, we had even the systems condition index, which really could help us in our capital improvement planning. But not only that, and it's even in the, with this public health crisis that we're in, ventilation obviously, and, it is a big concern. And I wonder, how have we reprioritized the things that we needed to accomplish, so that we could address the HVAC systems, or, and can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, Dr. Birdsong and I recently discussed how we're going to focus the CARES money on ventilation and improving air quality. And so, we're in the process, and I hope you don't mind me speaking for you, Dr. Birdsong, but we are in the process of trying to figure out how much of that funding stream is going to be dedicated to buildings. I'll wait on Dr. Birdsong's counsel for that total. I have met with the trades facility coordinator, Mr. Johnson, and our shop stewards about HVAC, and I've charged them with coming up with a comprehensive list of the units where they have concern, where we need to upgrade, and that is in process now. And so yes, we are in the early stages of evaluating that. And you've charged us with that on numerous occasions. So I wanted you to know we took it seriously. And Dr. Birdsong has communicated your wishes to us, the board, and we are moving in that direction. Yes, ma'am. But we don't plan on focusing our very small CIP budget on ventilation. Our current plan, and I'll take whatever charge Dr. Birdsong gives me, is that our CIP plan would be focused on roof repairs or replacements, and then the CARES money will be focused on the ventilation challenges that we currently are in.
Okay, so speaking of the ventilation challenges, I mean, how does that impact any? I guess, see, for me, I'll just take a step back. For me, I'm seeing all of these pieces connect, right? And so, we had cooperative strategies here. We had, and these discussions around reopening that we've had numerous times already, and discussions around ventilation. And so how does, because this work is in progress, how does this impact our understanding of the health of our buildings? Are there buildings that may be recommended, by the administration or cooperative strategies that may not be ready for receiving students? Is that not?
No, there are no buildings that are so concerning to myself or Danny Johnson, who's our senior coordinator, who's been an employee here for 48 years. He could talk to you for hours on each building and every update that has been made on each building. No, ma'am, we have a plan for all of that.
Okay.
But moving forward, I mean, I can give you a little bit of back data, and I don't want to get too involved in that, but we're currently operating 25 schools that were built before 1960.
Right.
And so, with that, there are challenges, and I'll keep it simple. And so those are the schools we're focused on now to evaluate and see how we are going to apply those CARES funds to make, to get the biggest bang out of the buck that we receive in total, monies.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, that's it for now. Dr. Martin, thank you.
Can I proceed? Okay, thank you. Sewell's Point Elementary, we're going to resurface the parking lot. That's out to pre-bid, and we will be moving forward with that shortly. Lake Taylor School, we decided that we needed to replace the external doors. I need to note that this was not part of the transitional improvements when the school was being slated to move to a K-8. This was just an addition that was recommended in the new plan. So we're going to move forward with that. Next slide, please.
I have a question about Sewell's Point.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Just for clarity, when we say resurfacing the parking lot, because there's two parking lots, I think one's non-official. I don't know. Parents, everyone parks in two different places.
Right.
That one where the drop off is actually very small. So is that the parking lot you're referring to?
To the best of my knowledge, it's the front and part of the side. It's not both parking lots.
Okay.
And I can look more into that if need be.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
thanks.
If you could change slides, please, Ms. Tanner. All right. So Sherwood Forest Elementary is currently in architectural design, and we plan to replace the roof. As you can see, it has what I reference as towers that support the HVAC unit. This is going to be a very costly job because of that. And we're currently trying to figure out exactly how expensive that's going to be. If you take a look at the aerial, this is one of the buildings that has almost 40 HVAC units on the roof. So it's going to be costly. I believe I've referenced the fact that when we do a roof, that we have to remove everything off the roof, and then we replace the roof, and then we evaluate what can and cannot go back on the roof, and then what can't go back on the roof because its useful life has been used up, we replace. And we're in A&E for that, and that'll move forward. Next slide, please. The Academy of International Studies at Rosemont, as you can see, this has got a huge footprint. This school covers a lot of acreage, and it's a single-story school. This is going to be a very costly roof. We're currently in A&E here waiting on what 2021 dollars are going to cost us to replace it. And I did not count how many HVAC units are on the roof, but there's a bunch. But we are moving forward with that project. Next slide, please. Child Nutrition Services. Mr. Johnson informs me that in his 48 years, this building has not been upgraded in any way, shape, or form. As you can see, the roof reveals itself as in great need for repair. This particular building houses school nutrition. It houses our warehouses. It houses facilities management, and it houses custodial services. So we have dry goods, refrigerated goods, frozen goods, and we have very expensive equipment in this building. We have to work on this building to make sure that all of the above I just mentioned are maintained at the level they need to be. It's been deferred for years because obviously we want to spend the money in schools, but we're going to have to make the commitment to work on this facility, and we're moving forward with that project.
Mr. Fraley, I have a question about that facility, just because it's not a school facility, that it has, serves obviously a support purpose. And I was just wondering, have you looked at possibly other buildings instead of rebuilding this one? Are there other vacant buildings available throughout the city that might be better use?
Not that we are aware of. And this building is massive, and it is segued to receive all of the shops that I just mentioned. To find another facility that could do that with the refrigeration and the frozen, and we have a huge freezer. I mean, it's like a small gym. I'm not sure how that would transition. So no, ma'am. My direct answer is no.
Okay. I'm going to go tack to Mr. Jordan before we proceed.
Just a quick comment on that, going back to the collaboration with the city. At one time, as part of the Greater Broad Creek plan, there was discussions about trying to find a location to relocate or build a new child nutritional service plant, and then using that area as part of the continuing broader development in the Greater Broad Creek area. So I don't know where those plans stand. I do know that the city has initiated a Broad Creek refresh, but I do think it's important that we are in communication just to make sure that as we invest more and more in certain projects, that we are also doing the best we can to align with any city investments that also may be going on, and making sure that we're in sync and operating together.
I'm not aware of that. I will check with Mr. Johnson to see if he has any background on that. But that's the first, what you just shared with me is the first that I've heard of.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Fraley.
All right. And then we have the Berkeley Campsella Early Childhood Center, which is also currently in A&E. And we are proposing to replace the windows in this facility. Next slide, please. Azalea Garden Middle, very interesting building. It has about 50% of the building is a metal roof that has a distinguished color. Dr. Birdsong, I think, worked there for a couple of days. And it is in need of a new roof. And it's going to be complicated because we've got to find a treatment for the metal roof, as well as replace the flat roofs that are in this. So we plan on moving forward with that project as well. And those were the projects, to respond to y'all, that were in the final phase that was turned over to me, to Mr. Hazlett. These were all identified as I came into the position. And then Mr. Jordan, I remember you asking about, I believe it was your statement about FCI indexes being upgraded. We are in conversation with HBA Architecture to teach David Gaskins, our new senior coordinator of special projects and capital improvement projects, to teach him how to go in and update that assessment manual so that when we're doing these projects, we can update the manual, and the FCI index will obviously be lowered as we make these improvements. And so we certainly do have a current FCI index assessment manual, but we are in the process, as we complete these jobs, of going in and updating it so that FCI index is updated for you all's review, which will influence projects in the future, as you all can imagine.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Fraley, the window replacement, that's something that has come up quite a bit in our conversation. And I know with, I'll just, Granby Elementary again, I'm very familiar with, that there's a lot of, it's one of these older one-story buildings that doesn't, or I'm sorry, Granby Elementary is two-story, but that has had issues with old windows that don't open and close, some don't close. And so I understand that you're looking at, you're prioritizing, but has there been any discussion about really doing an audit of all the window replacements or?
Well, let me just state this. Our current conversations are focused on two huge expensive ticket items, and that is roofs and HVAC. And I certainly don't want to minimize the importance of windows, but when we're talking about the need that we have in the two aforementioned project areas, roofs and HVAC, the list is extensive and the need is even greater in our opinion. And so, I'm just informing you that's where our current focus is. If we had, $600 million, which is what the projected total is for all the projects that are needed in the assessment manual, we would tackle everything you wanted us to tackle. I promise you that.
All those benefactors out there listening.
Yeah, we need to get in touch with Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. Apparently she dolls out money pretty regular. I'd love to be able to call her.
Yeah, that'd be great. See if she can tune in. Ms. Smith, go ahead. And then Ms. Campson.
Thank you. Just want to reemphasize the need for the dollars associated with these projects, as well as the source of those dollars, not just CARES, but is it from a transfer from the operating budget, or are we using SWIFT funds?
What you see there is approximately, that's already been spent and encumbered, about $12 million. All of it has come out of CIP money that has been given to us by the city of Norfolk.
Okay, so CIP funds directly from the city.
Historically, the city has given Norfolk Public Schools, and I'm speaking from learning as I go, approximately $3 million. Recently, they sold a golf course behind Old Dominion that I believe they got $30 million for, so they've allowed us to share in that endeavor. So we've also been given additional funds for the next few years for our capital improvement plan.
So there's the 12 million, which was what I was trying to understand, because you're right. Normally, we don't get as much in a lump sum from them.
Correct. We normally get 3. For the next 4 years, we'll get 9. And let me just say this, and I'm trying to be as poignant as I can be. At $2 million a roof, that money goes pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Still would like to see that itemized, please.
I'll tell you what, we'll put that together for the next facilities committee meeting, Ms. Smith, because we know how you enjoy that stuff. We'll start working on that. Mr. Johnson already has what you requested. He's going to be the star of the next committee meeting. He's going to present what you asked for. Dr. Birdsong shared that with us. We've got that ready for you.
That would be perfect. Also, I just want us to be mindful after seeing that the presentation before from Cooperative Strategies, and I know you already said the priorities include roofs and HVAC, but when it comes to Berkeley Campus Stella, and the window replacement, I think we have to look at that from a bigger picture perspective, and whether it makes sense to continue to put money in major repairs in that building, or would it be more beneficial to us to consolidate them with either St. Helena or the STEM Academy? It did my heart good to see the actual data from cooperative strategies, basically for confirming things that I kind of thought would be the way, well, options available to us, not necessarily that we have to go that way. Because I've said on several occasions, our numbers are going down, the capacity isn't there, isn't being utilized throughout the district, that we just have opportunities for what some would call economies of scale, where you just kind of bring things in to a finer operating mechanism than what we currently have. Maximizing what we have. Let me say it that way.
Understood. And as this cooperative strategies plan comes to fruition, I'm sure you members of the board will make the decisions on where you all want us to focus, and we'll certainly adapt to any charge you give us. We certainly don't want to put money into a situation that's that you all planned for us to close. That wouldn't be a wise utilization, and we understand that.
Right. No, I know that you understand it, but I'm saying, I think because we're moving forward with this study and we're beginning to get results from it, the opportunity now is presenting itself to us to take that information and begin to act upon it in terms of how we operate and the decisions that we make. And show to us ties into what is being done on the facility side of the house, as well as education planning as a whole.
Yes, ma'am. I wholly agree.
Thank you. Ms. Campson, go ahead. Do you still have a comment?
Thanks for Mr. Fraley. I didn't see it in here, but all of the changes that were made at Lake Taylor combined that you made to get ready for the K2s, are they all finished?
Yes, ma'am. You'll see that Dr. Gibson is going to present to you all, and all that information has been added to her presentation. So you'll see that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I think that's tomorrow. I may be wrong, but that.
Yeah, I think it is. I think there's a Lake Taylor school one in there. I just didn't realize that would be included. Thank you.
That's a comprehensive.
I just want to make sure those little babies have everything ready, and they have their little short potties and everything ready to go when they get there in the fall. Thank you so much.
Those little short potties are ready.
Good.
All right, Mr. Clanton, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Dr. Martin. I just wanted to piggyback on what Mr. Jordan was mentioning about the Broad Creek and about the planning and so forth there, and then taking into account for the annex that we have with our facility. But also, I cannot stress more about Richard Bowling and where we currently have CSEP. I represent the board on the CSEP board, but we have that facility that's there. And prior to my time getting on this board here, an agreement was made between city council and city manager, I guess at that time, and the school board about moving that facility into that space. And I know that the agreement really was about city council finding an adequate space to be able to move that program. But that's not the only issue that we have. I mean, also when we look at Madison, you mentioned that, that's a very old building, and being able to adequately move some of these programs into facilities. It's not that we don't want to do it. We just don't have space or adequate funding to be able to move some of these things. So as we're looking at that bigger picture, I don't want to forget about the whole Richard Bowling CSEP thing as well. And I know it's probably on your radar, but I just didn't want to leave this conversation not mentioning that.
Well, it is, and we're exploring options, and recommendations will be made to the board from cooperative strategies about the utilization and the options for buildings.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Basine? Oh, sorry, Ms. Basine.
Thank you. One question I have, so if we go back to, I guess it's slide 3 on Willard Elementary School, I was also looking at comparing to the list from last February. So we already did the electrical system repairs there?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay.
No, we did the roof, and the only electrical that would have been upgraded is if they displaced the HVAC unit from the roof, as they were in the demolition phase, and then the rebuild phase, they would have put the HVAC unit back, whether it be new or reused, and then they would have had to, rehook it up. That would have been the only thing there.
Okay, because that was listed in our CIP budget request from last year.
And yeah, there was a few other projects, but if you'll recall, the original budget was 16 million, and it was adjusted down significantly less. So Mr. Hazlett didn't move that job forward.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And was there also work done on the stage?
Yeah. We replaced the hardwood on the stage. I got a text from Julie Honeycutt with pictures of it. She's really pleased with that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was part of the CIP?
No, ma'am. When we peel off a roof, the weather's never perfect in the phases of that. And apparently, as they were over the stage, there was a rainy day, and you can imagine what happened. So when that occurs, we have to, fix whatever is damaged, and that was fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, replacing roofs is not a perfect situation when we have changing weather like we do in Norfolk.
Right.
Yeah. Mr. Fraley, when you're replacing all these roofs, do you also go in and replace the ceiling tiles that have been, damaged from leaks and so forth?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, that happens quite frequently. And when we're about to do a roof, we actually inform the custodial staff if there's a damaged tile, just remove the damage and leave it, kind of leave it empty for now, because we don't want to, waste the time and energy to keep flipping those up in there when we know we're going to have issues. And it saves cost and money. And so once we do replace a roof, Mr. Johnson team goes in there and fixes whatever ceiling tiles need to be fixed.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jordan and then Ms. Smith.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Martin. I just wanted to go back and, from a board and a larger perspective of the connectivity of all of this. So in the cooperative strategies, I guess appendices that they had in the report they just gave us, in there are these updated facility condition indices. We have before us projects that are being implemented. Right now, it's hard for me to tell. I mean, I understand the piece around need, but I'm also not necessarily clear of how the projects tied to the FCI. So for example, the FCI may show that Sherwood Forest is at 70% FCI, Ingleside is at 77%. Then there's recommendations around what we should do over the next 0 to 5 years. So I think it's important that we be able to get a good picture of how these things connect, which goes to my second point, going back to the capital improvement plan. So unless we changed our practice, historically, the board, as part of the budget process, approves a capital improvement plan, and in there it indicates what projects we are prioritizing. And it sounds to me that now with the $9 million or $12 million that's already being allocated it's hard to tell right now if we actually have an approved capital improvement plan that aligns with that. So I hope as we move forward in this retreat and talk about, what the different roles are from a governance perspective, right now I think it is very important that the board have a capital improvement plan that we have approved that allows us to marry what we budgeted with what's being implemented, but with the understanding that any point in time, based upon the circumstances, the administration can come to the board and recommend modifications of those priorities, or the board can give certain leeway that says that, go do your thing as long as it's within this framework. And right now, I think that's missing. And I think it's something the board needs to consider as we deal with this and as we deal with $50 million of CARES Act funds that I understand is scheduled to flow into our budget as well. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, the projects that you've just witnessed were turned over to me by Mr. Haslett, and I was informed that they were approved. Dr. Birdsong informed us as well, and we just moved forward with what was proposed. So none of those projects,
we have not done anything outside of the process. Just
yes, ma'am.
Clear.
Thank you.
So my comment was to the board. I wasn't trying to put you in the middle of that, Mr. Fraley.
I apologize. I just wanted you to know the process. If I interpreted it incorrectly, I apologize.
Being on the facilities committee, what Mr. Haslett promised was that in the February timeframe, he was working on this list. We went through the budgetary process, and that in June we would receive the update. We know because of the pandemic and other places that didn't occur. I just think it's important from the board's perspective that we have an approved capital improvement plan, and we have that in our hands so that as we have work sessions and updates, we can tie what we've agreed to with how things are being implemented. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Just one question. What is Belmore? I'm not familiar with that facility.
That is the facility where all of our support teams are housed. School nutrition, custodial services, our warehouse where we store everything from A to Z, as well as all our trade shops, plumbing, electrical, carpentry. All of that is housed there. So anytime the central kitchen is there and they receive all of the food for the district, sometimes it's prepared there and then shipped out, and sometimes it's shipped out in bulk to our 51 active locations. I tell you what, Ms. Smith, if you want, I'll walk you through it one day. It's impressive. It's an impressive facility.
Maybe, but not right now. Is that off of Valentine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just never knew the name of it.
Well, we call it the Belmore Complex. I don't know. Some people call it the facilities building, but.
And that's what I knew it as, the facilities building. So it's just for clarity for me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, great. All right.
Ms. Campson.
Sorry. Ms. Campson, go ahead.
Thank you. Just real quick, looking back at the data we got this morning and the discussion about what facility would go in, what school would go into Fairlawn. I'd just like to remind you, if we're thinking of pre-K there, and that's a great new, it would be a great idea because we have a facility on each side of the city, but nothing in the middle. But neither of the pre-K centers that we have now are close to capacity. And so just something to keep in mind when we have the possibility of moving Easton in there and closing down that old rickety school. So if you think about it that way.
There are
always using the data. Always using the data. What?
Yeah, there are a multitude of options for the use of Fairlawn that I believe.
Yeah, but it would be nice to be able to combine those with getting rid of one of the schools that you won't have to put on your improvement list.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Jordan, is your hand still up or is that a new hand?
That's a new hand.
All right. Go ahead.
Just wanted to know, in 2018, we received some reports from the Council of Great City Schools. One of them dealt with facilities and operations. And I just wanted to get a sense as to whether or not from a facilities and operational perspective, you all have had the opportunity to review those assessments, and whether or not actions are being taken one way or another to address some of the recommendations that came out of that report.
What was shared to me by Mr. Hazlett, my predecessor, was he was taking action, which I followed up on in relation to our transportation department.
And
thank you.
Mr. Jenkins has reviewed the operations pieces, and yes, we have been actively reviewing those. And certainly, if we intend to implement any of those recommendations, we will inform the board.
Right. I think there were 3 operations, finance, and facilities. So thank you.
I have a little different question that ties back to what we talked about with cooperative strategies earlier this morning with the advocacy piece and paying for the capital improvement facilities, maintenance, and replacements. And I know often, we don't get the big ticket. I mean, how do I say this? The larger amount of money that we actually need, and then we have to start making repairs on, where we can kind of like there's a leaky bucket, and instead of, and we know the bucket needs to be replaced, but instead we just have to patch the holes. And so, but when we patch the holes, we say, oh, well, we're going to use the bucket a little longer. And so I see my experience, as far as, as in these conversations, what I've learned is we just keep patching the bucket. And so any insight, I guess, into, or help me kind of understand, how do we get out of that that cycle, or that just, I guess it's more of a ditch, right? We can't get our way out of the ditch. From your, I'd just love to hear it from your perspective, based on you're doing the day-to-day, with the facilities maintenance and so forth. And so from your perspective, do you have anything you can offer us?
I'll be as succinct as I can be. 50% of the buildings we operate are older than I am, and I'm 60 years old. And with that comes incredible challenges, and when your CIP budget is at the range ours is, there's just not enough money to go around. So what happens is, when you can't make these big improvements that need to be made over time, you get into a situation where you are, I believe you used the term, patching things as they come, and that's where we are. Our cooperative strategies folks are telling me that we should get a minimum of $20 million a year to maintain our roofs. If I could paint this quick picture, at $2 million a roof, if our normal CIP budget has been $3 million and you're operating 51 buildings, just do the math in your head. You can never get caught up. The average roof is 30-year expectancy. So you can't even get to the next roof in 30 years with that limited stream of funding. And that's what's occurred over many, many years prior to us having this conversation. And so, we have the CIP budget, which we are going to do our very best to focus on our most critical schools and using the FCI index. And then we have the general operating budget for facilities management, which is utilized to do the quote unquote patching, and I'm using your term. And Mrs. Smith has asked us for a breakdown of that, and we're going to do that at the next facilities meeting. Okay. I hope that captures it best I can.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Christine and then Ms. Smith.
I'll let Ms. Smith go before me since she had her hand up first.
Ms. Martin, I want to comment on the question. I'm sorry, Dr. Martin. I'd like to comment on your question. this is an opportunity for my colleagues on the board as well as the administration to consider the impact of the study we just saw, educational planning. Dr. Martin, I believe that if we put forth a bold effort to improve utilization of the schools, which would then create a group or block of schools that are underutilized that could possibly be turned over to the city. And Mr. Jordan, before you go too in on me, I'm not saying that this is absolute, I'm just painting a potential scenario, but there are a lot of factors that do have to go in it. I do understand that. But you free up those buildings if they would agree to give us a return on the sale of the buildings, that would be great. But when we free these buildings up, we free up variable costs associated with operating these buildings that then can go towards other things within the district or CIP.
I'm following.
I stopped because I'm probably leaving something out of my thought process. But in a nutshell, all of those things go together. And until we start looking at them from a holistic perspective, we will continue to perform a lot of patches as well as opposed to maximizing our dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the cycle that or the treadmill, I guess, that we've been on for a while. And I'm just trying to figure out how to, or just get some insight from the different perspectives that are, they're working on this day to day on how to get off the treadmill, get on the real track. And so, I think this is a good conversation that, again, this is a great foundation to keep this at the forefront of our minds in our advocacy and our planning. Ms. Basine, go ahead.
Thanks. So I guess on a related note and kind of tying in our cooperative strategies refresh that we received earlier and some of these capital improvement projects, I do, we also were exploring later start times, and that cooperative strategies was examining, how we could do that as well. And we did agree to table the discussion, but given everything, I think that we're learning, even with the way, even through this virtual learning environment, I would like for the board to consider bringing that back on our agenda, and for us to move that piece forward as well as we consider some of this, the other ed planning initiatives and capital improvement projects. Because we were that the work was already in progress, and I would like for the board, I'm asking the board, to pick that back up with the goal of implementing later start times for our secondary students.
Okay.
And I don't know if the administration has given that any more thought from where we were last year in regards to any of this planning that is taking place. But, I'd like to hear their thoughts too on that.
I mean,
we certainly haven't forgotten about it, but when we were forced to go home in March 20th, on March the 13th, 2020, it no longer was a priority because we had other priorities we needed to focus on, but it's something we are, can certainly put back on the radar. And if we do so, I would definitely not recommend this drastic of a change for next school year, but to be considered for the following school year. There would just not be enough planning time between now and next school year to implement such a drastic change. But I do agree we can put that back on the on our to-do list to continue to explore that.
Mr. Jordan and then Mr. Clanton.
I'll yield to Mr. Clanton to come after.
No, you can go ahead.
I've spoken quite a bit, so I just want to make sure to give you the opportunity. Okay, well then I'll go. Thank you. So I'm just going to say to your point, Dr. Martin and Ms. Smith and others, I think the significance of this update was and is to bring all of us up to speed on things that have been going and things that may need to be a boost again. As I said earlier, a lot of this was driven by the board and the superintendent working together on a strategic plan that then allowed these other pieces to get in place. And so I think what we have the opportunity to do in our next work around strategic planning is do the same thing, pick up where we have, cut things we don't want to do anymore, add things that we wish to do. Because a part of the previous effort of what we've just seen today, we needed to be able to know for ourselves and know to the council and to the public what our capital improvement needs were. And that's what this does, even though we know it changes often. And then we also talked about what are our academic goals and then tie those things together. So the funding formula I mentioned earlier came out of that. I think the initiative that Ms. Smith is talking about can be revisited with that. The SWIFT funds that Mr. Fraley mentioned earlier, originally the SWIFT funds were going to be used for new construction. I think there've been some adjustments to that. We need to get on top of that. But we can do the advocacy, but the strategic plan, this data allows us to do advocacy based around having good, solid data and information and strategy. So I really think it's on the board, working with Dr. Birdsong to update what these new strategic initiatives will be. And we take care of defining the what, and then they'll take care of bringing to us recommendations on the how.
Absolutely.
And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Mr.
And see, Mr. Jordan, when I let you go ahead, I'm agreeing with you, what you just said. My only thing that I would caution, and seeing though we did a vote for reconsideration to take school start times off, earlier start times off the agenda and off the radar at that particular point, we were done with that. I believe that if we're going to, just like what Mr. Jordan said, that we're at the right time now with the strategic planning process, that at all options that are going to help, with the how we deliver education and our programming should be into consideration. I strongly discourage this piecemealing. I believe that it's a major undertaking, and if we change things ahead of time, we may lock ourselves into something that we find out based on whatever new structure or wherever we're going. So I'm just saying that I'm not against totally bringing it up to have a conversation, but that we should bring it into the larger context and agree with Mr. Jordan in respect of the strategic plan. So that's all I'm concerned.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Ms. Basine, is your hand still up? No. Okay. All right. If that concludes a presentation, Mr. Fraley, thank you very much. And we can break early for lunch. Yay. All right.
What time do we reconvene from lunch?
1 p.m.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your break. right, I see everyone is back. We had a nice lunch. We had a nice little conversation about some really amazing foods in restaurants whenever we get back to that phase. Okay, so this afternoon on our agenda, we're going to talk about our specialty program update. And then we'll adjourn at 3 o'clock. So Dr. Birdsong, would you like to introduce our presenter?
Yes, thank you. This afternoon, we are pleased to be able to present some updates related to our specialty programs. And I'd like to officially introduce Barbara Kimsey. She was the newly appointed Executive Director of Secondary Schools for Norfolk Public Schools. She's doing an outstanding job. And so I'd like to bring her to your attention for this presentation.
Welcome, Ms. Kimsey.
Thank you. Very glad to be here and very glad to work in the division where I live.
Oh, good.
Good evening, School Board Chair Dr. Martin, Vice Chair Mr. Jordan, Superintendent Dr. Sharon I. Birdsong, and school board members. I have the pleasure of updating you on the status of our Norfolk Public Schools secondary specialty programs this afternoon. Though learning is currently virtual, our programs continue to provide our students with a variety of rigorous learning experiences that will prepare them for future learning paths and careers. I'll first provide an overview of the specialty programs that we offer in Norfolk Public Schools, followed by a summary of enrollment and trends and highlights from each program. I'll then share our timeline for this year's application and selection process, along with changes we have made to meet the needs of our virtual environment. Finally, I'll share the steps we're taking to ensure equity of access and support to students, along with our next steps in our planning to ensure that students across our division have the choices in programming that meet their interests and talents. For our students embarking on their middle school journeys, we offer a variety of programs designed to encourage them to further explore their interests and talents. On this slide, you'll see the 5 middle school specialty programs we offer with their locations in parentheses. The Academy of International Studies at Rosemont, the International Baccalaureate Middle Years program at the Academy for Discovery at Lakewood, the Medical, Healthcare, and Engineering program at Blair, the Southside STEM Academy at Compostela, and our Young Scholars program at the Academy of International Studies at Rosemont. Through our program, students can explore the curriculum through inquiry-based learning in our IB Middle Years program, delve into STEM fields, including medicine and engineering, approach learning from an international perspective, or join the Young Scholars program, which is designed for our identified gifted learners who are high achieving. At the high school level, each of our 5 high schools offers a specialized academy. On this slide, you'll see the 5 high school specialty programs we offer listed with their locations in parentheses. These specialty program academies are designed to inspire our students through real-world experiences and rigorous curricula as they prepare for college and careers. Our high school programs include our Academy of the Arts at Booker T. Washington High School, STEM-based programs including the Medical and Health Specialties Academy at Maury High School, and the Leadership Center for Sciences and Engineering at Norview High School, in addition to the Norfolk Science, Technology, and Advanced Research, or NORSTAR program, which meets at our Norfolk Technical Center. In addition, our students can choose to further develop their leadership skills in our Academy of Leadership and Military Science at Lake Taylor High School, or they can further explore the curriculum through a rigorous inquiry-based global approach in our International Baccalaureate Diploma program at Granby High School. On this slide, we have included a chart showing the applications, offers, and acceptances by program in each of our middle school programs. The blue bar represents the number of applications each of our middle school specialty programs received. The yellow shows the number of students offered acceptance into each program, and the green bar shows the number of students who accepted the offers to join each program. On this slide, we're showing the middle school program applicant home elementary schools for the students who applied to begin specialty programs for the current 2020-21 school year. We received a total of 495 applications in January 2020, most of which were from students currently enrolled in NPS. Applicants from private schools amounted to 4% of applicants for our middle school programs. As you can see on this slide, enrollment has either remained steady or has shown a slight decline, with the exception of the Academy of International Studies. Later in the presentation, I will share efforts we're making to increase the awareness of our specialty programs throughout our division. The enrollment declines, we think, indicate a need to better publicize programs across the city while engaging our stakeholders in the continual evolution of our program's offerings. Please note that enrollments at the Academy of Discovery at Lakewood and at Southside STEM Academy at Compostela include their entire school enrollment, not just their grades 6 through 8. The Academy of International Studies at Rosemont is based upon a thematic approach with a focus upon world languages, world cultures, and military science, including the Navy League Cadets program. Students participate in a rigorous course of study, building a global perspective with an understanding of world cultures. The Academy partners with Norfolk sister cities to provide rich cultural experiences for students. Currently, the school partners with teachers and students from China, Japan, India, and Ghana. The school has been awarded the Elizabeth River Project River Star School Award annually since 2011 through the participation of the Academy's Junior Scientist Club in Chesapeake Bay watershed restoration projects. Academy students have finished within the top 3 places in the LEGO competition since 2017 and have placed first as the overall best middle school orchestra at Music in the Park in 2019, while also garnering the Esprit de Corps award that same year. Enrollment into the program has remained relatively steady each year, and most students who leave do so due to moving out of our city. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown of student reporting groups for the Academy of International Studies, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, the yellow representing 19-20, and the green bar representing enrollment trends for student groups for our current 2020-21 school year. At the Academy for Discovery at Lakewood, acceptance to the IB Middle Years program depends upon how many 5th graders enrolled at ADL choose to continue on into the IB Middle Years program, which begins for students in the 6th grade. The maximum program size is 150 students for grades 6 through 8. Therefore, once the school determines how many students will choose to leave the school after 5th grade, those seats are open for application and lottery selection. The vast majority of students who leave the MYP program do so due to their families moving out of our city. The IB Middle Years program at ADL is fully authorized by the International Baccalaureate Organization. This program offers students the opportunity to develop their potential to explore their own learning preferences, to take appropriate risks, and to reflect upon and develop a strong sense of personal identity. The MYP is a challenging framework that encourages students to make practical connections between their studies and the real world using problem-based learning. The rigorous approach prepares students for success in high school. On this slide, you'll once again see the breakdown of student reporting groups for the IB MYP at the Academy of Discovery at Lakewood, with blue once again representing 18-19, yellow representing the 19-20 school year, and the green bar represents our current school year. The Medical Health and Engineering program at Blair Middle is designed for middle school students with a passion for a future career in the medical and healthcare fields. The aspiring scientists engage in monthly seminars taught by leading professionals in their fields. In the Medical Health and Engineering program at Blair Middle, enrollment has demonstrated a net increase over the last 5 years, as you can see here. 126 students have left the program after enrollment over the last 5 years. Of those students, 32% or 40 students left due to moving to another state. 21% or 27 students chose to move to another Norfolk Public Schools middle school. 26% or 33 students moved to another school division in Virginia. 6% or 7 students moved out of the United States, and 15% or 19 students left the school to either attend private school or to be homeschooled. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown of student reporting groups at the Medical Health and Engineering program at Blair, with once again the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, the yellow representing the 19-20 school year, and the green bar representing enrollment trends for our current school year. In 2019-2020, the STEM Academy at Campus Stella completed its phased-in process by adding the 8th grade cohort. Over the past 2 years, the cohort size of students selected through the specialty program lottery has grown from 14 to 25. During that time, only 3 students have left the program once they have enrolled, with 1 moving out of our city and 2 moving out of the state. In the 2019-2020 school year, one of the STEM Academy scholars won first place in our district science fair, and 9 of the scholars at the Academy won second place in the state Future Problem Solvers competition, sponsored by the Future Problem Solving Program International. FPSPI is a dynamic international program involving thousands of students annually from around the world. Developed in 1974 by creativity pioneer Dr. E. Paul Torrance, FPS provides competitive and non-competitive components for today's curriculum via a 6-step model which teaches critical and creative thinking, problem solving, and decision making. The scholars at the STEM Academy also participate in Project Lead the Way, a nationally recognized problem-based learning curriculum that serves as a bridge to our Project Lead the Way and CTE pathways in our high schools. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown of student reporting groups enrolled at Southside STEM at Campus Stella, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, the yellow represents the 19-20 school year, and once again, the green bar represents enrollment trends for student groups in our current school year. Each year, the Young Scholars Program at the Academy of International Studies accepts into the program approximately 40 students who are identified as gifted. Though a small number of students have been placed in a probationary phase due to low grades while in the program, no students have left due to not meeting program requirements. All attrition from the program has been due to families moving out of our city. Young Scholars is designed for highly motivated learners who are identified as gifted, either in general intellectual aptitude or in a specific academic aptitude, either math or English, or both. The teachers in this program are trained in gifted pedagogy, and they provide research-based instruction supported to the development of critical thinking skills and to building positive habits of the mind. The program provides instruction using the tenets of the autonomous learning model. Once again, on this slide, you will see the breakdown of student reporting groups at Young Scholars, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, yellow represents the 19-20 school year, and the green bar represents enrollment trends for student groups for our current 2020-21 school year. On this slide, we've included a chart showing the applications, offers, and acceptances by high school program. The blue bar represents the number of applications each of our high school specialty programs received. The yellow shows the number of students offered acceptance into each program, and the green bar shows the number of students who accepted the offers to join each program. Here, you can see where the high school program applicants were enrolled when they applied in January 2020 during their 8th grade year. You'll note the high percentage of applications that originated from students enrolled in our Norfolk Public Schools middle school specialty programs. We received a total of 377 applications in January 2020, and applicants from private middle schools accounted for 12% of high school program applications last winter. Just as with the middle school programs, most of the high school program enrollment trends are similar over the past 3 years, demonstrating decreased enrollment, except for in the IB program. The Academy for the Arts at Booker T. Washington High School has been focused upon growing their program. The Academy for the Arts offers the following disciplines: art, music, dance, and theater. The Academy hosted several district music events in their fully equipped auditorium, including District Chorus, which hosted over 1,200 students. In addition, prior to the pandemic, the Academy hosted the district's Fine Arts Festival. Once students enroll in the Academy, the majority of students remain in the program to completion. In the 2018-19 school year, 6 students, or 7%, left to moving out of our city. During the 19-20 school year, 3 students, or 4%, also left the program due to their families moving out of our city. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown of student reporting groups enrolled at the Academy of the Arts, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, yellow represents the 19-20 school year, and the green bar represents enrollment trends for student groups for our current 2020-21 school year. The Academy of Leadership and Military Science at Lake Taylor High School offers students a highly structured environment that maintains high academic and program standards. Recently, the program received an outstanding rating at the Area Manager's Program Inspection, and the unit has been recognized for 12 consecutive years as a distinguished unit. Each year, between 2% and 5% of entering freshmen leave the program due to not maintaining the standards of the Academy. The Academy of Leadership and Military Science is a collaborative venture among NPS and a number of community, private sector, government, higher education, and military agencies. The small learning community of the Academy includes cluster scheduling of all core subjects, foreign language courses, naval science and leadership classes, as well as year-round internship opportunities with community partners. On this slide, you will see the breakdown of student reporting groups enrolled at the Leadership and Military Science Academy at Lake Taylor High School, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, yellow once again represents 19-20, and again, the green represents our current school year. The Leadership Center for Sciences and Engineering at Norview High School accepts 52 freshmen every school year. Of those students, between 21 and 28 have completed the program for each of the last 5 years, so between 40% and 54%. Most of the attrition occurs between the sophomore and junior years as students choose to pursue other interests and experiences in high school. The center continues to look for and implement ways to support students in its rigorous coursework, such as adding options for supportive math courses like Algebra 3. Students who complete the program have earned distinctions such as becoming Gates Millennium Scholars. We had scholars from 2017, 2018, and 2019 from this program. And their graduates go on to attend schools like MIT, UVA, and Stanford, among many other prestigious colleges and universities. On this slide, you will see the breakdown of student reporting groups at the Leadership Center for Sciences and Engineering, with the blue bar representing 18-19, yellow again represents 19-20, and the green bar represents enrollment during our current school year. The International Baccalaureate Diploma Program at Granby High School has been authorized by the International Baccalaureate Organization since 1998. According to the IBO, the diploma program is a 2-year academically challenging, and balanced program intended for juniors and seniors who desire in-depth scholastic preparation for college or university. Though the actual diploma program is for 11th and 12th grade students, students enter into the program at Granby High in their 9th grade year to participate in the IB preparation program. The program accepts between 70 and 80 students each year, as some students do exit due to moving out of the city, withdrawing to attend governor's school, or withdrawing due to academic challenges. Those who withdraw for academic reasons range from 1 to 8 students per year. The majority of attrition from this program results from families moving out of the city. Some students who encounter academic challenges choose instead to pursue an IB certificate, and in lieu of exiting the program entirely. In addition, the IB program requires that students demonstrate mastery on highly rigorous exams, some of which qualify for college credit, depending upon the course and the university, just as AP exams do. On this slide, you'll see the percentage of IB diploma candidates who earned their IB diploma for each school year. In order to earn their IB diploma, students must complete all coursework and earn qualifying scores on all required IB examinations, in addition to completing their extended essay, which is an in-depth research project, and completing the required community service hours. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown again of student reporting groups enrolled in the IB program at Granby High, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, yellow represents 19-20, and once again, the green bar represents enrollment trends for our current school year. Norfolk Science, Technology, and Advanced Research, or NORSTAR, is a STEM-infused program that develops student leadership in STEM innovation and problem solving by providing laboratory and real-world experiences. In this specialized offering, students remain at their home zone school, traveling to the NORSTAR program held at the Norfolk Technical Center on designated dates and times. NORSTAR students research and investigate STEM-related topics of their choosing, including the creation of innovative products, mastery of basic engineering skills using computer-aided design, manufacturing protocols in contemporary industrial settings, and coding. NORSTAR students also participate in STEM-based competitions, such as the Tidewater Science and Engineering Fair held at ODU and the National Robotics Challenge. Students also benefit from mentoring with experts from the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, BAE Systems, Norfolk Ship Repair, and Norfolk State University. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown of student reporting groups at NORSTAR, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year. Next slide, please. Or previous slide, Ms. Tanner. Sorry, we're off a little bit. Previous slide. There we go. On this slide, there we go. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown of student reporting groups at NORSTAR, with the blue bar representing the 18-19 school year, yellow represents the 19-20 school year, and the green bar represents our current school year. The Medical and Health Specialties program at Maury High School offers opportunities to highly motivated high school students seriously considering a career in medicine and healthcare. Classes are offered on the campuses of Maury High School and Eastern Virginia Medical School, in addition to other community sites, depending upon the focus of the instructional activity. Students leave this intensive program for various reasons, including moving out of the city, choosing to exit because the program no longer fits their desired career pathway, or because of academic challenges. The percentage of students who do not complete the program ranges from 18% to 24%. Students who complete this program go on to be highly successful in college and university. By the time they complete the program, students provide over 10,000 hours of community service, and the 2020 graduating seniors from the program earned a total of $9.2 million in scholarships. 40 out of 45 of those graduates plan to enter careers in medical health related fields. On this slide, you'll see the breakdown of student reporting groups enrolled in the MHSP at Morey, with the blue bar representing 18-19, yellow again represents 19-20, and again, green represents our enrollment in our current school year. As demonstrated in our data, students who enroll in our middle school specialty programs are more inclined to apply to our high school specialty programs. Therefore, we are focusing upon not only increasing the awareness of our high school programs, but also ensuring that all families and students realize the opportunities available to explore options to attend our middle school specialty programs. In these programs, students can explore their interests and talents as they make decisions about the career pathways they may potentially pursue during high school and beyond. As part of our communication process, we have revised the middle and high school specialty program brochures this year. In addition, we sent a letter with information about programs, including the brochure, in that mailing as well. The letter was sent to all Norfolk Public Schools families and students in the 5th grade, that was the middle school letter and brochure, and in the 8th grade, that was the high school letter and brochure, and the letter was in both English and Spanish. The mailing also included information about our virtual specialty program showcases, which were aired on Channel 47 on November 5th. Due to the pandemic, we decided to create a virtual showcase this year. With the invaluable help of the Norfolk Public Schools Office of Communications and Community Engagement, each school recorded informational segments about their programs. The middle and high school showcases were also made immediately available and remain available for viewing at any time through links on our specialty programs webpage. In addition to through the NPS YouTube channel, it is also available. Though we had hoped to be able to provide in-person open houses at each of our schools housing specialty programs this January, we instead moved to online Zoom format for each open house, providing families with the opportunity to ask questions and hear more detailed information from program teachers and principals. As the data indicates that middle school specialty programs often serve as a gateway to our high school programs, we also continued this fall in efforts to increase the consistency of accessibility to programs for all students by revising first our middle school application. Establishing a common application was first recommended and completed by the Specialty Programs Committee in 2018. We continued that process by further revising the application this year, eliminating previously required more subjective components like letters of recommendation, in addition to ensuring that we apply the selection criteria consistently across all programs in order to minimize bias in the selection process. One of the revisions this year also included standardizing the writing component of the middle school application, implementing a standardized, nationally recognized rubric from Read, Write, Think, an organization that partners with the National Council of Teachers of English and the International Literacy Association. For the first time this spring, middle school applicants are submitting their typed essays to a centralized NPS email address we have created to receive them. This new process was also recommended by the 2018 Specialty Programs Committee. We will redact identifying information from the essays, and then the essays will be scored by the expert members of our Norfolk Public Schools Office of English Language Arts. Additional revisions to the middle school application have included standardizing the discipline and attendance requirements while allowing applicants and their families to request consideration of extenuating circumstances that may have led to a single suspension or perhaps a serious illness or a family's being displaced. Such extenuating circumstances in the past may have prevented a student's consideration for acceptance into a program. Moving forward, we will continue to seek input from stakeholders on further revisions to middle and high school processes to ensure increased awareness and equity of access to all of our programs and support to students in our programs as we are restarting the Specialty Programs Committee this month. Actually, we met for the first time yesterday. In addition to the written applications, some middle and high school programs require additional interviews, auditions, and/or testing. Those programs and their additional requirements include the Young Scholars Program, which requires an interview and presentation, the Academy of the Arts, which incorporates an audition, essay, and portfolio review, the Academy of Leadership and Military Science, which requires an interview and essay, and an assessment component for the IB, LCSE, and MHSP programs. As previously noted, we have made revisions to our specialty programs' traditional events, like our showcase and our open houses, to ensure we're continuing to communicate and engage our students and families in the virtual environment. This slide includes our timeline for the application process for the 21-22 school year. In response to feedback from the middle school level, we recently extended our application deadline to January 29th for our middle school programs to give students more time to complete and submit their applications. In addition, we have moved some components such as interviews and presentations online whenever possible using Zoom. Currently, we do plan to conduct the assessment component at Norview High School for the IB, LCSE, and MHSP programs on an asynchronous Wednesday in March, following all COVID-19 mitigation procedures, as we are currently doing for PSAT and SOL testing. Though we've taken steps this year to improve equity of access to our specialty programs based upon recommendations from the committee in 2018, we have committed to continuing to move those efforts forward in the coming school years, ensuring that all students in Norfolk Public Schools benefit from access to rigorous, engaging specialty programs that at the middle school level allow them to explore their interests and talents, and at the high school level, help them further explore their passions while continuing to build their skills. We will further explore how best to meet our students' future needs in pursuing their potential career pathways in our middle and high school programs. In addition, we'll continue to focus upon infusing the profile of the Virginia Graduates 5 C's into our programs so that students complete them prepared for college and careers. In order to accomplish more equitable access to rigorous programs, in addition to revising our programs to meet the needs of our students, as I shared before, we are restarting the Specialty Programs Committee that will involve representative stakeholders from the specialty programs, including students and families, curriculum and instruction, and division leadership. We will meet monthly beginning in February, and we'll use the findings of the previous committee and program evaluation conducted by Hanover Research as our launching point. Furthermore, in order to better evaluate our progress in achieving equity of access, in addition to equity in supporting students in completing rigorous programs of study, we will establish a centralized data collection system that will include data to serve as the basis of our next steps in our processes in reaching our goals. We are firmly committed to ensuring that every student in NPS receives the opportunities to explore and engage in the curriculum, meeting their needs while challenging them to reach their fullest potential, prepared to become empowered and passionate advocates for innovation our community needs. This concludes our presentation, and I thank you for the opportunity to share the updates on our Norfolk Public Schools specialty programs. At this time, I yield the floor back to Dr. Birdsong.
Okay, so I know you have many questions, comments about our specialty programs, and so we're ready to engage in that discussion with you.
I do want to comment that so many times I hear from families that they don't know about all the programs, particularly the middle years programs that are available. And I'm just going to refer them to your presentation. It was a really great commercial for all of our programs. So I really appreciate it. But you know, it's just, I don't know. I can't brag enough about it. I can't communicate enough about all of the wonderful offerings that NPS has for our students. Okay, so questions. I see Mr. Clanton, then Ms. Basine, and then Ms. Smith and Ms. Campson. We'll go in that order.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Martin. And welcome, Dr. Kinsey. Heard a lot about you, finally get a chance to see you. And thank you for the presentation. I guess I frame my question in this respect, seeing the data, seeing the enrollment, and this kind of goes back to something I spoke about earlier. Who are we really serving with our specialty programs? That is the true question I walk away with today. Is it for specific gifted students? I myself, having come through Norfolk Public Schools, was identified gifted and all those things. I went to the Governor's School for the Arts, but I'm looking at this here, and it just goes back to the same feeling that I have, that we have so many other students who aren't identified or assigned to a specialty program, who are just what I consider general population. And as we go back to these 5 C's that you have here, the Virginia Department of Education has put in place, it just goes back to what are we doing to really capture all students, to really infuse that excitement in their learning process, but also in what they can see outside. Now, I understand that and I know you mentioned something about reigniting the committee and so forth there, but I've also posed the idea to my colleagues earlier about also looking at other program structures and a true academy. I mean, we have academies within our high schools, but I'm challenging to look at our high schools be housing multiple academies, where kids can all get into something that keeps them going. So I just kind of pose that out there. You're more than welcome to comment on it there, but I just look at these numbers and I see the disparities between programs, and it continues on. The number of, particularly I look between African-American and white students who start at certain areas, and then again, the enrollment numbers in other programs as they continue on, and it continues. Southside STEM Academy has not, has been one of those areas when you look at the large number of African-American students, because the whole idea of this concept was if we build it, we put a program there, individuals from around the city will come, and that's not happening. So the challenge really goes back into, and I understand you're mentioning that here today, but I just have to reemphasize that, how do we intentionally, from our level here as policymakers and as the division carrying out each and every day, really put forth effort and strategies in place to ensure that every student, all students have that opportunity to really live out they're given that opportunity to live out their dreams. So I'll shut up and let you respond back. I know it's a mouthful, I'm sorry, but that was just festering in me.
And Mr. Clanton, we don't disagree with you at all, because we've looked at the data ourselves, and we too are very concerned about who has been able to successfully access these programs. And that was one of the, the primary reason we started looking at revising our application processes and things of that nature. So this will not be answered overnight. It is a work in progress, and I do think it should be a priority for the board's work, for the administration's work, because we too are extremely concerned about that. And I know the research supports, Dr. Kimsey mentioned something about teacher recommendations and things of that nature. The research does support that is a subjective piece. And, oftentimes that piece right there will keep certain students from accessing these programs. So that was one of the reasons we removed that piece. And so we're going to continue to do our homework, research it locally to find out the impacts in Norfolk and make those changes. So we don't disagree with you at all. And Dr. Kimsey, please feel free to add to that.
You said it very well, Dr. Birdsong. We don't disagree at all, and we are committed to making those changes.
Great. Ms. Basine, you're next.
Thank you. I'll piggyback on what Mr. Clanton just said, and I think he posed the discussion well in asking, who are we serving? Because I find the information, I have always had concerns about it, which is why had been asking for a specialty program update. It's why the board, really put focus and attention on it for the past several years, because it was already concerning and has grown to be more troubling in my eyes, as we appear to be further segregating within our schools and our community. So that's something that I think we need to prioritize in our strategic planning as we go forward, and tying it to the discussion we had earlier about educational planning. The information to me, just from my reaction is so troubling. I almost say, should we even have them if we're going to disproportionately advantage some students while contributing to the disadvantages of others. So with that, I will, if we could go back to the middle school slides. One question I think would be useful to have in the future is to also look at the racial breakdown of the application. So we have the racial breakdown of those who are currently in the program, but I think it's important to look at the applications itself. And I think that would inform the outreach process. As you mentioned, I'm glad to see the various avenues that the administration took to reach our students, especially during this period of time where everything is virtual. I know that's extremely difficult. But in that is this built-in inequity as well, between having, parents and students being available to access the virtual open house. I know you used mailings and other things, but could you speak to a little more about the interpersonal relationships or the interpersonal outreach, direct outreach that might have been done between, the schoolhouse and the student? Could you speak a little more to that?
Absolutely. So, go ahead.
Dr. Kimsey, I'll follow you.
Okay, so absolutely. Each school and each school principal and their program coordinator did their own outreach efforts as well. Elementary schools also send out information blasts to their families, and the virtual open houses were held in the evenings so that families could join. They had open question and answer sessions. They could hear from the actual teachers in the program, hear from the actual principal that oversees the program, and get their information that way. In addition, all the showcases, you can go online now and they are all linked right now. You can watch them as many times as you want. And we decided that even though we're virtual, we needed to keep those online. And given that kids have devices, they can access those when needed, when they have questions. So we have really worked on the personal piece. I attended several of the open houses myself, and they were highly personable, with families asking lots of questions, and the schools were very available to answer them all, and waited until all the questions were answered before they ended the session. Dr. Gibson?
Thank you, Dr. Kimsey. Ms. Basine, I'm going to share some past experiences with you so that you all can see the depth that the specialty school programs go to encourage people to apply and to be accepted. The principals actually, in addition to doing the district showcases in the past, would schedule times to go to the PTA meetings in each elementary school, and especially in the community schools where the children were underrepresented. in an effort to recruit students and to work with them to help them to apply and be accepted. That piece, I'm sure, is going to be something that the committee looks at to ensure that we are taking the time to make those personal appearances in front of the students to let them know that they are welcomed, and we do want them to apply and to become a part of those programs. Also, in the first committee meeting that was held yesterday, there was some mention about the models that are in Hampton, where throughout their division, they have various interest programs where their children are able to access programs based on their future career and college interests. So I'm sure the committee is going to be looking at that. But as we've taken that big first step of taking those recommendations out of the application process, as well as giving some flexibility for human issues or some discipline that may have occurred in the past, to give people a chance and to show the restorative pieces that we're working on in Norfolk, we're going to continue to look for ways to be inclusive. We want all of our programs to represent our student population. And we want every child in Norfolk to know and to believe and to feel welcomed in applying, because we know that's the first step. So we are going to be working hard to address those issues. And we totally agree with you. You are speaking a sound truth that we are all facing, and we're going to address it together.
Okay, thank you. And so to that, I want to follow up on that. So there's a couple of important points, in connecting it to other updates we've recently received. One I'm going to work backwards with, and I think Mr. Clanton raised this, looking at Southside STEM Academy. Just the providing the background, that had originally been, unlike some of our other programs, that is largely a neighborhood school, which was one of the reasons a few of us, had been asking for, for receiving an update on the implementation of Southside STEM Academy, as we had been advocating for increasing the number of choice seats. So we've had limited choice seats at that school all along. So in a way, it's a bit different, although I hope we will come back and revisit it and increase the number of choice seats at that school. But, I just, with the current snapshot, I just want us to keep that in mind. The other thing, young scholars, there's a huge, what appears to be a huge racial disparity in who's accessing that program. And I think as we look at our gifted program, because that is our only gifted program, middle school program, it is important that we look at the inequity in gifted identification early on so that we can connect that to that program in particular, because that was a concern. As for, and then same with our programs, I think the IB diploma program at the high school level is the only one that is connected from the middle years now. So making sure that we're providing access and equitable opportunities, from elementary on up is going to impact that program. But what was striking with the IB program is that if private schools were a fourth school, when you look at the originating school, private schools make up a large portion of that. And that is something that I believe that this board needs to address, that our private school students are accessing programs that our public school students have not had the are not accessing at the same level. And so we need to either expand those seats, or we need to really consider putting a cap on that, or putting some other requirements around that, some parameters around that, because I think it's extremely unfair that such a large percentage of private school students are accessing that program.
Ms. Basine, let me jump in for just a moment. I want to clarify something so that there's no confusion. The middle years program in ADL does not guarantee you a seat in the IB program at the high school level. They're not connected in that sense. They do prepare children for highly rigorous activities in the future, and they're free to apply to the IB program, but there's not any advantage in terms of being accepted into the IB program at Granby. Also, Ms. Basine, the children who are applying from private school, their parents pay taxes in Norfolk. So we have to give them the opportunity. We have to look at their applications. We also have to welcome them. We know that the disparities in our system are quite glaring. And we have to be intentional in everything that we're doing. So so noted in terms of doing things to include all students while not eliminating or arbitrarily doing anything to hurt anyone else's child. So your points are well taken, and we're going to carry them into the committee as we think and move ahead, because we do want to be very intentional. The first thing we have to do in eliminating the barriers that are currently in place regarding race and inequities is to be intentional in making sure that we are opening real avenues that people can access. So just based on the first part of what you've shared, we are acknowledging and digesting, and we will be making sure to include those thoughts.
Right. And to be clear, I'm not saying that we do not allow them in reference to your comment about or interpretation of my comment around the private school students. I think it'd be great if we can expand the program to be more inclusive. But I would like to see our students that have been in our schools be weighted differently. And that's something I've raised before. I mean, and I stand by that. But to your point about the middle years program, yes, I understand. And I don't believe I said that they automatically get into the program, but it is an opportunity to complete that middle years in 9th and 10th grade at the high school level. So
that's not correct either, Ms. Basine. There is not a continuation of the middle years program at Granby High School in 9th and 10th grade. There was some discussion at one time about that, but that never materialized. As the children go into the 9th and 10th grade, they go into courses that prepare them for the 11th and 12th grade IB courses. And those courses are comparable to the honors courses that Norfolk Public Schools offers.
Okay.
And I was not trying to dispute anything. I just don't want the public to walk away with any misconceptions and create unnecessary problems for us.
Okay.
I guess building on what Ms. Basine is saying, the way I would frame is that if we can, if all of our programs were as attractive to non-public school families as the IB program at Granby High School is, I think that's our goal. Our goal would be to make all of our programs attractive to, to families who may not be considering NPS, that will draw them into our district. I think that is the better way of positioning our programs.
Right, from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And then next on the list, I have Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Kimsey. Just want to say I'm totally in support of what Mr. Clanton has said, as well as Ms. Basine. I also would like us to take a look at, when we talk about intentional and being inclusive, the preparation for students to be able to be included is imperative. We have schools in this district, in terms of outreach, they don't have a PTA. We have schools in the district where the students are struggling academically. And even with the changes that are being made, I don't see how they will be good candidates for these programs without the foundational competencies, if you will, that are needed to do that. So I would like to see something that addresses that in terms of the preparation for more of our students to simply be eligible, so that when the outreach comes around, they're already capable of meeting the criteria to participate in these programs.
Yes, Ms. Smith. And as we work on the committee for the specialty programs, we will be keeping that in mind. I also would like to add that as we receive students from across the division, from various elementary schools, some students do come with some curriculum, some past learning from the curriculum that other students have not had because we've been so focused just on getting them through the SOLs. But what I have found is that the accelerated programs are able to take the children where they are. They're able to go back and teach and bring the children to where they need to be. Our children, many times, just as you said, they're missing the opportunities that we need to provide them. So we are going to be looking to make sure that we also give them the opportunity to practice and to learn so that they can qualify and be eligible and then be successful.
Thank you. Also with STEM Academy, Dr. Birdsong, it'll be great for the board to receive an update regarding where they are. We put the two, specialists over there to help with the program curriculum. My brain gets a little foggy, but I was at a neighborhood meeting earlier this week, and they were talking about some of the things taking place at STEM Academy. And I said, well, hey, it would be good for the board to be aware of the things that are being implemented over there.
We agree, and that's one of the reasons we had Mrs. Willie Clark come and present not long ago to the board, but I see what you mean in terms of a more comprehensive report out on their programming, and I'm sure Dr. Martin will add that to the list.
And progress. So that
I think that's a part of the reporting out, how the children are doing academically.
And then with Lake Taylor School, didn't we have a discussion a while ago in terms of some type of program at that school as well? So where are we?
We're going to present that to you tomorrow, Ms. Smith. That's tomorrow morning. We have a presentation ready to share with you, and we're excited about the work that's going on at Lake Taylor School, and we're hoping that you say yes to everything, so get ready.
Okay.
Prepping us.
Tomorrow shall tell. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Smith. Ms. Campson, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, what a great overview of the specialty programs that we have. I learned a lot. It was very, very interesting. I'd like to address the Young Scholars Program. When exactly was that completely moved from Ruffner?
It's been a few years.
About 5 years.
Yeah. Oh, about the time I've been gone. Okay.
About 5 years.
The 17, 18.
Because when we talk about trying to do some integration and the specialty programs that we tried in the past to put them in certain places that would draw students from the whole city in, and Young Scholars is one of those programs that it was almost, and I'm going to address that part in a minute, impossible to get your kids in. And then we took it out of Ruffner, where it was deliberately put for a reason, which was to pull in a city-wide group of children, and we moved it to the international school. Just something to think about, because we talk about where you can locate specialty programs that are highly successful, as Young Scholars is, and bring them in because of a choice that they make that they want to be there because the program is so strong. So I know when we opened the one at the international school, is that the one that's at Rosemont? It was because we were trying to get more kids in, and we were thrilled, but I'm disappointed to see that there's still not a program at Ruffner. And that would kind of tag into what my concern has always been about Young Scholars. Look how few slots there are.
I was the principal at Ruffner when the program was split. We had the entire program there, and then it was split.
Yes, I know you did.
Middle, and then which more than half did, and then there was a decision made to take it out of Norview Middle and Ruffner and move the entire program to Azalea. Excuse me,
Which is very
AOIS. AOIS is what I meant to say. And so it was my second year there when we were split, which would have been 14. And then I believe they terminated it at Ruffner the year after I left, which would have been 16.
Yeah, that was the year after I left the district, when I retired. That's disappointing because that school constantly would pull them in. I mean, look how they fill up the slots. And anyway, so that brings me to my next thing about young scholars. It's too exclusive. It's too exclusive. At Ocean View, we work with our 6-year-olds for the first quarter to expose them to the kinds of things that high poverty kids sometimes are not exposed to in their early years. So that when they did the screening for the gifted program, they were used to the way things like that are shown. Our gifted teacher would go into each first grade once a week all through the fall so that all the kids could engage in little charming activities that were geared to pull out their giftedness, because so many of our children are coming from such challenging backgrounds that their giftedness is completely, you don't see it even though it's there inside them. And you need to be able to give them the knowledge and the skills to demonstrate it when you're 6 years old. And so we did that to make sure so that our gifted program, and we were at that time an evenly split school between African American and white children. And as they went through, we had a pretty even balance without a big gap at all. So that's the first thing. And then we worked so hard to get them there. And we would have gifted children who were scoring, who were every single reporting period were on the principal's honor roll, which is straight A's. We would have children who were always advanced on the SOL and most of them hitting 600s, which is the highest score. And we would send at least a half a dozen whose parents wanted them to go, who were comfortable with them driving all the way across town to be there. And we couldn't get them in because there weren't enough slots. And look at this, 41 here for young scholars. We have over 30 elementary schools. So how many is that per school? It was a celebration if you could get one child in. And that left a lot of schools that didn't get any children in. So it looks like it's still, and now I'm disappointed in two ways. I'm disappointed that it was pulled out of Ruffner completely. I like the idea of having 2 locations, but they needed to keep it there. It was put there for a reason a long time ago. And I'm disappointed how small the enrollment is. Why do we only offer this to such a small little fraction of our gifted students? So just something as you do your discussions that's really bothered me a lot about the whole thing. But particularly when you're doing your discussion, that if you start interacting with the children early, you can help to erase to some extent the disadvantages they had before they were 6 years old, that then block out what they can do showing up on that screener. That's the whole beginning of this for that particular population of children. So that's my big thing. And I would like to also note in the Booker T information that we saw, and I saw how low those numbers were at Booker T, it just brings me back to what I thought about before, the arts program, not the music program, it was music and all the other arts, that everyone heard about all the time. And we would go to see them. We're always going to see presentations and performances that they did. It drew people in from all parts of town. And what they did was they cut the funding, and they put a principal in there, to be perfectly frank, that wasn't wild about the program. And you have to do both things. You've got to fully support these specialty programs. You need to increase the number of children who can get into them. And then you need to put people in the schools. I know when Dr. Gibson moved into Granby, she embraced the IB program. I mean, I enjoyed the last couple of years, being able to go and see how many of those IB children, I think you said to me one time, this is the most we've ever had get the diplomas. And see, so someone thought about who they were putting there that was in relationship to the specialty program that was there. It doesn't mean that other people aren't great principals in other ways, but you have to be dedicated. As I said earlier, that's what happened to the Pathway from Ocean View. We stayed with it, but the people left. The people changed who were there, who were guiding the program. We knew when we sent them to Northside that Judy Gullidge was there to run that maritime program. She was great. When she was gone and principal changes that happened, it just kind of faded away. And that's what happened to the pathways all across the board and other things. Ours happened to be maritime, but there were other pathways all over the city. So we need to broaden our thinking again. First of all, how do we prepare kids to be ready? How many kids do we let in? And where do we place these programs? I really like to see y'all look at Ruffner. I'm sitting there looking at Ruffner's enrollment this morning and I'm thinking, look how much room is in this building. What happened? Look how many young scholars we could have had there from all over the city. And then we would be doing the equity we're looking at. We would look at the integration. So anyway, I get a little passionate sometimes about that. And that's always that low amount of students getting in still rankles with me, as you can tell. But thank you, great presentation. And I love the way I'm seeing the new direction and the new emphasis here.
And I did want to add, just to remind the board that we're coming up on the 5-year gifted plan. And I know Carla Stead, who is doing an outstanding job, she's definitely looking at the issue related to the identification process. I know that for a fact. And so they are going full speed ahead with that. And we too are concerned about the limited number of slots available. And so, you know, I can't answer the question about why the program was moved from Ruffner to Norview, or I just can't address that. But moving forward, again, I know this is an area of concern, and I think our strategic planning process, as we're talking about all these different things, we'll be able to have a good picture of, you know, where it is that, you know, what things are we going to prioritize, you know, what are the outcomes for students we need to look at, and how we're going to get there. So,
okay, thank you.
My rhetorical question for thought is, why don't we have a Young Scholars program in every elementary school? Something similar.
And that would go back to
a staffing problem
process. That's right. We would have to have children identified, which is why we need to look at the process.
And also, every elementary school has a regular gifted program that involves all the gifted children, which they don't have at the secondary level. So the secondary level is a different look for it, and that's another, and which is the very reason, once again, that we need to open those slots in middle school and in high school, or middle school for young scholars, so that more of the kids have something they go into, because they're used to having regular meetings and classes and projects and everything with gifted children, that you don't go into something just because you're gifted, except for young scholars at the middle school level, as far as I know.
All right, thank you, Ms. Campson. Next we have Mr. Jordan and then Ms. Basine.
I think Ms. Basine is going to address the young scholars at Ruffner, so I'll follow.
Okay.
That's what
Ms.
she's going
Basine,
to address.
is that what you're going to talk about?
Yes. So, and I think a couple of you were in the administration. So as Mr. Fairley said, you know, Young Scholars was at Ruffner and was successful. Just as Ms. Campson said, you know, hard to get into, waiting list, you know, and then it was split to Norview Middle School. And I think what we really found or observed is that, you know, there are biases that existed at the elementary level that was really directing you know, students to Norview Middle School versus Ruffner. And having had personal experience at Ruffner, I know that it the enrollment in that program plummeted at Ruffner when it split. My son's class, I mean, there was a handful of kids, and it got smaller the year after that, and it really forced us to re-examine that program. And because of the perception of Ruffner, which I think we have to be cognizant of that, the perception I think drove was part of the rationale for moving it to Rosemont. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of things to unpack in that. It's, the biases of, the recommenders, which is not only the teacher recommendations, which I'm glad to see, I completely understand that the subjectivity in that, but there's also subjectivity in the counselors that are also doing outreach with our students. And I think that's something that we also have to address. I thought, it was a great experience to have young scholars at Ruffner. And I was sad to see it moved from there. I know a lot of people are. And the one thing I would encourage is that we have amazing young scholars teachers who know how to, they understand this population so well that, if there is any consideration to strengthen that program, that their voice be, be prominent in any future plans. But I agree with Ms. Campson. I think Ruffner, I see so much potential with programming, and I hope that is, something that we pay closer attention to. So. I don't know if Mr. Jordan had anything that I might have missed out in trying to around the Ruffner conversation, but I'll end there.
Okay. Yeah, I just, of course, I have a lot of thoughts, and I support much of what's been said. I guess first thing I just like to speak to is the power and the role of the board. So. To my colleagues, so the board made a commitment to start having or rehaving courageous conversations around equity and race and gender and social economics and access. And so the specialty program task force and the things that you're hearing about is a result of the board establishing goals and expectation, and then the administration coming with suggested recommendations to the board for how to address it. And then the board approve those, and then the board has an opportunity then to support those things through our budget decisions. And I know, as Ms. Campson well knows, as you look in the school board's accountability plan, you see in there where some of these reports and data and information that we ask to be able to see, hopefully one day in a very active dashboard, allows us as a board to examine our progress in these areas and to set policies and approve efforts to accomplish the things that we've talked about. So there was a briefing. I don't know if there's been an updated one, but Mr. Footy in that department, Dr. Bailey in that area, they had put together a briefing that went with the previous update that we received on this. So there's a 2018 briefing out there, I think it is. And in that briefing, it breaks down what Ms. Basine was asking for by so-called race, gender, economics. I say so-called because, race is a social construct. So we have the power as a board to set expectations and goals, and then have the administration go about implementing them. I think what tends to occur is as a board, we're not always consistent in transferring our goals and initiatives as we have change at the board. And then things definitely get lost as there's change in the, administration. People come and go, they leave, they have new opportunities. And from my perspective, often what happens then is that changes get made at the operational level that don't necessarily align with what the board is committed to, or the board loses sight of staying committed to its work, and then things get lost. So Southside STEM is still is a sore point for me. We talked about that being a combination of neighborhood and choice, but when it got implemented, it became 100% neighborhood school. And so every time there's one tries to have a conversation, whether it's Southside STEM or any other school, about these tough conversations around access and diversity and race and inclusion, the typical historical, systematic, institutional practices that I hope we will uproot always tends to default back to not true equity, but the way we just do things. We will talk about what are the private schools going to do. Are we going to have white flights? Everything has always been historically around white flight, which is not the same thing as equity. And even as we talk about putting some programs in all schools, being equal is not necessarily being equitable. So I appreciate the update. I do think the board needs to reevaluate and reassess where we are. So as these task forces and committees are being formed, that there's still a reporting back to the board and can align with the board goals as we continue this conversation. There also was an issue when we looked at this, and I'm not sure where it stands, but Mr. Clanton, I think, caught very well, which I'm glad, the disparity inequities across the board. When we looked at the programs at the high school level, we also saw that at 2 schools, the grade point average and the expectations were lower than the other schools, which just fit within that historical inequity model. As we talked earlier about the potential of the CTE school at Booker T, prior to that, we had conversations about maintaining the arts and academics program at Booker T, but perhaps integrating it or migrating it into a STEAM academy, so that the value and the support that you had at Booker T in the arts could also involve the STEAM, or the STEAM H as the governor likes to talk about, and then align that with the work at Norfolk State, TCC, and others. So I think from a vision process, the board can set a vision that's representative of what we've talked about, and then also set expectations and measures that at our work sessions, wouldn't it be great if we were spending 80% of our work session dealing with these issues of academic performance and opportunity, and that's what was driving the division for the next several years. 2 more comments. One, I definitely am concerned about the so-called specialty programs as we have them not being representative of the school division population as a whole. Again, I think that is something that the board can establish. The state is doing a lot of work in that area. There's some bills going through the General Assembly right now that may start forcing schools divisions to do things that school divisions don't do it on their own. And then just with the young scholars and the Academy of International Studies, as that has migrated over time, some of those scores, the scores that the students have, the grades, I don't know about the grades, but some of the other scores would always count back at the homeschool. And so, I think initially that was done because the concern was that these specialty programs were creaming the crop from the homeschools, which then would cause the homeschools SOL scores or accreditation scores reflect poorly because they didn't have those groups of students that we're choosing. I think that's something else we need to revisit, whether we make those schools comprehensive Or if we talk about how they count back to the homeschool when the homeschool isn't teaching them, because if it is having impact on the accreditation of the homeschool, it could very well cause issues for us when we're looking at data and not really being able to see what the performance is of those students that are being taught at the homeschool versus those students that are not. So I think that's something else we need to consider moving forward. But I'm pretty sure at the time, if I recall, because there was so much concern about the resegregation of the middle school and trying to provide access and talking about equity that we never really implement, that we come up with these ways of trying to satisfy these concerns. I'm not saying the concerns aren't legitimate, but oftentimes we come up with these ways to try to calm the interests of adults versus being committed about what's in the best interest of children. So the power of the board, I guess, is what I want to leave to say, that we can set those expectations and goals, and then have the administration, as they're doing now, report to us on how they are implementing them. And then as we have in the accountability plan in our reporting, being able to monitor the success and make adjustments as need be based upon the expertise of the administrative team. So those are my comments for now, and thanks for the presentation. And that's why we put this intentionally on the retreat, so we could all have the same data and hopefully lead to us to then have some courageous conversations that represent us as a whole.
Mr. Jordan, it sounds like AJ's reading assignment from last night.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ms. Campson?
Thanks. I just wanted to add a couple of comments myself. First of all, I do recall that those scores came back to the homeschool, and that was quite nice to get them, but I never agreed with that philosophy, because you teach the kids you have, and the kids that are assigned to your school. If you have children that are able to get a special opportunity in a special program, you don't keep them from doing that just to boost a test score. So I'm all in for the people that do the work need to be the ones, because one of the things that the SOL test is designed to, first of all, designed to help us know if our children are grade level equivalency working. But the other thing that the tests do is they hold us accountable. And we need to be accountable for the children that we are actually teaching. So I would be 100% again of changing that direction, because the children that you have can learn, and it's up to you to teach them. And there's never an excuse for it. There's never an excuse for not teaching children. They can all do things. They can all do it if you have the program that does it. And that'll take me to my next little part about we need to have a stronger focus on academics. We spend a lot of time talking about a lot of important things. I'm not saying that they aren't all important and good to have, but the reason we have a school, and I'm glad you mentioned the reading for tonight, because that's exactly what that reading said. Schools are there to teach children. They're not there to do everything else and cure every social ill. And we need to narrow our focus more on the instructional programs and the academic achievement of all of our children, which they're all capable to do, no matter where they live or what school they go to. That needs to be, we need to really focus on that. And we need to remember that we're accountable. The adults are accountable for making that happen, not the child. It's never the child, it's the adults, because all children can learn. And I would like to see us think about a sharper academic focus. I know not everyone on the board agrees with my benchmarks about where we need to be, but I put those there because that's what we need to have. We need to have that focus. And that's why I can't wait for the presentation tonight to see where he takes the tenets of the arguments that were made in that article. That was very good. So, and if we did that, then we would be able to start integrating our children, because they would be going to these programs that need to be more carefully placed than yanking that program out of Ruffner, which I'm still upset about. I didn't even realize that it happened until I saw it on the presentation today. And I thought, what? There was such an important consideration when they put Ruffner in. The way there was an important consideration when they put the Science Academy or whatever it was in, although that didn't work, but it didn't work for reasons that had to do with what adults do. So that's the thing I'd like us to do, is keep a sharper eye on our academics and raise the expectations that we have for our children. We don't always expect all of our children to be high academic performers, and they all have that capacity inside. And if it doesn't come out, it's our fault. And so that's what I would like to see as we go through with this. And then we would have these programs that should be diversely around the city to draw people in. I think that the struggle we're having with Southside STEM, there are plenty of parents that would love to have their child in a STEM program all over the city, but they go on the state website and they look at the academic performance of the children. And that doesn't attract them to the school. So we need to think about that and think about putting what we need into the buildings that have these programs. I mean, STEM, what a beautiful school. It's everything. It was the most exciting thing to be happening, but their academic performance is so low. And what are we doing about that? So that's my thought. We need to get a sharper focus on instruction and academics. Thank you.
Very strong words. Thank you, Ms. Campson. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I support what Ms. Campson has said. I think we do need the academic focus. I think that's what our work is about. I may have some differences about how we label schools, but in terms of benchmarks and higher performance, I agree with that 100%. I would also say that when we talk about the 5 C's and what the employers are looking for, and as our country diversifies, collaboration, being able to have cultural understanding and appreciation of others is also a part of that. And so to the extent that we can provide those collaborative opportunities in person, online, we should be doing that. And I think that's what's at the root, at least from my perspective, of trying to make sure that we are doing the academic piece, but we're also doing all these other pieces that are part of the 5 C's or whatever they may turn to 9, whatever they may be. That is just as important. And I just think that part of our historical legacy in Norfolk is we haven't always been committed to that. And I hope that this board will be committed to it and can build additional support and advocacy in the community for it as well. So I appreciate those comments that Ms. Campson made.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that was our last presentation of the day. So we're done a little early. I just want to offer any reflections or comments before we adjourn briefly.
I just appreciate the time that we've had together today. I am looking forward to our continuous work together. I'm certainly excited about engaging in the strategic planning process and working with our new facilitator from the Council of Great City Schools, and looking forward to all that he has to bring to us this afternoon, and just excited about the work moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ms. Basim?
Yeah, thank you. I too appreciate the discussion that we've had today. We've had a lot of great dialogue around many things that are critical and interrelated, as we talked about earlier. So just since we have some time, I want to get some feedback and thoughts from the board and the administration around how we can, I guess, connect this to the times that we're in, dealing with COVID and all the lessons that we've learned, about not only the lessons that we've learned, but I think it's really pushed us to embrace the technology, embrace, various things that have been in existence that, we hadn't previously embraced. And so, like, in my opinion, I don't feel like going back to normal is going backwards at this point in some ways, because we should really be, I think, reimagining school. What does it mean? What does it look like? And connecting, even our capital improvement, our cooperative strategies discussion earlier this morning, and the capital improvement discussion, and even the specialty program discussion. The things that come to my mind are, is there a way to engage cooperative strategies around the reopening process, for instance? I will tell you that I'm having a hard time talking about the future when the present is, rests heavy with me every single day. And I know it does with all of you as well, as our children are not in person, especially, those that we know are in greatest need. And so I wonder, how can we engage cooperative strategies as we look forward and look beyond this period of time? How can we improve upon what we've done in the past? What can we do now to get our students, back into the building? Are there buildings, for instance, that we could open safely for the select group of students? How can we do that? And I'll just tell you personally, I'm having a hard time with that. We've talked about a lot in the last 24 hours between social and emotional learning, and student engagement. And, earlier I raised start times, and it was mentioned that it wasn't a priority at this point in time. But I think all of these things are part of the whole child, the whole teaching and learning experience. And, I want us to look at this holistically, not look at social and emotional learning as in isolation. We say because we care about this, for instance, we are allowing athletics, but we're not talking about social and emotional learning as it relates to being in a classroom with your peers. And social and emotional learning, we know what the impacts that the behavioral and the health impacts are for our high school students with later start times. So it's like we are picking and choosing when we are promoting and improving in social and emotional learning, for instance. I'm using that as an example. But, I think this is an opportunity and where we need to integrate all of these pieces together and be consistent. And really, I think focusing on where we are now, which is the biggest, weight on my shoulders is our reopening. And so, I'm just thinking I'm having a hard time with it. And I just feel like we need to consider where we are. How do we start where we are and build upon it to be better than where we were a year ago?
Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, so to me, I think that still goes back to comments I made a moment ago. I think there's a tendency, we talk about this in school board training all the time, is wanting to fix everything. There are priorities. We have to be able to do the cooperative strategy. Everything that we spent so far today and everything that we'll spend tomorrow, in addition to, I'm sure, in the governance training, is about how to tie these pieces together and have some depth and strong foundation. I think a lot of school divisions and school divisions like ours have a tendency to throw things against the wall, don't go deep and build solid foundations. And so when the wind comes or the storm comes or the rain comes, it all blows away because the foundation was never deep. And I think we've heard a lot today. There's a lot more that I think we need to hear. But going back to the end of yesterday, I think if the board provides this direction and support, then when we start having conversations about what's going to be on the agenda, then the agenda should be laid out that allows us to build depth in these areas that we prioritize. And if we prioritize academics, if we prioritize equity and opportunity, then that should be what dominates our work sessions and our planning. And then other pieces, transportation, funding, budget, are aligned to support those outcomes that we see over time. So I share your perspective about the pandemic. For me, the pandemic has merely brought to the surface the inequities that existed prior to the pandemic. But oftentimes when circumstances like this hit everybody, people pay attention to it. When it just hits certain groups or certain sides of town, people don't always pay attention to it because they don't feel affected. So I agree with you that there is an opportunity to tie this together, but it takes, I think the board has to put that work in working with the superintendent. And so as we work on our work plan and talk about our meetings and strategies, we have to be committed to that work that we prioritize. So I still see that responsibility falls with us, and we can make those decisions, just like the decision to reopen schools has fallen on us. So we can if we wanted to make a change, we can make a change. And so I think understanding that power that we have as a board and setting those policies and expectations then sets the framework for the rest of it. And I would personally like to see us to get out of the mode of, you all forgive me because I'm not always good with my language, but I don't want to sit here and beg the administration day after day, what do you think you can do? What do you think you do? What do you think you can do? And then they go scurry off trying to figure out how to answer. Let us as a board set our expectation and our vision and hand it off. And then monitor and hold the administration accountable and hold ourselves accountable for the implementation. I think that's what has been missing. People talk about the great days of Dr. Simpson. To me, that's the difference. The board and the superintendent being together and accountable for something, and then making sure what gets talked about and agreed upon gets done. And if we can get back to that level of a peak performing governance team, I think it's then beneficial to our children that we say we want to serve.
And until we get there, Mr. Jordan, we're going to continue to have dysfunction, little collaboration, and who will suffer? Our children. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking forward to that day, and hopefully it's sooner than later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good night, 3:00.
So I'm just listening. Sorry, I don't have anything inspirational to say. I know that we can get there. We have so many. We just have so much going for us. I mean, just really talented people with so much experience, and I mean, we've all, have such dedication and commitment, and we really all do want the same thing. We want a high, we want everyone, our students and teachers and everyone to be successful in however way that they are meeting their goals and moving forward and progressing through life. And we can do it. And we have all the tools in place, but again, we can't get in our own way. And so I really do believe we have a foundation here to move forward. We're doing, I think everyone who's mentioned our governance training and our programming, really is optimistic, and we're going to turn that optimism into a plan, and that plan into reality.
So, so with that, if there are no more comments, I'll go ahead and adjourn, and we will meet, the governance team will be meeting at 4 p.m. today. I believe Ms. Tanner has sent the Zoom link out to us.
It's the same Zoom link here. So you would just come back to the same.
Okay. Okay, great. And then for the leadership team, we'll be meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for a half day of retreat. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hold on just 1 second. I'm letting channel 47 populate. Okay. Basine?
Here.
Campson?
Here.
Clanton?
Present.
Jordan?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
And Martin?
Here. All right, welcome everyone to our February governance training. As I said, Dr. Gabriel will be joining us shortly. And so I would like to introduce Mr. AJ Crabble. He will be leading us in the governance training. I know that he has spoken with each of the members of the governance team. And so we're really looking forward into welcoming him. And I believe, Mr. Crabble, do you also have someone with you?
Yes, I'm joined today by Cindy Ellsburn, former board chair in Des Moines, Iowa.
Okay, welcome, Cindy. It's really nice to meet you virtually. So you know, we've been meeting all day. So Mr. Crabble, just want to hand it over to you to get us started. Would you like us to do an introduction of the governance team, or do you feel comfortable?
Yeah, sure, please. Also, can we remove the screen share, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'll begin. So Dr. Adele Martin, and I'm chair of the school board. Mr. Rodney.
Oh, I didn't know what we okay.
Introductions real quick.
Okay, yep, Rodney, you know you've spoken with each of us, so
He hasn't seen us, so I just wanted to do a little.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him in person at conferences, but hadn't seen his colleague. So yes, Rodney Jordan, the vice chair of the school board.
Dr. Birdsong.
Sharon Birdsong, superintendent.
Mm-hmm. Go next.
Tanya Basine. Nice to see you.
Christine.
Go ahead, Christine.
C squared. Christine Smith, 3 years on the school board.
All right. Carlos Clanton. Yep, 3 years on the school board.
Oh, am I the only one left? Sorry. Lauren Campson, school board member. Welcome.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you all.
Excellent, thank you. And Cindy, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, my name is Cindy Ellsburn, and I am here to offer support along with AJ for your governance journey. I am a former Des Moines Public School Board member and now a governance coach.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
And are all the other folk, so we won't need all of the other folks. So if they want to stick around, they're certainly welcome to enjoy the show, but if they have lives and work to do, I certainly don't want to hold them up either.
Okay.
Yes, I've shared that with them, Mr. Crabble.
Just AJ, by the way.
AJ, I was trying to be formal, our first meeting.
No, Mr. Crabble's my cat. I'm just AJ. Well, it's wonderful to have an opportunity to be with you all. I will request that if you are here, then expect that you are going to be called on and you are part of the conversation. So if you are here, then my request is your cameras will be on and you are fair game to be included in the conversation at whatever inopportune moment that I choose. So I don't know who Bill Davidson is. Is that one of your staff people as well?
With Channel 47 and helping with the technology.
Okay, so those are the three boxes I'm seeing: Studio, WNPS, and Bill Davidson. That's the tech crew?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, excellent. Well, tech crew's off the hook. Everybody else, your fair game. So if you want to be here, please be here, but just know that you're going to be called on at some point, whether you like it or not. If that doesn't work for you, this is your final opportunity to exit stage left.
Mr. Crabbe, I like to recommend that if the governance team members would be on camera, if the other members of the administrative team, they can, if they want to listen in, I mean, it's a public meeting, but I would recommend they turn their cameras off so that those of us on the governance team can focus our views and focus on with one another.
Madam Chair, do you have a preference?
That's fine. That's fine.
Madam Superintendent, any concern with that?
No, and quite honestly, if I had known that, there wasn't an interest in having them here before 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have invited them, but seriously, because
no, that's
a million things to do.
That's my fault for not having communicated that in advance. I apologize.
But we're a team, and they've all communicated that to me. They know they don't need to stay.
Excellent. All right. Yes, Ms. Tan.
Oh, okay, good. You do know who I am then. Okay. I was going to say I'm Karen Tanner, clerk of the board.
Sure, clerk. So.
Always important to know who the boss is in any group of adults. So yes, I'm well aware of who you are. All right. Well, and with that, we managed to scare off a few folks. So as a way of getting started, I'll have you do some writing. So I'll ask you to grab something to write on, something to write with. As you track that down, don't start writing yet. But what I want you to do is I want you to reflect on a time in the future. I want you to think about a time down the road, and it's far enough away that your service to students in the role that you currently serve has come to an end. I want you to think forward in to a time when you were no longer serving in the education leadership role that you serve in today. When that day comes, imagine that you are standing in that day looking backwards on the service that you have rendered to students, and imagine that you have been wildly successful in this service to students. What I want you to be reflecting on is as you are standing in this moment, looking backwards on service well rendered. I want you to be reflecting on, not writing yet, but I want you to be reflecting on what is the thing that I'm most proud of having accomplished? What is the most important thing that I accomplished in my time in service as an education leader? Don't write anything yet, but just begin to reflect. As I stand here today, looking backwards on my tenure, the thing that I'm most proud of having accomplished, the most important thing that I got done in my time in service to students. Begin to wonder, what might that thing be? And now in 10 words or less, what is the most important thing that you hope to accomplish in your time in service to students? During your time as an education leader, what is the thing in 10 words or less? What's the most important thing that you'll be proud of having accomplished when your time in education leadership has come to a conclusion? In 10 words or less, what's the most important thing that you'll be most proud of having accomplished? In 10 words or less, the difference I will have made, the most important thing to have gotten done in my time in leadership. What would that be in 10 words or less? Label that as question number 1. Once you have your 10 words or less, then it's time for question number 2. Question number 2, imagine a spectrum from 0 to 10. 0 means not at all focused. 10 means absolute focus, to the exclusion of all else. 0 means no focus whatsoever. There was no energy, no time, nothing of the sort devoted. 10 means absolute focus, the only thing that received focus. All other things were ignored, all other things were excluded. This is your range from 0 to 10, from absolute non-focus to absolute focus. Question number 2. Right, yes, Lauren.
Sorry, I had a little problem with my mouse. What we think the status is now, or the status we want to have?
I haven't asked question number 2 yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Thank
No,
you.
we're just setting it up. So what I invited you to do was to imagine a spectrum from 0 to 10, where 0 on that spectrum represents absolute non-focus. There was no focus applied whatsoever. Everything else but this was attended to. 10 describes absolute focus. Nothing else received any attention whatsoever other than this one thing. It was the sole center of attention. Imagine a spectrum from 0 to 10. With that spectrum in mind, question number 2. Rate the board's focus on the item you wrote down in question number 1. Question number 2. Rate the board's focus on the item you described in question number 1. Was the board not at all focused? This pretty much never came up. It was not discussed. It was not considered. It was not at all what the board attended to. Or is it 10? The board attended to nothing else but this. This was the sole focus, without exception, or somewhere in between, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On a scale of 0 to 10, describing how focused was the board, identify the board's degree of focus on the item described in number 1. Question number 3. Using this same spectrum of focus from 0, meaning non-focus, to 10, meaning absolute focus, as an education leader, rate yourself. To what degree was I focused on the item that I wrote down in question number 1? To what degree have I been focused? 0 meaning I've not been focused at all. This has not been anything that I've put attention or energy to. 10 meaning I have focused on nothing else. All else has been forsaken, and in its place, I have been focused on this item, or somewhere in between. Question number 3 is rate your own degree of focus on the item that you described as being most important to have accomplished for students in item number 1. Question number 4. Reflect back on the time. Don't write anything yet, but reflect back on the moment when you first chose to set yourself on the path of education leadership that you find yourself on now. So think back to the very first moment, the first moment I chose to serve as a superintendent, the first moment I chose to serve as a board member. Think back to that very moment of inception when I first made the choice to set forth on the education leadership path I'm on today. Question number 4, in one word, the emotion, the feeling that I was most present to in that moment was. What was the emotion? What was the feeling? What was the experience? Well, in one word, that I was most present to in that moment when I chose a current path. For some people, this is a feeling of responsibility, maybe. For some people, it's a feeling of anger or frustration. For some, it's a feeling of obligation. Whatever that one word is that most describes, what were you feeling? What were you experiencing in the moment that you chose, that you made the decision to be on the path that you're on today? That is question number 4. And now question number 5. Placing the members of the governing team in alphabetical order by last name. Placing the members of the governance team, so it's all the board members plus the superintendent. Placing the members of the governance team in alphabetical order by last name.
Okay.
Write one thing that describes something you admire about the person who is next in alphabetical order after you. Whoever is the very last, you will write one thing that you most admire about the person who is first in alphabetical order. This is item number 5. Placing the governance team members in alphabetical order by last name. Write the thing that you most admire about the governance team member who is next in order alphabetically by last name after you. Hopefully this will not devolve into a spelling test.
I'm sorry. So are we supposed to put everyone's names in alphabetical, last names in alphabetical order? And is there something else?
So the task is to think of all the members of the governance team, put in your mind, think of them in alphabetical order by last name. Whoever comes in alphabetical order after you, write down one thing that you most admire about that person.
Okay.
Whoever is at the end of the alphabet by last name, write down one thing you most admire about the person who is first in the alphabet.
Okay. I see.
Can you repeat that, the second piece?
Yeah.
I got
Think of your entire think of your governing team in alphabetical order. Whoever comes after you in alphabetical order by last name, write down one thing that you most admire about that person.
And the second piece was?
That was the whole thing.
Oh, I thought you said something about somebody.
Question number 5, figure out who comes after you in alphabetical order by last name of the governance team and write one thing that you most admire about them.
I got that part. I thought you said something about the person who was in front of you as well.
No, for the person who comes in the last in alphabetical order, there's nobody after them. So they would write, about the first person.
That was for me, Mr. Jordan.
I follow. I'm visual.
Yeah, this is a lot easier with a whiteboard in person. Actually, no. So Karen chose to stay on with us, so you'll need to include Karen in this as well.
She can hide her screen.
So either you're here and you're here to play or not. But if you're here.
I'm here.
All right, well, I can see her, so that means you need to add her into the list.
Well, traditionally, no.
I can hop off. Thanks.
Participate.
Oh, you have to. I mean, you can stay. I just think if you turn your screen off, though, you can still do your work, but you won't be pulled into everything.
If anybody I can see is fair game, I've already expressed this. So if I can see you, expect to be called on.
Dr. Gabriel's patient's going to be in for something.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll come off. Thank you very much.
Okay, can y'all see me? Am I in?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, all right. Hi, everybody.
All right. So we've run down the list of 5 items. Let's start with item number 1. Who will be the first to share? The intention of item number 1 is that you wrote down in 10 words or less what it is that you'd be most proud of having accomplished for students in your time in education leadership. Who will be the first to share? Yeah, Sharon, go for it.
I wrote prepared 100% of students for college, career, military, or workforce.
Prepared 100% of students for college, career, military, or workforce. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Carlos, I saw your hand next.
Very much in line with Dr. Birdsong, create a school district where all students are equipped to succeed for life and career.
Create a school district where all students are equipped to succeed for life and career. Got it. Why is that important to you?
Well, one, I'm an alum of Norfolk Public Schools. It prepared me, my experiences, and I want to ensure that students and my nieces and nephews and all of our kids have the same opportunities that I did.
Thank you. Christine, I see your hand up.
Yes, I have helping students overcome obstacles, very successful in life.
Helping students overcome obstacles to be very successful in life?
Yes.
Excellent. Why is that important to you?
Well, education to me is the catalyst to opening all types of doors for students beyond what they can imagine.
Yeah.
And if we move the barriers out of their way, the things they can accomplish are just limitless.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. 10 words or less. What do you most hope to have accomplished during your time in education leadership? Who will be the next to share? Yeah, Lauren.
With our team, I help change the lives of children.
With our team, I helped change the lives of children. Why is that important to you, Lauren?
It's always been important to me. It's why I became a teacher. And whether I'm sitting in a classroom or in a boardroom, I'm still a teacher. And that's what I've dedicated my life to.
Gotcha. Who will be the next to share? What were your 10 words or less? What do you most hope to accomplish during your time in education leadership, Rodney?
Staying under 10. I have excellent outcomes for all students are achieved because of NPS.
How many words is that?
That was 12. It was 12. Excellent outcomes for all students were achieved because of Norfolk Public Schools.
Now, if I had put not versus in spite of, I'd have gone over, but I gave you 10.
Got it. Why is that important to you?
Because I think that's what the work is all about. If we're here to provide, if school divisions exist, I think they exist for that purpose. And I would like for my role during my time on the board be about providing a school division that supports those excellent outcomes for all children.
Yeah, thank you. Who'll be the next to share? What were your 10 words or less? What do you most hope to accomplish during your time in education leadership?
Tanya, you want to go?
Sure. I said results with a focus on equitable whole child strategies.
Results with a focus on equitable whole child strategies. Why is that important to you, Tanya?
Because I believe that having the foundations and the conditions for learning are just as critical as the actual, teaching and learning. So I think, but not everyone has the access to those foundations. So building those foundations is important to me.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. All students are prepared for life beyond high school graduation.
All students are prepared for life beyond high school graduation. Why is that important to you?
Well, I thought it was important to, instead of just ending with beyond high school, it has to be high school graduation, because graduation, to me, has always been at high school graduation, that pinnacle moment where you actually, can celebrate all of the accomplishments of your life. At 17, 18 years old, it's really the first time that you complete a major accomplishment, and of course all that comes with it, and what you do with it afterward. I mean, just going through high school and not completing something so major is, I think, a really important, kind of shows you that you can go through this and you can actually come out the other side.
Gotcha. Thank you. Noelle, you with us? All right, we'll come back to her. As you were listening to your colleagues, what did you notice? As you were listening to your colleagues. Yeah, Sharon, what do you notice?
Just a common theme about changing the trajectory of children's lives and making a difference for kids.
Yeah. Lauren?
Well, that's kind of what I said. I thought everyone had a focus on children and making their lives better and looking toward their future.
Christine?
Same thing, improving the lives of children.
Yeah, Tanya?
I was going to say exactly what Lauren said, that we were all child focused.
Yeah. Anyone else? What'd you notice as you were listening to your colleagues?
Same thing. It's always been on said. I feel like we have the same thing. We just have a difference of opinion about how to get there.
Yeah, I heard us all focus on the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like what you experience on a daily basis is just difference of opinions on how to get to that place. Mm-hmm. Yeah, gotcha. Anyone else? What'd you notice as you were listening to your colleagues?
I don't know what I noticed, but I'll say it was nice to hear.
Why is that?
Because it was good to just be in an environment where we could say that, and it was good for me to hear the commonality.
Mm-hmm. I'll just share that what I took away from it is how we each say it, but I knew what Tanya was going to say. I knew what Lauren was going to say, because we all bring, and I think that, the nuance of how we say it really demonstrates what we say every day in our meetings. Like, we know the perspective that each of us are going to take, having worked together for a few years. At least I've noticed it, that we didn't have the exact same words. We really added that personal aspect of what we are trying to accomplish. I mean, Tanya's always talking about whole child, always talking about equity, always talking about mental health. You can rely on Lauren to talk about the children and the importance of literacy, and on and on. It was really interesting to how we all expressed ourselves in one statement.
All right. Yeah, Tanya.
I was just going to say, I think when we talk about students, it's not one dimensional. So we each, I was going to say mine was a little different in that even though we were child-centered, you talk about the foundations, and then you talk about the path, the journey that we want our students to take. And so, we kind of brought different perspectives along that journey and depths, so I thought that was where which was good. Which was different though.
As you're talking, as all of you were talking, reminded of this idea of everyone touching, have one hand on the elephant, but everybody's touching a very different parts. They have very different experiences of what this whole elephant situation is all about.
Right.
Like I got that trunk. I have a very different experience of what an elephant is about than if I'm holding, that back right leg.
Right. Yeah.
Question number 2. How focused is the board? On the count of 3, I want everybody to hold up the number of fingers that represent the score you gave the board. The question here is, how focused is the board on the item that you wrote down? And when you think about focus, like, when I spend my time in board meetings, to what degree is the focus of the board leaning into the item that I wrote down, number one, or has this item literally never come up? We've never talked about this. Or is this the only thing we talk about? In fact, there are other things that maybe we should talk about, but we don't because we're focused here, or somewhere in between those 2 points. On the count of 3, I'll ask you to hold up the number of fingers to describe how focused is the board on what you wrote down in item number 1. 1, 2, 3. I've got 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. All right, interesting. Who wants to share first? Why the score you offered? Why the score you offered? Yeah, Tanya?
So I'll also say, I'm very critical of myself, and, anyway, I'll just say that. But
what score did you give yourself?
3. Well, this was the board's focus, right?
Yeah, you said you're hypercritical of yourself. What score did you?
Well, I always think that there's room for improvement for myself and for others. So when I share the score I give the board, I say a 3, because I think we've been more focused on we were gauging based on the item, the 10 words or less that we each chose. Yeah. So for mine, for the, focused on equitable whole child strategies, I think we have talked a lot about the means, but we haven't really developed a plan to really get there and a commitment to get there. So that's why I gave a 3.
You talked about the means, but we haven't really developed a plan. Did I hear you correctly?
Right. We haven't really set goals around that and really showed, with a commitment to resources and, policies and practices around it.
What's question number 3? What score did you give yourself? 2 was about what did you rate the board? 3 is about what did you rate yourself?
I rated myself as a 7 on that particular piece, because I feel like I have been, and as Adele, I think to her point, she knew what I was, going to put on, and maybe that's a hyper focus on that area where, as I just shared, there's all these other pieces to it, but that's where I put my individual focus.
Gotcha. Who will be the next? Thank you for going first. Who will be the next to share? What score? Why did you rate the board the way? I think, Lauren, you gave him a 6. Now, why 6? You're muted.
Yeah. Well, I gave the board a 6 because, and I think it leads back to my statement, I think that everyone sitting here is about children. I think that they're about children. I know we have different perspectives and ways to do things with children, but I think too often we get sidetracked and just talking and talking and talking. And to me, that's not focus. Focus is you know where you're going, you know where you want to go, and you've got to figure out how to get there. And we get too sidetracked, and it just goes on and on and on. And in the end, we walk away, and very often we haven't even made a decision. So the 5 is for their dedication and their focus on children. And I gave 5 of those points, and I gave them another point for all trying hard, but all of us, but I just don't think that we are focused like we need to be to get where we need to go.
Oh, how did you score yourself on question 3?
8.
Got it. Thank you. Who will be the next to share? Yeah, Carlos.
Okay. So I'd set 6 as well. And it goes back to when we talk about the focus, that we have all these elements, we have plans, we have all these things, but we really haven't kind of like gelled to get it going. And then you look at a lot of the external things that have kind of happened, leadership changes, new people. It's just, pandemic. it's a whole lot of different other things that are going on. And it's just like, where can we find that common mark, that one goal that we can all march behind? And regardless of differences, that we can be common. And when we're having frustrations, we can just be focused on. So I said 6, because I believe that there's, just like you heard, just like it's been said before, people are, we care about kids, we care about making a difference, but it's just difference of opinion and about how to get there. And your follow-up question will probably be, what did I rate myself? I gave myself an 8, because I'm not perfect. I'm definitely not giving myself a 10. But at the end of the day, I come back here every day with, regardless of what prior me may have been, what differences may have been, with that focus. But that there's always room for improvement.
Gotcha. Thank you. Who'll be the next to share? Yeah, Christine.
I rated the board as a 5. My reason is basically the same thing everyone else has said. I think we start off with good intentions, but then we quickly get derailed and start going down rabbit holes and just all over the place. But and we don't manage to bring ourselves back on track.
Thank you. Sharon?
I was just going to share out. Well, I gave the board a 4. I just think there's a lot of competing individual interests. And I even think, quite honestly, today, earlier was kind of an example of that. I think everyone has, wonderful intentions, and we all want to do what's best for children. But because we don't have a solid plan in place, we are kind of all over the place. And I think it's going to be hard for us to get anything accomplished because of that. So I gave the board a 4 on that.
Gotcha. Thank you. Noelle, are you able to participate with us now, or are you still busy? So just a quick rundown. We did a 5-part quiz. So I'm going to run through parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right quick so you can catch up with us. And then I'll come back and call on you after I've checked in with everyone else. Part 1, in 10 words or less, what do you most hope to have accomplished as an education leader by the time your term is up? That's question 1. Question 2 is on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being not focused at all, 10 being completely focused. How focused is the board on the 10 words you wrote down in item 1? And question number 3 is on that same 0 to 10 scale. How focused are you on the thing that you wrote down in item number 1? And you'll work on those, and then I'll come back to you. Who'll be the next to share? What score did you give the board and why? Yeah, Adele.
I gave the board a 5, and I gave myself a 3.
Why 5?
Well, all students prepare in life for beyond high school graduation. One of my frustrations has been mostly on this board is that I feel like I've dealt more with adult issues than children-focused issues, and as as the chair, it's been even more. I feel like I've been pulled more away from children-focused. That's why I gave me 3. Because if I look back at how I spend my time, it's answering, adult emails, political things. It's scheduling and just doing a lot of administrative work, and it just hasn't. It's taken me farther away, but I'm okay with that for a while because. I really wanted to bring the board together, and I really, see my role as that is where I should be right now. But I would like to, obviously get back to somewhere where we can all come together and just be almost laser focused on children.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Who's next? Yeah, Rodney. How'd you rate the board?
Yeah, so when you said board, I considered the whole governance team, but
that's fair.
Either way, my score would be the same. So I gave us a 4.
And why 4?
because that's where I think we are. I mean, I think the focus has been a lot on means and not ends. And I don't think we have established a collective set of expectations that could produce a 7-0 vote to prove it.
Gotcha. And what was your self-rating again?
I gave myself a 6. And that was for my entire tenure. But again, that's a 6 against the goal that you gave me for number 1.
Gotcha. Noel, coming back to you. What are your 10 words or less? What do you most hope to have accomplished? What's the thing that you most want to have gotten done during your time as an education leader?
Okay, I'm still working on it, but I can tell you that I have high expectations for our division. I want our division to be seen as a pinnacle of equitable opportunity for all students.
Why is that important to you? Why do you want this pinnacle of equitable opportunity for all students? Why is that important to you?
It's important to me because I truly believe that if we can give every child the best opportunity from an educational standpoint, that is going to be a game changer for their life if there are barriers. And if there aren't any barriers, I just believe that providing that well-rounded experience for them and an equitable opportunity allows them to thrive and see the world in the best possible realistic way. So give me a second. There's like a lot of things that are going on in the background right now.
Yeah.
I think that public education itself is going through some type of transition period. And I think that there are certain individuals who might think less of public education versus what a private education can offer. And I need our community and I need our families to understand that with public education, it can be what lifts our society up and makes our society just a better place for all if we just take care of our children and give them that opportunity. So, and I said high expectations because I believe that all children have the potential to succeed. It shouldn't matter where they come from. It shouldn't matter their educational background of their parents, their income, but that all children can succeed, and we have to provide them with the tools that they need in order to do that. And we have to have high expectations for all children.
As you're reflecting on this 10 words or less, what rating did you give the board? From 0 to 10, how focused is the board on the 10 words or less that you wrote down?
4.
Why 4?
I just don't, I see us missing the forest through the trees. I see us really not focusing the work that we should be doing right now on what the goals are that we have set forth in place. And I believe there's a lot of peripheral distractions that are out there. And it's hard for us to really, Ms. Campson always says, make the main thing the main thing. And I can't agree with that any stronger. I mean, it's if we're going to focus on the kids and allowing the superintendent to do her job as the director of operations, then I think that's what we need to do. And it took me a little while to understand that, because when I was a board member that first came on, Mr. Jordan and I came on together almost 8 years ago. I was very much in the weeds. I mean, I'll admit it. Because I just wanted to make a difference. but I kind of understand now how important it is to understand the role of a board member and then also respect the role of who your operational leader is. So I give us a 4 because I think that as a board, we are doing too much of the managing and not enough of the vision making and the accountability aspect of it.
What score did you give yourself?
I actually hadn't given myself a score yet, but
Right,
I would
go for it.
probably, okay. I would probably say maybe a 6.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you've each now shared your 10 words or less, you've shared your rating of the board and your rating of self. What'd you notice? Yeah, Sharon, what'd you notice?
I was still thinking, but I'll respond. Again, common themes. I think we've expressed ourselves differently, but just common themes throughout what has been shared so far. I would say that, yeah.
So I would,
Carlos, what'd you notice?
Did you ask me, Carlos?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree that there's some common themes. And what I would say is that when we talk about the board, it's probably been lower. And when we talk about our individual selves, we scored ourselves a little bit higher. Except for Mr. Jordan, I think because you gave yourself like a 4, right? No, I'm trying to.
I'm going to see this recurring theme. I gave myself a 6.
Oh, sorry.
You're thinking, Adele.
Am I the only one that gave myself a lower score?
Yes. Christine, what'd you notice? I saw your hand up.
Yes, the same as Dr. Birdsong, that most of us are saying the same thing in terms of, well, let me say this, where we scored ourselves, we're within the same range as one another, pretty much. And then the common thing is we all are saying that distractions, such as outside forces, the approach, those are the things that are getting in the way from keeping us from being at a 10.
Yeah. Lauren?
I think we're all recognizing that we're letting ourselves get distracted and it's keeping us from being on point. I don't think it's always the outside that's causing us to have these problems. I think that most of the time, because outside problems, you just dig in and solve them if you are working together as a team. I'm a real team person, and I think we have, and I mean, I'm just as guilty as everyone else. I think we have rivalries and alliances that are happening behind the scenes, and it's just very distracting, and it's very difficult to make decisions and go forward. And I think that everyone's kind of touching on that, but certainly we can't lay the blame anywhere else. We always have to look at ourselves and our own accountability. And I have to look at myself and see that I've let myself get distracted too, and probably 8 was too high of a score because I've gotten distracted too many times because I'm usually such a focused person. But I think that that's what our problem is. And I think everyone kind of knows how that we're letting each other distract us as much as anything that happens outside. We're being distracted by ourselves and each other.
Yeah, I would join Lauren's observation. It is probably not the case that you are all 6, 7s, and 8s, and the board is 4, 5s, and 6s. That is probably not the case. What we've experienced, it is unlikely that a board full of people who are all highly focused on the same thing accomplish as little as you describe by way of focus as you all describe that this board has accomplished. And so, yeah, I think Lauren nudges in a useful direction. That there might be some rose-colored glasses when looking at oneself, and some other kind of glasses, when looking around. Anyone else? What'd you notice? as you're listening to your colleagues describe their 10 words or less, how they'd rate the board's focus, how they'd rate their own focus. Anyone else? What do you notice? All right, so I got to tell you, say what?
No one gave us a 10.
Yeah, that was impressive. Usually there's that one board member who is absolutely certain that he is at least an 11 or 12. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's always that one cat. And so, bravo to you all for avoiding him being on your board. That helps tremendously. So I actually, I'm basically, my cupboards are bare. I need to go to the store. And so I went to grab something for lunch and there's nothing to eat. So I actually have not had lunch. And so I am really hungry. If I'm hungry, what's the outcome I want? If I'm hungry, what's the outcome I want?
Satisfaction.
Satisfaction.
You want food.
Some food. Some food. If I'm hungry, what's the outcome I want? Anybody else?
You want to eat.
If I'm hungry, what's the outcome I want? I want to eat. Yeah.
You want to be fed.
Want to be fed. Food. Carlos, you go buy some food, no doubt. Carlos, if I'm hungry, what's the outcome I want?
I think it's already been said. I want to eat.
Want to eat. Yeah. So I am hungry. Why is having food not the outcome I want?
Because that's the means.
Because having food is a means. I am hungry. Why is going to the store to get food not the outcome I want?
Because it's the means.
Because it's the means. Thank you, Tanya. I'm hungry. Why is having money to buy food not the outcome I want? Somebody who's not named Tanya.
A plan so you don't go hungry again?
Same answer Tanya gave.
It begins with an M.
Having money, just speaks to, even if I have a plan, why is having a plan to get food not the outcome I want?
Because having a plan doesn't get you fed.
Having a plan
defines the means.
Plan defines the means. Tanya has a strong theme going on that you'd be well to listen to. If I'm hungry, why is eating food not the outcome I want?
You want to nourish your body, your mind, your spirit. I mean, it's to do all of those things. I mean, you're going to eat food, but that's what's going to happen. You're going to feel that your needs have been met. Your physical needs are met. Your emotional.
Just because I've eaten does not mean that I actually feel full or that I've experienced satiation. If I am hungry, why is eating food not the outcome I want?
Because it's temporary answer. It's a temporary solution.
Maybe it's a temporary solution. Rodney, if I'm hungry, why is eating food not the outcome I want?
Well, I was going to say one thing, and I rethought about your original question, but I'm not sure you said what you were hungry for. But I would agree with Tanya, depending upon.
Yeah, whatever I'm eating might not be what I'm actually hungry for. It might not be what actually satisfies, what actually gives me a sense of satiation.
Right.
Carlos, what are you thinking over there?
Well, no, I was thinking about what you originally said because you added some context to your original piece. You said that you looked at your cupboards and your cupboard was bare.
Yeah.
So my thing would go back to, you can get a meal for now, but it looks like you need to really figure out and plan better to make sure you got food in your cupboards for the future.
Yeah, so that's not the outcome I want. Why is having food in my cupboard not the outcome I want?
So whenever
you want to be healthy.
What was that, Carlos? Why is having food in my cupboard not the outcome I want?
No, I think it's
because it's in your cupboard doesn't mean you're gonna.
Hold on. Carlos got this.
He's coming back because I don't care about the cupboard. Okay. No, it's a means, but I mean, I think it's a lot of different things, like you said, the food, the type of food you're eating, and things like that. But making sure that you have what you need, so that when you're ready to go and receive it, you know where to go and have it. So I just think that having food in the cupboard, you may go for what's quick and gratifying rather than what's going to sustain you.
It's possible to have food in the cupboard and still not create the outcome I want.
You want to not be hungry. I mean,
yeah. The outcome is I want to not be hungry.
Okay.
Having food in the cupboard does not guarantee that.
Okay.
Like if I've got a peanut allergy and there's a whole lot of peanut butter in that cupboard, am I going to get the outcome I want?
No, you'll get an outcome, but not the one you want.
I'll have to call Dr. Dave for that treatment.
I know. I'm going to call it Noel, be like, hey, you got an EpiPen on you? I need some compressions over here. Christine, you were trying to jump in there. What were you going to say?
Yeah, it was the same thing. Actually, Dr. Birdsong was going to say, just because you have the food doesn't equate to consuming what you have.
Yeah, there's a difference between inputs and outcomes. What's the difference between inputs and outcomes?
Inputs is what you like any resources or anything. Like it actually is the context of the situation, and then outcomes is the long-term change that results from outputs.
Yeah, the inputs are the resources, the outcomes are the results. Yeah. Why is it absolutely essential for a governing team to be able to tell the difference between an input and an outcome? Why is it absolutely essential for a governing team to be able to tell the difference between an input? These are the resources, the strategies, the effort applied at the beginning of the cycle. And the outcomes are the results that you can measure at the end of the cycle. Why is it absolutely essential for a governance team to be able to tell the difference between an input and an outcome?
Because if you don't know where you're going, you're not going to know how to get there.
Yeah.
Who else? Why is it absolutely essential for...
Well, I'd like to say, because I think context, so like context meaning influences included with the resources. So it's important to know who's influencing what. And I know a lot of that can get, it's kind of cyclical in some ways, but to understand, are we directing the outcomes or is something else? So there could be other, we could be an influence, but we need to understand, is there another influence that's directing the outcomes so that we actually know that what we're doing is actually resulting in the outcome and not something else.
Rodney, what are you thinking? Why is it absolutely essential that a governing team can distinguish between an input and an outcome?
One, because it defines the roles, the board's responsibility in defining the outcomes and the superintendent's responsibility for the means to get there. Also, I think you touched on it in your comment that what's measurable as well. So if we are clear going back to question number one on what the outcome is and how you can measure it, then that would be our focus. If we don't know the difference, then it's very easy to get caught up in the means and the inputs.
Anyone else? Why is it absolutely essential that a governance team can distinguish between an input, the resources applied at the beginning of the cycle, and the outcomes, the results that you can measure at the end of the cycle? Christine?
Well, you just said it. If we don't know the difference between the two, we're not going to be able to measure whether or not we're successful at what we want to accomplish.
Yeah, when you reflect back, was the majority of your 10 words or less about inputs or about outcomes?
Outcomes.
The majority of your 10 words were about outcomes. What is the result that we want for children? There is no amount of knowledge about inputs that can tell you what the outcomes will be. You will never know enough about the inputs to have an understanding of what the outcomes are. So let's say I'm hungry and the strategy I'm going to use to try to create the outcome I want is a peanut butter jelly sandwich. What are the inputs I need?
You need money to get groceries, you need transportation to get to the store and back.
Some money, some transportation, some gas.
You need the supplies to make it.
So what do I need? What
The
are the inputs I
knowledge
need?
on how to make it. Do you know how to make a peanut butter jelly sandwich?
So I need knowledge. What? Yeah, I'm missing some basic inputs, folks. Work with me.
You
What are the
need
inputs I
peanut butter
for this
jelly
package?
and bread.
That would be helpful. That would be real helpful. If I want to make a
You need to go to Norfolk Public Schools during the hours of 3 and 5 and get your sandwich bag, which has lots of Uncrustables in it, and you'll be satisfied.
Right. And
yeah, these are the inputs I need.
Weekends.
Now here's my question. If I have all knowledge, if I know everything there is to know about this peanut butter, this is the premier, free trade, peanuts, crunchy, premium peanut butter. If I know, hypoallergenic peanut butter, if I know everything there is to know about the peanut butter, does that tell you whether or not I now feel full?
Mm-mm. Not at all.
No.
No.
If I know everything there is to know about the bread, hey y'all, this is that whole grain bread. It's like $4 or $5 a slice type bread. Like this is that premium bread. It's got all the grains in it. If I know everything there is to know about the bread, does that now tell you whether or not I will feel full?
No.
No. There is no amount of knowledge of inputs that will ever reveal the outcomes. There is no amount of knowledge about the inputs that will ever reveal what the outcome will be. Only the outcome can do that. Why is this an important distinction that boards be able to clearly distinguish between inputs and outcomes? Any other reflections on this? Yeah, Carlos?
So I was just kind of thinking about this thing because it's like you have all these different things.
Yeah.
But if you don't know how to properly use them, and if they aren't used well, that will determine what your outcome looks like and your output looks like. Because if it's not used well, you're not going to ever reach what you want to get to.
So you're actually talking about in the middle of the cycle. So there's the inputs. There's the inputs knowable at the beginning of the cycle. We just got all the ingredients. We haven't done anything with it. You're talking about after we do something with it. I'm just talking about we have the peanut butter.
Okay.
What about the presence of the peanut butter tells me exactly what the outcome's going to be?
I think I see where you're going.
It doesn't.
Nothing.
It doesn't. Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. There is no amount of knowledge about inputs that will ever reveal the outcome. Any questions about that statement?
No.
There is no amount of knowledge about the inputs.
Right, AJ?
Why does the school system exist? Why does the school division exist?
Student outcomes.
The school division exists for one reason and one reason only, to improve student outcomes. That is the only reason for which the school division exists. You already clarified that in your 10 words or less. You all said it in different ways, but at the end of all of that conversation, you've come to one coherent conclusion, that the school division exists for one reason and one reason only. That is to improve student outcomes. Does the school division exist to improve inputs?
No.
Does the school division exist to improve inputs?
No.
No.
That is not why the school division exists. No. The school division exists for one reason and one reason only. That is to improve outcomes for your students. Does the school division exist to have really great sandwiches at lunch?
No.
Does the school division exist to have the right textbook?
No.
Does it exist to have high quality teachers?
No, because they could.
Does the school division exist to have great buildings?
No.
No.
Does the school division exist to have a balanced budget?
No.
None of these are why the school division exists. These are all good things to have. I am in favor of these things being had, but none of these are the reason the school division exists. These are inputs, and no amount of knowledge about any of these inputs guarantees for you what the outcome will be. The school division exists for one reason and one reason only. That's to improve student outcomes. If you actually want to accomplish that as a board, you have to commit yourselves to actually investing energy and time on the outcomes. to that effect, question number 6. Question number 6. I want you to draw 3 columns.
3 columns.
We've talked about inputs. That's the label for your first column. Inputs are the resources, the strategies, the things that you pour into the cycle at the beginning of the cycle. Those are your inputs. Carlos introduced us to column number 2, outputs. Outputs are measures that occur in the midst of the cycle to give you some sense of the quality of implementation of the inputs and hopefully give you some prediction as to your likelihood of accomplishing the outcomes. And then column number 3, label that one outcomes. Those are the results that you measure at the end of the cycle. There's inputs, outputs, outcomes. Adele?
About process.
So what?
Process. Inputs, process, outputs, out.
So there's your, as part of your inputs, your planning, budget. A budget is an input. Why is a budget not an outcome? Why do I describe budget as an input?
Because it's a mechanism that is used to produce the outcome, but it in itself.
It's just a planning document that you have at the beginning of your fiscal year, but that's it. It's a plan. Having a great budget does not guarantee that you're going to be fiscally solvent at the end of the year. So you've got inputs. And so these are your plans about your processes. You got your outputs, Adele, to your point, those are really kind of measurements of how well your processes have gone. These are your progress measures in the midst of the cycle. And then you got your outcomes at the end. 3 columns, 1 column labeled inputs, 1 column labeled outputs, 1 column labeled outcomes. Let's check in right quick. What are some examples of inputs in a school system? What are some examples of inputs in a school system? Yeah, Carlos?
You need students.
Students, very important input in the school system. Yeah. What are other inputs in the school system?
Counselors.
Yeah, Lauren. Yeah, counselors.
I think this is where we can look at high quality teachers.
Yeah.
Teachers, the single most important input that the school system controls is teachers. There is no more important input that you control. If you get every other input wrong, but you nail that one, your children still probably be okay. If you fail at having highly effective teachers, but you have every other input in the school division perfect, your children will suffer. The single most important input in the school, there's nothing more important, than do we have really great teachers in our classrooms, who are just pouring knowledge and content and learning and love of learning into our children all day, every day. Single most important input. Other inputs in the school system.
Financial resources.
Yeah, your money, that's an input. You generally have some kind of idea of what you're going to have. PD, your plans for PD, that's an input. Mm-hmm. All right, what are some outputs in a school system? What are metrics that you know in the midst of the year that are really measures of the quality of implementation? Lauren?
Testing. Ongoing assessment.
Yeah, ongoing assessment. Carlos, you had your hand up?
I had ensure that all students are reading and writing on or above 3rd grade level.
Yeah, so your ongoing evaluation and assessment of student reading level throughout the school year. Yeah, so those measures that you can look at throughout the year to give you a sense of where we are. Sharon, what are some other outputs in a school system?
Yeah, I was going to say formal and informal assessment.
Yeah, your formal and informal assessment. Also your formative assessment and your interim assessment. Yeah, any other examples of outputs in a school system? Graduation, got it.
I had closed achievement gaps, but I didn't know if that was more of an outcome.
So what instrument would you use to measure that?
Well, it would be the assessments, making sure that
then that assessment then would be the output measure then. Mm-hmm. All right, then what are examples of outcomes in a school system? What are examples of outcomes in a school system? These are the measures of the results at the end of the school system. Lauren?
All children reading on grade level?
Yeah, at the end of the year, we give them all a summative assessment and we figure out, can you read or can you not? Yeah, Sharon?
All students graduating on time.
Yeah, on-time graduation would be an outcome. Christine?
That was one I was going to say, graduating students. Also, students being academically ready for college entry or their entry into college.
Yeah, so college readiness. Yeah, and what's one way, Christine, that you would use to measure college readiness?
The students who, after matriculation, actually enter into or enrolled into college.
Okay. There you go. So the student, so actual matriculation rates, that could be your outcome. Rodney, did you have one? Sharon?
Career readiness.
Yeah, career readiness. How would you measure career readiness?
Children have the skills, abilities that they need to get a job when they graduate from high school.
Got it. So there's inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Yeah, Carlos, one more.
Fully accredited schools.
Fully accredited schools. Yeah, at the end of the year, the state's going to give you evaluation and say, is the division fully accredited or not? Got it. And so these are inputs. These are the resources, knowable at the beginning of the cycle. The outputs, these are measures of implementation of the inputs, knowable throughout the cycle. And then there's outcomes. These are the results measurable at the end of the cycle. Inputs, outputs, outcomes. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to think of every moment that the board has spent in meetings from January 1st until right now. I want you to think of every moment that the board has spent in meetings from January 1st to right now. Consider that as 100%. So think of 100% of the board's time from January 1st to this exact moment. And as you think about all of that time, what I want you to write down is what percentage of that total amount of time from January 1st to right now was focused on inputs, what percentage of that time was focused on outputs, and what percentage of that time was focused on outcomes. Write down 3 percentages in your 3 columns. I'll give you a hint. When you add them together, it should equal 100. As you think about 100% of the board's time from January 1st to this exact moment, what percentage of that time was focused on inputs? What percentage of that time was focused on outputs? What percentage of that time was focused on outcomes? This is question number 6. What percentage of the board's time between January 1st and now is focused on inputs? These are all the resources that go into it. It's all your time spent voting, all those things. These are all inputs by definition. Inputs. What amount of time was focused on outputs? On really investigating the measures of the quality of implementation that are knowable throughout the year. What percentage of the board's time was focused on outcomes? What are the results that we're creating as a school system that are knowable at the end of the cycle? What percentage of the board's time between January 1st and this exact moment was spent on inputs? What percent was spent on outputs? What percent was spent on outcomes? The 3 numbers when added together should equal 100. All right. I only want to hear right now about outcomes. What percent did you write down for outcomes? 10? Lauren put down 10%. Christine, 5%. Carlos, what'd you have? 60% was focused on outcomes. Noel, what'd you put down? 2%?
I'm sorry. I messed
20%.
20%. Carlos, what was yours?
Yeah, I said I heard that wrong. I thought we were going the other way naturally. 10%.
Outcomes. Outcomes, 10%. 10. Thank you. That was much less confusing there.
Board meeting, are you?
Sharon, what percent did you put down? 5%?
5.
Anybody else? Rodney, what'd you put down?
I had 10.
10%? Is did somebody have 20? Adele, what'd you put down?
20.
You had, Adele had the 20. Was 20 the high?
Also.
Oh, Noel also had 20. All right, so it sounds like 20 is our high, 5 is our low. All right, got it. So now, as we think about outcomes, we need to add one more layer to this, because why do school divisions exist?
Outcomes.
Not just outcomes.
Student outcomes.
Student outcomes.
Outcomes.
So
Yeah.
so now I want you to take whatever percent you wrote down for outcomes, and I want you to start thinking about in two different parts: student outcomes and adult outcomes. Now, before you write anything, what's the difference? Somebody give me an example of an outcome that the school division creates that is not a student outcome. Somebody give me an example of an outcome that the division creates that is not a student outcome. Sharon?
100% of the teachers are vaccinated.
Teacher vaccination. Well, hold on. But if we don't vaccinate all the teachers, then they won't be available to, educate children, and so the children might not learn. So that influences things. So would that make it a student? Would that make it a student outcome?
No. Well.
No. It absolutely would not make it a student outcome. Gotcha. Who will give me the next example of an outcome that the division creates that is not a student outcome?
We have 100% teacher retention rate.
Have 100. Well, hold on now, Tanya. But if we don't retain our really great teachers, then it'd be harder for students to learn. So wouldn't that make teacher retention a student outcome?
No. But I thought you said adult outcome.
So normally I do a better job of tricking people. And right now, y'all crushing me. Y'all crushing my spirit right now. So yes, that is absolutely an adult outcome. All right, Carlos, give me an example of an outcome the school system creates that is not a student outcome.
I'm gonna get shot for this one, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Good.
Changing school start times.
Well, hold on now, Carlos. If we don't change the school start times, it might not match the circadian rhythm of our students, and it might make it harder for them to learn. So wouldn't that make start time a student outcome?
Amen.
Well, I went through it at the same time, and I'm okay.
You didn't learn, did you?
Jury's still out.
I was his tutor.
You did all right. So, Christine, what's an example of an outcome the school system creates that is not a student outcome?
Professional development.
Well, hold on now, Christine. If we don't do professional development, then the teachers won't be as effective and the students won't learn as well. So wouldn't that make professional development a student outcome?
But based on what you said, it's an input. It's a needed input.
All right. So normally I can fool somebody, but I have failed to fool all of you, which speaks well for what is happening in Norfolk, Virginia. So here's the situation. When we talk about student outcomes, we're talking about measures of which students know or are able to do. When we're talking about student outcomes, what we mean by that is a student outcome is a measure of which students know or are able to do. And every example you all gave is not a measure of what students know. Is teacher retention a measure of what students know and are able to do? No. It's clearly not a student outcome. And so our definition for an adult outcome is anything that's not a student outcome. So there are only two types of outcomes: adult outcomes and student outcomes. Student outcomes are measures of which students know and are able to do. Adult outcomes is anything that's not a student outcome. Why do school divisions exist?
To improve student outcomes.
To improve student outcomes. Do school divisions exist to improve adult outcomes?
No.
No, that is not why they exist. Say what?
Adults had their chance when they were children.
We already passed you up. So here's what I want you to do. Now I want you to take a look at the outcomes column and the outcomes column alone, whatever percentage you wrote down there. And now I want you to divide that into two numbers. When these two numbers add up, they should equal 100. What percentage of outcomes was time focused on adult outcomes? What percentage of outcomes was time focused on student outcomes? So whatever percentage you wrote down for for outcomes, now write down two numbers. The two numbers when added together should equal 100. Of your time focused on outcomes, what percentage was focused on student outcomes? What percentage was focused on adult outcomes? And then we'll do some fancy math and figure this all out. Of the time spent on outcomes, what percentage of it was focused on adult outcomes? What percentage was focused on student outcomes? Those two numbers added together should equal 100. So now you should be able to do some fancy math and come up with what percentage of the board's time between January 1st and today was focused on student outcomes. What answer did you give? We'll start with Adele.
10.
So you originally put down 20% for outcomes. Of the total amount of time spent on outcomes, what percentage of that was spent on student outcomes?
I put 10.
10%?
Yeah. Well, you said that, I'm sorry, I divided 20 into student and adult, and that would equal 100. So I did 10 for student, 90 for adult. Did I misunderstand?
So of the time spent on outcomes, you said 90% of that time was adult outcomes, 10% was student outcomes?
Yeah, so I could have put 2 and 18, I guess.
So the correct answer is 2%.
Mm-hmm.
So
No,
so what you're at?
Answer is
So what,
10% of 20.
So you're saying half of the time spent on outcomes was on adult and half of it was student?
No, I thought that the 20 became 100%. So 100% of 20 would be 10% on student outcomes and 90% on adult outcomes. I misunderstood. So if I say, it's either, if it equals, so if I say 20 for outcomes, I would say 2% on student outcomes and 18%, or 2 on student outcomes, 18 on adult outcomes.
So of the total board time, you're saying 2% was focused on student outcomes, and then 98% was focused on adult outcomes, outputs, or inputs.
No, I said 10% on student outcomes and 90 on adult outcomes. Of the 20.
Yes. And so that means of the total time of the board's time between January 1st and right now, that means if you do the math on that you're saying 2% of the time, of the total time, was focused on student outcomes. 18% of the total time, you're saying, was focused on other outcomes. And then the remaining 80% was focused on outputs and inputs.
No, I'm sorry. So essentially.
All right, so hold on, let's start at the beginning. What percent did you put down for, hold on, what percent did you put down for inputs?
For inputs? 50.
Yes. What percent did you put down for outputs?
30.
Should be 30. And then you put down 20% for outcomes. All right, so for outcomes, what percent of the times of outcomes was focused on adult outcomes? What did
10%?
You wrote down 9.
So it's 10% of 20. So that would be the number 2. 2%.
Would be 2. 2%.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm hearing. So you're saying 2%.
18. So that would be 90. The remainder would be 18.
All right. So I realize we're struggling with this. Sounds like the correct answer is 2%.
2%.
All right. So 2%. Rodney, you're up.
Wait a minute. Okay. Let me repeat my understanding of the assignment.
What percent of time did you put down for outcomes?
I know what I did. I put down 10%.
All right. And so you think if you think of the total of 10%, what percent of that was student outcomes? What percent of that was adult outcomes?
Yeah, I put 80 for student and I put 20 for adult.
So when you look at the total amount of time spent by the board, essentially when you do the math, that's 8%. You're saying 8% of the board's time was focused on student outcomes.
That is correct.
Who's next? Sharon, what percentage of time was focused on student outcomes?
It was actually 2%, which was 40%.
2%. Got it. So 2%.
Right.
Who's next? Carlos, what you got?
I had 4%.
4%. Lauren, what you got?
I have 2% on students, 8% on adults.
Christine? You're muted.
95.5.
And what total percent did you have for outcomes?
5. 5 and 5. Less than 1.
So 5% of 5%. Right. So what is that? 0.5%?
Did we even say the word student in any of our meetings?
No. I'm sorry. You said 5% of 5%.
Huh?
Got it. Yeah. So 0.00. Yeah. Small. We'll just say less than 1%. Tanya, what'd you come up with?
I said the same thing as Lauren, 2% on student outcomes, 8% on adult.
Yeah. So 2%. Noelle, what'd you come up with?
Less than 1% on student outcomes.
So we've got 2 people with less than 1%, a bunch of people with 2%. I think somebody have 4%.
Yeah, I've had a habit of always grading higher. Sorry.
As you compare the percentage you wrote down for student outcomes with the answers you gave to questions number 2 and 3, what are you noticing? When you compare the percentage you wrote down for student outcomes with the answers you wrote down for questions 2 and 3, what are you noticing?
Mine are pretty
Big gap.
Christine? You're muted.
Christine.
She's going strong though.
You're muted, Christine. Yeah, there you go.
I need to go get my Miss Peggy and I'll.
Percentage-wise, it's not much lower because when we did that, we were between 4 and 6, so somewhere around 50%. And now we're looking at like 2%.
When you average it out, it's about around 2%. Yeah. So the answer the board gave earlier was 40 to 60%. What the data that the board is evaluating of itself is suggesting somewhere between just north of 0 and 4%.
So we're
confused. Lauren, say what?
We're confused.
Lauren, I saw your hand up next. As you're reflecting on these two, what did you notice?
What I noticed is that we were using our rose-colored glasses when we started the exercise, and now reality has struck home.
Yeah. Rodney, what are you noticing?
So, one, I think I'm an outlier here. So,
yeah.
So while I felt like we spent 10% of our time on outcomes, I actually think that when we did that 80% of our time was spent on student outcomes. I think our adult stuff is far more, I think we hardly focus on adult outcomes. I think we focus on a lot of adult inputs and outputs. So
so
I actually think when the board, so I actually think when the board has been focused, so for example, at a couple of our work sessions, we haven't met that much, but a couple of our work sessions when we were focused on our student outcome data, I think 10% of our time, we did that.
So I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Your answer was that you all have spent roughly 8% of the board's time between January 1st and now on student outcomes and 92% of the board's time on other stuff that is not student outcomes. Am I understanding that correctly? Yeah.
Yes.
And so when you look at that 8% that you're estimating and you compare that to the answer you gave for question 2, what are you noticing? So what was your answer for question 2?
4.
So think of that as like 40%, because that was out of a 10-point scale. So multiplied. And so basically your answer for question 2 is 40%. Your estimate for your time invested was 8%. What are you noticing?
A gap. Seriously, I think that.
Oh, that's what I said. Gap. I agree.
So you and I will enjoy this, I think. So the question so first of all, I'm talking about the we. So you keep saying the board. I'm including the entire governance team.
Yeah, the entire governance team. That's right. That's right.
And so I noticed a couple of things. I do see that there is a mismatch between, I think there's an issue on how we evaluate ourselves and our governance team against the outcomes that we say we want to achieve.
Yeah, having watched a number of your meetings now and hearing what you all aspire to, question number one, what you think you do, question number 2 and 3, and now what you say the reality of what you do, question number 6. Yeah, I would say there is a gap in how you all are measuring your effectiveness, or at least how you're estimating your effectiveness. Tanya, what are you noticing?
Mine were pretty similar. I mean, they were off by a point, but they were.
So you said 30%. I think you were 30% for question number 2.
Yes.
You were 3 out of 10.
Yes, I was.
Yeah. So 30% for question number 2, and what was your percentage for for student outcomes percentage?
2%.
All right. What are you noticing?
That our board focus has been on, the inputs versus the actual outcomes.
What are you all taking away from this conversation? We've been having a conversation. It's lasted a little over an hour and a half. We've talked about what are the things that you most aspire to accomplish on behalf of children in your time in education leadership. Then we asked you to estimate how focused are you on that. Then we gave you a framework for measuring how focused you are on that. As you summarize everything that we've done in our time together so far, what are you taking away from this conversation? Yeah, Sharon. And making an I statement.
Okay. I realized that we have to be more thoughtful.
I realize that
Okay, thank you. I realize that I need to be thoughtful as I am engaging in the agenda planning process, that there needs to be more of a focus on student outcomes as opposed to.
Yeah, so I'm noticing that I need to be more thoughtful as I'm engaging in agenda planning. Got it. As you're reflecting on this entire conversation, what are you noticing? Make it an I statement. Who's next? What are you noticing? Make it an I statement. Tanya?
I am noticing that I need to be more direct in setting expectations to receive information and receive meaningful data on student outcomes.
Yeah, I need to be more direct about having expectation of receiving data.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is clearly, the evidence suggests that is clearly not happening, that I am not behaving that way. Right. That I measured myself as a 7 earlier, but as I begin to replay the video of my leadership, as I begin to, imagine, a coach after the game, they go back and they replay the footage. Why do they do this? Why do coaches go back and replay the video?
To improve performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, to improve performance. To gain that insight. And so now as you begin to replay the video, I'm starting to notice, you know what? I labeled myself a 7, but as I replay the video, I notice something that is not 7 behavior is I did not make expectations about student outcome focus clear in my conversations. That's not what I did. It's a powerful moment in the life of an education leader to get really clear about the distinction from what you'd like to be reality, and what you have actually had be reality. Who will be the next? What are you noticing inside of this conversation? Making an I statement. Yeah, Lauren.
I'm noticing that I have not been paying enough attention to the student outcomes and the student progress, and I am not being assertive enough to change the topic and redirect it back to student outcomes like I should be.
Yeah, I'm not paying enough attention to the student outcomes and not being assertive enough to redirect and say, you know what, actually, wait a minute, hold on, folks. Hold on. I get that this feels super important right now. But if we know everything there is to know about this toilet paper contract, like if we know the difference between 1 ply and 2 ply, is it the stuff with the lotion on it? If we know everything there is to know about the peanut butter contract, is that crunchy or is it creamy? Don't be giving my kid these creamy peanut butter. We want that crunchy. What is it? If we know everything there is to know about the jelly, is it that organic? Is it a free range grape? Like, did you get that from Whole Foods? Like, no matter how important all this seems, as I begin to replay the video of my education leadership, I notice that I'm missing the main thing more often than I realized. Absolutely. It's a powerful thing in the life of a leader to just take a moment to step back and replay the video. Like any effective coach, this is what effective coaches do, because this is how we get stronger for children. This is the same thing that we ask our teachers to do. We ask them to be reflective in their practice, don't we? And as teachers reflect, they get stronger for children. We ask principals to. As principals reflect, they get stronger for children. We ask superintendents to. As superintendents reflect on their practice, they get stronger for children. And that same invitation is true for board members. As I take a moment to reflect on my behavior as a board member, I begin to notice opportunities to even be more of the advocate for children that I desire to be. And that's all this is. This isn't about good, bad, right or wrong. It's none of that. This is just how do I continuously improve as an education leader and being intentionally focused on student outcomes. Lauren?
Well, I just wanted to add that what I'm realizing, especially listening to you talk, is that what I've done my whole life with teams and planning and everything, and the focus that we always had on those team meetings was always student achievement, student outcomes. That yeah. I am not doing what I know how to do.
Yeah.
And I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, I have very real skills that I spent a career honing. And as I begin to replay the video of my leadership, I notice I'm not always using the skills that I've honed.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm embarrassed.
That is a powerful reflection in the life of a leader, though, to really stop and say, hold up. I got game and I'm not putting it on the court for kids right now. Yeah, it's a powerful thing to reflect on. Who else? What are you noticing? Make it an I statement.
I noticed that I'm just not focused. My number was less than 1. So
yeah.
So I definitely have to reevaluate and rethink my behavior and practices.
Yeah. I notice that I'm not as focused as I intend to be, which causes me to want to reevaluate my behavior and my practices. There is a understanding, the sending I bring to this work. You're going to hear it over and over, so you might as well start hearing it now. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And what I hear Christine saying is, you know what, I want outcomes for my students to change. And what I'm reflecting on now as I look at the focus that we have demonstrated, I got to change my behavior if I want to see changes in the outcomes for my students. Absolutely. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change, starting with me. Anyone else? What are you noticing? Make it a nice statement.
I guess what comes to mind is, and this is something I'd struggled with, is that I need to be more assertive in obviously in agenda planning. I agree with what Dr. Birdsong had said. I also, have ownership in that. But I do need to be more assertive in making sure that these other items don't creep in, that we are focusing on student achievement outcomes.
What you have to understand is that there is always going to be a temptation to focus on the tangible rather than the intangible. And what is more tangible than peanut butter? So you can't hold in your hand, my children are full, but you can hold in your hand a jar of peanut butter. Just understand that there will always be the temptation to direct focus to the most tangible thing. But unfortunately, student outcomes is what this whole thing's about. And those are not tangible. You cannot hold that in your hand the way you can hold an input in your hand. And so I think it becomes really easy to kind of be seduced away from a focus of student outcomes to a focus on the inputs, to the just the very kind of material, the thing I can kind of hold, grasp, the thing that's which is easier to explain, peanut butter or hunger. I can explain this jar of peanut butter, but I can't explain, what percent of my students are hungry, and how do we know that? How do we measure it? Like, that's just, it's a different thing altogether. But the nature of governing, though, is you have to lean in. It is not enough to know, it is not enough to know the inputs. As a governing team, your work is grounded not in the inputs, but in the outcomes for students. That is where governance lives. Everything, you have to do all this other stuff, but that stuff has to be done in the context of what are the outcomes for students that we as a board have declared must be the focus of this school division. And then we only seek to get involved in anything else to the extent that it is aligned with that. What that also means is there are issues that come up. If you're going to be intentionally focused on student outcomes, you as a team will have to say, yeah, we would like to get involved in that, but we're not going to. Not because it's not worth getting involved in, but because of what sacrifice we'd have to make to do so. We'd have to sacrifice our focus on student outcomes. And so for that reason, yeah, we're going to lean away from that. We're going to lean toward this. This is the hard work of leadership. This is why we've been talking about focus this whole time. It's because focus is super easy to talk about, but focus requires sacrifice. It means somebody on Facebook is going to want you to focus on something, and you're going to have to say, no, we ain't going to focus on that right now, because we're going to have to stay focused on student outcomes. And when it comes down to it, you're going to have to decide, can you handle not being liked by somebody on Facebook in exchange for being focused on student outcomes? Adele?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you're going down that track, is that, there's this, these external pressures to draw us away from it. And, it's not sexy and making headlines that we're focusing on student outcomes. And
the only thing I would invite you to twist on that is that what I see killing elected officials nationwide is not the external pressure, it's the internal pressure that you allow yourself to experience as a result of the externalities. Like, people can say whatever they want on, Facebook, and you won't respond to that. But if you feel some kind of way about that, if you, these people, well, I feel like I owe them, loyalty. I feel like, these people have some type of power, authority, and I'm worried about my reputation. And, I invite you to consider that the pressure that is killing you, that is killing your focus on student outcomes, isn't the external pressure. People outside are going to do what they're going to do. It's the question of, can you manage the internal pressure that the externalities inspire? Like, if I don't do what this group of people say, maybe they won't accept me anymore. Maybe I won't belong anymore. Maybe I won't fit in. Maybe I won't get reelected. Maybe people won't like me. People say bad things about me. I've been here in this community my whole life. I want my reputation intact. I don't want these people saying bad things about me. They might say something bad about me. That is what is driving your lack of focus on student outcomes. The externalities are the externalities. They're always going to be there. There's nothing you can do about that. There is no power in the universe that is going to cause all of social media to disappear tomorrow. What will matter is, what do I do about it? The pressure, the internal pressure that all of that creates. And we're all at different places in that. Some people look at that as like, no biggie. Some people look at that as like, ooh, I really want these people to feel good about what we're doing, and so on and so forth. And so that is the pressure that you're going to have to watch out for. And I would encourage you to take your eyes away from problematizing external pressure. The community has every right to be frustrated with you. They have every right to demand what they want. They have every right to behave however they behave, as long as, they're not burning down the Capitol. The community has every right to show up however they need to show up. Your job as the elected representative of those people is to manage that in a way that honors the spirit and intentionality that your community has, in a way that doesn't take your focus away from the reason the school division exist. And that is a really hard job. That is a really hard job. It is really, really, really hard to have all of that pressure on one side and to hold on to this focus on student outcomes on the other. That is really hard. But if you are willing to do that, and what we offer is coaching that will support that. If you are willing to juggle both of those, and you want support in growing your capacity for juggling those, then to the 8 of you, we can help you in that. Like we have strategies that are time honored. They've worked all across the country. They'll work here too. But I just want you to be clear about what you face. Your primary struggle is not external. Your primary struggle as an elected official is an internal battle to make meaning of all of the external pressures in a way that doesn't have you take your focus off of what are we going to do to improve student outcomes. What's on your mind, Sharon?
Just a clarifying question. When we went through our initial training, I believe it was last year sometime, one takeaway that was very important to me in my role at the time, it was acting superintendent, was around, responding to board member requests. And my takeaway from that was you don't need to be going in 7 different directions, answering questions, getting data reports for individual board members. You need to, the governance team needs to focus, needs to talk about what the will of the board is, and based on the will of the board, proceed whatever, data is needed as it relates to student achievement or what have you. And I would just like us to have another conversation around that since, we're talking about data and we're all about the data and gathering data and providing data. But it is a little frustrating for me if I'm just going to say, for example, if I have 7 different board members asking me for different things, at different times. Again, we've been trained that it should be the will of the board. So I'm not all over the place. So it's, as board members are discussing what they believe to be important, what they believe to be the priority, then they determine what is needed, then I can proceed with that. So I want us to talk about that a little more, if you don't mind.
So yes, but no. So I want to pull 2 things apart that I hear you talking about in tandem, but I think are entirely different things. One thing is requests for data that currently exist. My belief, if there is a document that currently exists in this school division, and I'm a member of the board of the school division, then when I ask for that document, I expect to receive it. If there is a document that currently exists anywhere in the school division, as a member of this board, my expectation is when I ask for it, I get it. Period. No, nothing. Like that is my expectation. Within whatever boundaries, law provides, in some states, you don't get access to, even on the school board, you don't get access to personnel documents or, identifying information about students. In other states, like Texas, you get access to everything, but I'd put that on one bucket. An entirely separate bucket from that is things that don't exist. And for that, I would agree with you. I think the board as a whole needs to decide when staff gets tasked with creating new things. But I don't think any board member should be deprived of things that they have that law says they have a right to, of documents that currently exist. So if there's a document that we've created that says XYZ about something, and I ask for that document and it already exists, I expect you to go get it, make a copy, send it to me, we're done. But I think it is but that's because that's not taking up a lot of staff time. So that's not going to divert a ton of staff time away from the work that we want staff to do. They just need to grab the document that already exists and send it along. Asking staff to create new things that don't exist, that does start to utilize staff time. And so when that's the case, I think the board does have a vested interest in knowing, I actually want my staff focused on the main thing as well. And so as a board, we need to decide what that main thing is and focus them on that. And so I think of those as 2 separate things that it's very important, not to intermingle. Anyone else, as you're thinking about this whole conversation, we're about to transition. So we're about to leave this conversation entirely. As you're reflecting on this conversation, What are you noticing? Anyone else? Make it an I statement. Yeah, Tanya?
Well, I was just thinking, I said in my I statement about being more direct in setting expectations around that. And I think what you just commented on is a really good distinction between what exists and what doesn't.
Yeah.
And, we've been trained, to seek the will of the board for new information, but I do think we also, or I have to be more assertive in, getting responses when data is requested, whether it exists or doesn't exist. And I think the board has to get into a process of knowing what exists and what doesn't also.
As it turns out, most of the things that board members think should exist often just doesn't. Like board members think, hey, haven't you already conducted this specific analysis? I just want to copy the analysis. And if administration has, then they should hand it over. But more often than not, no, they actually haven't conducted. They conducted this analysis over here, but they didn't conduct it. But that's only because there's a nearly infinite number of ways that you could analyze, district data. And so the likelihood that they've done the exact analysis that a board member asked for is, in my experience, usually pretty low, unless it's one that you've discussed in advance. Like if you all have said, here is a specific goal that we have, and we're going to dive into this, then you should expect that they've done a lot of analysis in this area. But that if you could distinguish between those, stuff that doesn't exist, I think the board has a vested interest in having a group approach to say, we want our staff to focus time on that. But stuff that does exist, it just needs to be handed over and keep it moving.
Right. But there has to be dialogue around it. What does and doesn't exist. Like if a piece of data, if a particular analysis is being requested, and like you said, I think that's a great point. It may not be analyzed in the way that a board member asked for it. But, the administration, whoever is charged with responding to it, if that's the case, could say, well, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're asking for, but this is what we do have, and this is how
we don't have that. Here's the closest thing we got.
Yeah, right. Like that would be a simple, that would
we have nothing of that nature here. And if the board wants it, then obviously its staff will put it together.
Right.
But then it becomes a question of, does the board want it or not? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
One more before we transition, Adele.
One of the things I've been thinking a lot about lately that kind of ties in here is in our conversations, we're giving a lot, like if you watch our meetings, it's a lot of, I want this, I want that, but nobody says, hey, do you have this available? Hey, why did you ask that question? Like, why are you, in a nice way, like, I really want to know how to respond to you. So can I just get a little more information from you? I think that's really been missing in our conversations in our meetings.
So no, I actually don't think that's your biggest problem. I think that is, in fact, I think that is a challenge. I think your larger problem is the one you all have already diagnosed. Y'all simply ain't focused. And so having all of the analysis in the world about 50 different things doesn't resolve into making good governance choices. Like if you know everything there is to know about thing A, B, and C, that doesn't mean you're going to make good choices about, things X, Y, and Z. And so I think your first step is, what do we as a board, what do we say are the priorities? When we talk about board work, and we'll dig into this when we get back, we talk about board work, the thing to hold on to during the break is that the job of the board is to represent the vision and values of the community. But the job of the board as a unitary body is to represent the vision and values of the community. And so that means you all have to listen for what the community's vision and values are. Then you need to write those down and make them plain. And then when you have clarified those priorities, the community's vision as a set of priorities and the community's values as a set of priorities, then that becomes everything that we talk about is going to be narrowed in on either the community's vision that we've articulated or the community's values that we've articulated. And it's going to be a finite set of each. It's not going to be 1,000 things. It's going to be this finite set that we have said, this is what represents the community's vision, highest priority. This is what represents the community's values, highest priority. And if it's related to these things, Madam Superintendent, expect that we're going to go all the way in. But if it's not related to these things, then because we want to be at that, because we want to match our self-perceptions of being 7s and 8s, because we want to match that, we're going to forsake a lot of other things that we might otherwise focus on and trust those to our superintendent, only for the purpose of being able to demonstrate that 7, 8, 9 level focus on the things that we as a board say matter most. Superintendent doesn't get a vote on this. She does not get to tell you what the community's priorities are. That is not her job. Only the board can do that. But once you decide what those priorities are, only the board can then be focused in on them. And only the board can maintain that focus against the temptations of all the other things that will come along that you will want to be focused on in addition to the things that you say matter most. It is just about 5 after. Let's take a break. How long would you like? 5, 10, or 15 minutes? How long of a break would you like? Let's go out and stretch, get some circulation going in your legs, all that good stuff. How much time would you like? 5, 10, or 15?
How will that affect the end time of the training?
We will end on time. We're not going to keep you over. Y'all like long meetings. We don't.
Sounds good.
All right, so I've got almost 5 after. Then my request is that we be back, cameras on, fired up, ready to go exactly when the clock strikes 15 after. Is there anyone who does not accept this request? Exactly when the clock strikes 15 after, we'll all here present, fully present, ready to go. Anyone does not accept this request? All right, see you at 15 after. What value am I trying to protect?
Your time.
Yeah, time. I would love not to fly. And so at this point, I have articulated two things to the Uber driver. I've articulated the vision, where do we want to go? And I've articulated my value about time in terms of a non-negotiable that has to be honored. Don't take this particular route. Once I have given the vision, where are we going, and the value, what not to do along the way, who makes a decision whether to take a left or a right turn?
Cab driver.
The
Uber
driver.
driver. Who makes the decision whether to speed up or slow down?
The driver.
Of all of the remaining available paths to the airport, who decides which path to take?
The superintendent.
The superintendent. Yeah. Carlos, what you thinking?
On my Uber, if I want a detour, I can input that though.
Yeah. So if you have a specific, value that needs to be honored along the way, then you would express that. But that's not the Uber driver's job to guess at what your values are. That is your job to articulate what your values are. You can't show up at the airport like, well, how come you didn't stop off at the post office so I can mail this letter? Did you mention that you didn't stop off at the post office? Well, then if you didn't, not when we get to the airport. You can't wait for us to show up at the airport and be like, by the way, what had happened was I meant that we supposed to go back. No. At the beginning of the journey, either you articulated, here's my vision and here are my values, or I don't know what you were doing. In that moment, when I have articulated my vision for where to go and my values for what has to be honored on the journey, in that moment, I am governing the Uber. Am I managing the Uber? No, who's managing it?
The driver.
Yeah, the driver is managing it. They make all the operational decisions. And in that moment, they are managing the Uber, but I'm governing the Uber. I am in complete governance over that Uber in that moment. Now, here's a critical thing about governance. Do I just pass out in the back seat and hope it all works out? No. So what am I doing throughout the entirety of the journey as an expression of my governance duty?
Monitoring.
You're looking at
monitoring. I'm looking out the window. I'm like, hey, bro, this don't near about look like how you get to an airport from my office. Like, what are we doing? Like, Sharon, I'm gonna need you to get this bucket back on the right path. Like, hold up. I don't think you know what you're doing on this. And so I'm constantly looking. And Sharon might say to me, hold up, brother. This ain't my first Uber route. The reason we're going this way is because there's actually worse construction over there. So we're going to miss the construction that you mentioned, but we're also going to have to go around the construction that I also know is there. That's why we're taking this route. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Well, it's my job to monitor. It's her job to explain it to me as the Uber driver. And as long as I feel like her explanation and her plan on how to get me to the airport is reasonable, I mean, like, all right, keep on driving, Sister Soldier, keep on driving. But this is the function of governance. Is I have expressed at the beginning of the journey, I expressed the vision, where are we going? I've expressed the values, what has to be honored along the way. And I'm constantly keeping it on a swivel to figure out, are we actually moving in the direction of the vision? And if I have any evidence along the way that we are not moving in the direction of the vision, then I'll be like, hold up. Pause right quick. The airport is north. Why are we going south? And it's the Uber driver's job to explain it. And if the Uber driver can't explain it, then we just need look, maybe we need to find a different Uber driver. Like, you ain't the one. And this is the nature of governance. This is the nature of governance. So the key work is you have to listen for the vision and values of the community, write it down and make it plain, and tell your Uber driver up front. You have to listen for the values of the community and make it plain, write it down, and tell your Uber driver up front. And then for the entirety of the journey, your work consists of monitoring. Are we actually getting closer to the vision in ways that honor the values? Now, the part of the problem here is, in any given community, when we say, hey, community, what's your vision for what students should know and be able to do? Are you going to get just 5 ideas? No, you're going to get all kinds of ideas. And so this is where the 7 of you as a board have to come together and synthesize amongst you all what is a set of policy statements about the vision that the 7 of us, will, come together on. Preferably, we'll reach consensus on. And then you'll have to come together as a board to a finite set of value statements that preferably you reach consensus on. And then those vision and values you hand over to your superintendent, and then most of your work becomes monitoring. Are we getting closer to the vision while honoring the values? The vision of the community, once codified by the board, we refer to as goals. The values of the community, once codified by the board, we refer to as guardrails. And so the work of the board becomes distilling the collective vision of the community down to a set of goals, distilling the set of values of the community down to a set of guardrails, and then monitoring the work of the schools division to ensure that it's getting closer to accomplishing the goals while honoring the guardrails. Let me pause for a second. What questions do you have about this idea of goals and guardrails and the role of the board as honoring the vision of representing the vision and values of the community? What questions, comments do you have about this description that we offer you about what it looks like to govern? Yeah, Lauren?
Well, it makes me more and more aware that we over-manage our superintendent, that she gives us proposals.
Yeah.
She works up a plan to address something, and then we second guess it, and we debate it back and forth, and we all have our own changes that we want to add. I was guilty over the pandemic plan because I wanted the K through 3 kids to come, and we had to split them in half. I wanted them not to do every other day. I wanted them to do morning and afternoon. And she was listening to what I said, but in the end, she had to say to me, the logistics don't work out. You got to run all those buses and everything. So, because she had more information and more knowledge about transportation than I did.
Were you focused on,
interfered.
in that moment, were you focused on inputs, outputs, or outcomes?
Outputs, maybe.
Maybe outputs.
But I was thinking I was focused on the children, the outcome of the children becoming better educated.
Yeah, so this is the powerful thing. So you all have articulated the percentage of time that you think in reality that has been focused on student outcomes. But if I had asked you at the beginning of our time tonight, hey, are you focused on student outcomes? What would you all have said?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. That's the only thing I'm focused on. In fact, I don't have to hypothesize. I, in fact, did ask you if you're focused on student outcomes, and y'all all had some very rosy responses to this question. They got 6s and 7s and 8s and all kinds of stuff. So the thing is, people can believe that they're focused on student outcomes and in reality not be. In our Uber example, basically what happened is Lauren was looking around. She, didn't quite like what she saw in the scenery. So she said, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and reach up and grab this turn signal right quick. I'm gonna go ahead, yank on this steering wheel, see if I can't, get this donut going so we can go in the right direction. That's what happened.
And that's what I did, because I thought I was focused on the fact that I want all my kids to, I was a 3rd grade teacher. I don't want any of my children leaving without knowing how to read.
Absolutely.
But I looked at instead, I guess more the input even, because I was digging down too deep and telling her how to get me to where I wanted to be, which was literate 3rd grade readers.
Yeah, and so this is a critical thing, is that governing is really uncomfortable because most of us don't show up with a mental model for governance, because who was governed as a child? Like this ain't The Sound of Music. We don't all have a governance, right? But we all do have a mental model for management. Because we've all had a manager, we've all been managed, frequently poorly. Some of us have been managers, frequently poorly. And so we wind up with this mental model for management. And so when things aren't going well, when I'm looking out the window and things aren't going well, if I've spent my entire life being an Uber driver and now I'm sitting in the back seat of an Uber and things aren't going well, of course my natural instinct is, let me get this Uber going the right way.
God, that's just like me.
Yeah, but
Look at Sharon laughing because she knows it is.
But this is a natural, inclination. This is you are having a human experience. That is all that's happening. This is not about being a good board member, bad board member, right, wrong. It's none of that. This is just Lauren's having a human experience that all the rest of us are in the middle of having as well. And the challenge to do is to step back and be like, okay, if this was an Uber, what would I do? What I wouldn't do is I wouldn't reach up, open the front door of the driver, roll them out, jump up, Batman style into the front seat, it's zoom off. Like this is not what I would do in reality. So maybe this is not what I want to do when it comes to governing the school system, particularly because in this example of Uber, y'all got 50,000 kids in this vehicle. Like this vehicle not going off the road is more serious than just you and having a dispute with one of the other board members. Like it's a whole lot of kids are going to go off the road when this thing rolls off. And so the challenge is like, how can I find a way when I'm looking out the window and I'm feeling like I'm not comfortable with the way this Uber is going? Like the challenge is, what is the strategy? Because the right answer can't be do nothing. Like that's unconscionable as well. Like, so there has to be something to do. So the question is, when you look out the Uber and things aren't going right, what do you do? Like, I'm asking in reality, like if the Uber trip don't seem like it's going the right direction, what do you do?
You address the Uber driver.
Tell them to pull over and get out the car and call another Uber.
Yeah. So step one, so maybe not immediately, to Rodney's point, but eventually. It's not my first instinct, but maybe my eventual instinct. Yes, my eventual instinct is, look, this Uber driver ain't working out. I'm gonna need to get a different Uber. But I think Christine, starts the conversation in the same place I would. It's the first thing I was like, hey, Uber driver. Well, Paul, what we doing, Paul? Like, help me understand. Like, this does not seem like we're in the right place. Or Paul, why are you doing 20 miles over the speed limit, bro? Like, I'm gonna need you to bring it down a little bit. This is not meeting my community's value of safety right now. And so, I think you'd start with a conversation with your superintendent, but a conversation that's deeply grounded in the vision and values. That's deeply grounded in, here are the goals we set, here are the guardrails we set, and right now these feel like they're being violated. We need you to show us evidence that is or is not the case. And so this process of receiving evidence from your superintendent is what we refer to as monitoring. And it is at all times the superintendent's obligation to respond to the monitoring expectations of the board. Not to respond to the monitoring expectation of board members, that's unreasonable, but definitely to respond to the monitoring expectations of the board. And so if things aren't going well in a particular area, my first response is to monitor more. So I think about this, I don't know about y'all, I got boys. Fortunately, they're up out the house, so I've not been doing that pandemic parenting, teaching situation. Hallelujah. But with my 5 boys, the challenge would often be, this bedroom don't look right. And so I need you to clean this bedroom. And so if I go in there and look and the bedroom's not perfectly clean, is the correct parenting move to go in and clean it myself? No. Why not? Out of curiosity, why not?
No. Because then they would never clean it.
And then you don't teach them what they need to do when they get older.
Exactly. What I want this entire school system to run well, whether I'm paying attention and whether I'm looking out the window and watching or not. I want children to get what they deserve when I'm no longer here. And my access to that is to make sure the system gets better, not to make sure the system just is responsive to my noticings in the moment. And so what I'll do with my boys is like, hey, I'm gonna need you to clean this room. And then I walk away and I come back and either it's clean or it's not. If it's not clean, my response, is maybe a little bit of, hopefully I start off by, being clear, modeling, in this case, setting clear goals and guardrails. But then beyond that, my response is to monitor with greater frequency. So I'm thinking about my youngest who had prolifically foul rooms, if not attended to. And so my response from a parenting perspective was, you know what, I used to go a week in between looking to see if your room was a mess. Now I'm only going to go 3 or 4 days in between looking to see if your room's a mess. And if it is, then we're going to have to pause everything else in life that you value. And we're going to have to, and we're going to need you to attend to this. And then we keep moving. And so my first response is monitor with greater frequency. So if we've been monitoring, so the problem that I see a lot of boards make is like, oh, well, yeah, we look at student performance data once or twice a year. And you surprised that y'all ain't going in the right direction? No. So realistically, the encouragement that we offer is that our recommendation is that you would spend 50% of your minutes each month monitoring progress relative to your goals, monitoring progress relative to what you all say is the priority vision of the community for what it wants students to know and be able to do. We would have you increase the frequency of monitoring progress towards your goals and have that be half of what you do with all of your time every month. So if you spend 5 hours together each month, 2.5 of that was our children getting what they deserve. If you spend 10 hours together because y'all just love to meet, that's fine. 5 hours of that needs to be our children getting what they deserve. I, saw another, board. They had 1 month, they were over 1,000 hours, or I'm sorry, over 1,000 minutes, which came out to like 17 hours or something ridiculous. It's like, great. If y'all spend 20 hours together, or at least 10 of those hours spent monitoring progress relative to your goals, relative to the community's vision for what students don't be able to do. And so that, Lauren, is the response that I would offer you and all of your colleagues, is that you can't do nothing. That's not what you were put here to do. You're not put here to just watch and hope things work out with the superintendent. You were sent here to govern this school system, which means governing, the superintendent. But the response isn't to, grab the steering wheel. The response is to monitor with greater frequency and greater intensity, and recognizing that beyond a certain point, if your Uber driver simply can't drive, then you do have to pull a Rodney. You have to say, I'm gonna need you to go. We're gonna get out this vehicle. We're gonna get ourselves an Uber driver who actually knows what they're doing. Like at some point, you do have to do that. But here's the great thing: when you are actually monitoring effectively, you know when that point is coming long before it arrives. So it's not a surprise that you can plan for it. So you can make preparations for, hey, we're gonna have to switch drivers on this one here in a couple months, but the data all points in that same direction. This Uber driver can't drive, and so now that we are clear about that, now we can make decisions on how to go, and there'll be data to back that up that you all have collectively agreed to in advance. So it's not gotcha data. It's like, oh, we're gonna pull out some data out of no. We've agreed in advance. This is the vision of the community, and we're going to monitor progress against these measurable objectives. Other reflections on this idea of goals and guardrails as key tools that a board might use to govern. Yeah, Rodney?
Yeah, I agree and I support that. I would argue that we have not done the vision and values well, representing the community as you described it, such that we have agreement on the goals and guardrails that we could then communicate to the superintendent. And so I personally feel that as a result of that, we struggle, and for those on the board will know what I'm referencing yesterday, we struggle to be able to assess progress because we have not done the work collectively where we have agreement on the visions and values. So I'm not saying we don't have goals, because I think we do have goals.
Yeah.
I think it's different from having goals and having a collective, agreed upon set of vision, goals, and guardrails that then allows us to govern and allows the superintendent to manage.
Yeah, well, and consider this. in the absence of having clearly articulated vision and values, in the absence of having clearly articulated goals and guardrails, what happens is you are left to make your assessment of the efficacy of the institution, whether the governing team or the school division as a whole, based on your current experience of how you feel like it's working out. You all did this. What do you think question number 2 was? If you think that things are relatively going well, then you had a slightly higher answer to number 2. If you think like, things ain't quite working out, I don't really like how things are going, then you had a slightly lower number 2. But in both of those were equally not founded in reality. They were founded in your experience of reality, but neither were actually founded in reality. So then what we did is we had an exercise to help you to strengthen your relationship with reality by actually giving you a way to measure how focused is the board. So instead of asking you for opinion, which is what we did first, which was deeply and profoundly disconnected from the reality, your lived reality, then we gave you a way of measuring it. And then in the presence of that measurement, notice what changed. When we asked you your opinion about the board's reality, what it gave rise to is, we're not doing all too well. And think back to what you all said. I think the board's, only 4, 5, 6, whatever. That's because the board's not really focused. They're not always doing what they need to do. There was a whole lot of they language. There's a whole lot of they're not. The board's not focused. They aren't. Like there was this huge distancing, as if y'all ain't on the board. And so there was this whole kind of opinionation that was created that really is grounded in, do I have more authority on the board? Then I think we're doing okay. If I have less authority on the board, if I feel like my voice is less heard, I think we're doing less okay. Both of these are just complete make-believe. They're not actually grounded in any type of objective reality. Then we added some objective reality to the mix and said, okay, what percentage of time do you all actually spend? And by the way, we'll give you a method of measuring this even more precisely. But when you added even that layer of measurement to it, notice how the conversation changed. All of a sudden it became, so really only about 2%. And as I'm really starting to reflect, there's some stuff I'm doing that ain't quite working out. This is the power of actual monitoring using measurable data, is it actually gives you conclusions that you can do something about to make things better for children. In the absence of meaningful data, the only thing left to do is to cast aspersions on the people who are on the other side of the table. Like that's it. We're left to bicker about inputs and cast aspersions. These become the fullness of our time together. And then y'all wonder why y'all leave board meetings like, why am I on this board? Like, when are we going to get something done for children? It's because there wasn't much else to do. But when you actually put down some clear metrics and say, we're going to monitor progress toward this, we're going to get really clear about what is reality for our children, not assumption, but what is the reality that the superintendent's created for our children? And is she causing growth? Is she not causing, is it static, or is she actually allowing decline to occur? When we can be that precise, then you get some very different type of conversations you can have as a team. Noelle, what you thinking?
I agree with everything that you've said. Did you hear
Carlos,
me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Carlos, where you at? I see you over there cogitating.
Well, that's my standard look. I just like to listen.
I just naturally look contemplative.
No, honestly, I would say in the respect that you were speaking a lot of truth. And I think that we all have to, it's what we needed to hear. It's what we needed to hear. And that's just kind of where I am now. So I'm focused, I'm listening.
The key question, and again, going back to, because Lauren, I like, she just like went straight to the quick. All right, so what are we going, what is there to do? Because I got into, because I think she's right. And I think this is true for all of us. I got into action, and that was the right instinct. Now it's just a question of what action did I take? Did I take an action that kind of really drives the performance improvements for students that I want, or action that just kind of peters out and doesn't actually have the impact I intend? And so her instinct to be in action immediately, hold that instinct. That is what children require of you as board members, that you must be people of action who are constantly looking around and figuring out, are we on the way to the airport or not? And if not, we need to take action relative to that. So that instinct is solid. Hold on to it. I see a lot of board members who are just too passive. They just sit back and, well, I hope things will work out. Well, the superintendent, she's a nice lady. I'm sure she means well. Let's hope it. No, don't do that. You are not here to hope the superintendent knows how to do her job. You are here to tell her exactly what the vision and values are, and then monitor whether or not she knows how to do her job. Trust, but verify. Constantly verify. Tanya, what's on your mind? I saw your hand up. I didn't know if that was up from earlier or not.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this. I'm just thinking and talking. So, there's no I in school board, right? Even though we are responsible for our own actions. But I was thinking of the Uber analogy, and you're in it with, you're sharing the Uber.
Yeah, this is a shared Uber, not a solo Uber.
The shared Uber, and
6 other people.
Right, and you're going to a destination agreed upon. We're all going to the airport.
By all 7 of you, yeah.
Yeah, we're all going to the airport. We get to the airport. We're all going to. Well, I should say we're all going to the Council of Great City Schools conference. So we are. The means that we're getting there is the airport and the airplane.
Yeah.
We get to the airport though, and some may say, hey, they're going to give me $500 to be on standby and take a flight on another time, right?
Yeah.
So the urgency may differ among those that were riding in the Uber together.
Yeah.
Okay. And some may say, some may may be okay with missing the first day of the conference, or maybe, whereas other. Mm-hmm. So trying to take that into, I think that's part of the struggle, is this sense of urgency, or the sense of maybe commitment to that particular goal, right?
Yeah.
May be different. Not that it's unimportant, but it's that commitment to that.
Yeah, so speed is a really good analogy here. I'm glad you bring that up, because speed is highly variable. And speed is really subject to kind of opinion, though it is able to be measured. But normally when we talk about speed, we're talking in subjective speed. I think you're driving too fast. I think you're driving too slow. Normally these are objective or subjective. An objective thing would be to say you're driving 5 miles over the speed limit, or you're driving 5 miles under the speed limit. But that's not often what we say. We often say you're driving too slow, you're driving too fast. And that too slow or too fast is usually moderated by other values. Mm-hmm. And so the key work here is the board has to get back to this core idea of, we represent the vision, what is it we want our students to know and be able to do, and the values, what are the non-negotiables of our community. So some people would say, I want you to slow down because part of what we value as a community is safety. And so we think, going exactly the speed limit is, we value time. We do want to get there on time, but we also value safety, so we want to go slower. Some people would say, they value peace of mind. I don't want to be worried about if I'm gonna miss this plane or not. So I want us to drive 5 miles over the speed limit so that we get there sooner, so we're not worried about, are we going to miss it? And in both cases, I think both of those could be, meaningful and appropriate constructions of the community's values. But that's the hard work of school boards, is the 7 of you have to come together, recognize that all 7 of you have a different speed in mind, and you have different competing values along with that speed in mind. And so putting into a school system context, some people want to change things faster, and part of the value that is driving that is the current existence of inequity. Some people want to drive change slower, and part of the value that's driving that is beliefs around efficacy of implementation, of longevity of implementation. Like, we want this to last, for 10 years. We don't just want this to be a flash in the pan. And if we slow down and implement it more deliberately, there's a better chance that this change could actually last, as opposed to just being that next thing. And so that becomes what you all as a board have to work through. Now, we certainly, can support you in that. We can facilitate those type of conversations and help you kind of arrive. But it is ultimately a consensus. Our recommendation is always going to be that the 7 of you reach a place of consensus where possible. Consensus doesn't mean everybody loves what you came up with, but it means it's close enough to the center of what the community's vision is that you can all buy in. It's close enough to the center of what the community's values are that you can all buy in. But yeah, that analogy that you lift up is really apt, because that desire for speed is always going to be moderated by other adjacent values that board members are experiencing in the community. Rodney?
So if you're going to do this on Saturday or do it later or do it not at all, that's fine. But a question that maybe I'll ask, and maybe it goes into the parking lot. Who is the community?
Yeah, so this is part of the work that the board has to do. You have to make the decision on whose behalf do you serve. And each board does this in its own way. It's your job to determine that. We can certainly point you in a direction. We can ask you questions to sort through. But at the end of the day, as the representatives of the community, it's your job to define on whose behalf do you represent. Because a representative means that you serve at the behest of someone else, but you really have to be the ones to define that. Is it taxpayers? Is it voters? Is it parents? Is it residents? Is it people who live, work, worship, and play here? I mean, you'll need to define that for yourself. And the reason you have to define it is because you can't go out and capture and listen for the vision and values of a community that you haven't defined. So you'll have to say, this is who we say the community is, and we are going to intentionally go out and engage with these folks such that we capture the collective vision and values that they want to see for our school system. And then we are going to codify those into a set of goals and a set of guardrails. And then we're going to redesign everything we do to be intensely focused on that.
Yeah. And I don't ask that rhetorically.
That is part of the process.
Or hypothetically. I just put that out there because I think that is a key question that we need to ask ourselves and be in agreement on who we think that is.
Yeah. One other element of that is our guidance is going to be that the board needs to go out and engage such that it's listening for the vision values of the community. That is not a superintendent responsibility. To the extent that administration has done that on your behalf, it's just because they're tired of waiting for you to do your job, so they just did it for you. The reality is the job of listening to the vision and values of the community belongs to the people who represent the vision and values of the community. Now, the distinction here, if I go into a bookstore and buy a book, in that moment, am I acting as a customer of the bookstore or an owner of the bookstore? If I go into a bookstore and buy a book, in that moment, am I acting as a customer of the bookstore or an owner of the bookstore?
Customer.
Why would you say customer? What distinguishes that as customer behavior rather than owner behavior?
Because you're purchasing. In the act of purchasing.
Yeah, I'm engaged in this purchase transact. The nature of my interaction is really transactional. I'm not here thinking about the long-term, efficacy of this this book institution. I'm just trying to get, my latest copy of, Ta-Nehisi Coates so I can go home and, cry while I read it. Yeah. And so in that moment, I am behaving as a customer. Okay. So I've read my book and I really think this is a great bookstore. So I go online and I buy stock in this bookstore. In that moment, is my behavior that of a customer or that of an owner?
Owner.
Why would you say that's the behavior of an owner?
Because now you value in the operations of the longevity, it being a going concern. You now own and have a vested interest in how successful that business operates.
You want to invest in it.
Yeah, I really want to invest. I have a long-term vision. I like the way you described it, Christine. I want to see this as a going concern, and I'm invested in that. And so there's a distinction between owner behavior and customer behavior. Now, the problem, the challenging aspect is, can the owner and the customer be the same person? Can a person be both an owner and a customer?
An employee-owned company.
Yeah, they could be an owner and they could be a customer. So how do you know in the moment, are they being a customer, or in the moment they're being an owner? How would you differentiate? Are they being an owner or a customer at the moment? What tells you that?
Behavior, the actions.
Their behavior. Their actions and their behavior tell you in the moment, are they behaving as a customer, or in the moment, are they behaving as an owner? The reason this is absolutely vital is because the school division has owners and customers. In the school division, whose responsibility is it to provide customer service?
The administration.
The administration provides customer service. Whose job is it to provide owner service?
The board.
Yeah. So when you are interacting with community members in their role as the moral and lawful owners of the school system, then that's the board's job. When you're interacting with members of the community in their role as customers of the school system, that's the superintendent's job. And so that's why this often gets mixed up, is because it's the same people. It's the same people. More often than not, it's the exact same. To Rodney's point, like who is this? Who are these, community people? It's the same folks. But the key distinction is that when their behavior is that of a customer or adjacent to that of an employee, when the behavior is that of a customer, that belongs to the superintendent. When their behavior is that of a community member, is kind of the moral and legal ownership of, this is our community, our schools, our children. Like when they're coming from that relationship belongs to the board. And so the reason it gets mixed up sometimes is because it's the exact same people. And it's not the community member's job to say, hey, by the way, right now I'm behaving more with my owner hat on, and right now I'm behaving with my cousin. It's your job. Your job is to figure that out. And so if somebody shows up to you while you're at the grocery store and they come to you, 9 times out of 10, what are they coming to you for? Customer service or owner service?
Customer service.
They showing up, they got all kinds of customer service things they got in mind. And your responsibility is to, as quickly as possible, get them to their nearest customer service representative. I cannot overstate, as board members, you are the worst opportunity for customer service of officials within the school system. Out of curiosity, why do you think that is? Why do you think it's a really, really, really bad idea for board members to be trying to offer customer service? There's some really critical things that are kind of core to the values that you all have already lifted up. Why is it a really bad idea for board members to try to be the customer service reps for the district? Tanya?
It leads to micromanagement. So
it certainly leads to micromanagement. I agree with you on that.
Management, yeah.
I'll be honest with you, that's not a fairly compelling reason to me. But yes, I completely agree. It leads to micromanagement, it will undermine the superintendent, and so on and so forth. I completely agree with that. That's not the most compelling reason to me for board members not to be in the customer service business, but it is a reason, absolutely. Christine, what do you think?
So it's a conflict of interest, and then it takes our focus off of the outputs and more to.
Yeah. So another reason is that it absolutely, the more customer service you do, the less student outcomes you will be focused on. The customer service is by definition not student outcomes focused. You're not looking at what are the outcomes for our school division. You're looking at what are the needs of this particular customer. And so it is not really possible to be doing customer service and being student outcomes focused at the exact same time. It feels like it is because you're trying to literally help a student who has a need often. So it feels like it is, but it's not actually focused on outcomes for students. It's often focused on inputs that a parent wants, or maybe even outputs. I'd like my child to be in this class. How come they're not in this class? But that's still an output. That's not even an outcome. And so it's really, it's almost impossible to be doing customer service and being student outcomes focused simultaneously. But even that one, while massive, and the one Tanya lifted up, micromanagement, massive. Neither of those is, for me, the most compelling reason to avoid it. Any other thoughts why board members make poor customer service reps? Why?
Because they don't know enough about it.
Well,
They don't know what's going on. They don't know the line of what's the culture in the school. What are the rules?
People trying to stir the Kool-Aid and don't know the flavor. That is definitely the case. That is definitely the case. That's still not the scariest reason to me. And yet, but all three of these reasons are absolutely true. But even though they are true, they are not the thing that keeps me up at night. Any other thoughts? Here's the one that scares me the most. The things we practice are the things we get good at. If I want to get better at basketball, what do?
Shoot hoops.
Yeah, I practice shooting hoops. If I want to get better at throwing a football, what do?
Throw the football.
I get out there, practice throwing a football. The thing that scares me the most is what it is that you are having staff practice. In the moment that a customer comes to you with a customer service need, and your response is to advocate on their behalf to get that thing addressed in the school system. My fear is that you are in that moment having your staff practice getting focused on something. But in that moment, who are they focused on serving? What was that, Christine?
They're focused on serving the needs of one person,
No, it's, yes. Who's that one person?
the board member.
The board member. That's my fear, is I don't want my school system practicing a focus on board member needs. I want my school system practicing a focus on student needs. So think this through. Your staff have a finite amount of time. 10 different problems are going to come to them every day. This is just the way it is in a school system. If you got more than one child, then you're going to have at least 10 different problems show up every day. And here's what staff will do. They will sort, they will sort it in order of what they think makes the most sense for the students. Right, Lauren, you're in the classroom. You got 10 problems coming at you. Which one do you handle first?
The one that directly impacts the child.
Yeah, I'm going to focus it on the one that directly impacts the child, and I'm going to work on that one, and then I'm going to go down the list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This makes sense to folks? That's exactly what they're going to do. Now imagine the board member shows up and inserts themselves into a customer service situation. Now what is the rubric the staff is going to use for which order to address them in?
The parent.
Board member first.
They're going to address the board member, the one that's brought to them by the board member first, even if it's not the most important one to address on behalf of children. Why would staff behave this way? And by the way, this is not a staff problem. This is a board member problem. Why would staff behave this way?
Because basically they feel that they're honoring the request of their supervisors.
The moment you insert yourself into the middle of the customer service process in your school system, you are actually teaching your staff, you are having them practice a focus on the needs of the elected members of the board rather than to prioritize how to use their time based on the needs of the students in front of them. And over time, staff get really good at the things they practice. And it becomes to the point when the way to get things done in the school system isn't to go and communicate with staff to logically address things as they impact children. It's to the people who get the best customer service are the people who have the connections with board members. That becomes the focus of the school system. And that is what terrifies me about board members engaging in customer service, is that you are teaching and practicing the glorification of board member needs ahead of student needs. And that may sound ridiculous to you, and you may not like that. But this is just a human reality that you have to confront when you're in a leadership role. That people aren't necessarily going to respond consistent with what you would hope they'd respond with. They'd tend to respond consistent with what the system has been practicing before they got there, and they're just going to pick that up and run with it. That's the thing that scares me most, that you will practice a form of inequity that will say these children are actually worth more than other children on the basis of their relationship or connection to a board member. And so for that reason, we will attend to their needs first, and then we will attend to the needs of the remaining students in order of whatever staff thinks makes the most sense. That's the thing that scares me the most. Lauren, what are you thinking?
Well, I was just thinking that as a principal, when a parent called to complain about something that happened in the classroom, my first question was always, have you talked to the teacher?
Have you talked to the teacher?
So I, as a school board member, now need to say, and this is what we're supposed to do anyway, is thank you for letting me know. I will send it on to Dr. Birdsong, who will have someone respond to you that has the information. That's what we're supposed to do.
Or even better, invite them to take it to whatever the next layer is. It's like, if they come to you with a teacher problem, ask them, have you visited with your teacher yet? Well, no. Okay, well, try that out. And honestly, 8, 9 times out of 10, that's probably going to solve the problem. And if they come back to, I talked to the teacher, and Mr. AJ, the teacher, he ain't listening to me, he ain't no good. When you go get rid of him? It's like, well, hold on. Did you talk to the principal? Oh, didn't think about that. All right, well, go talk to the principal. The intention of this isn't to try to frustrate people or defer, your obligation as leaders. The intention is to train the system on how to serve children rather than serve adults. That's what it's actually about. And if I don't redirect them back into the system never learns. Or more adequately, the system learns what I'm. This is the problem with kids as well. Kids and systems have the same phenomenon: is they watch what you do, and then they just tend to learn from that and mirror that. So I may tell my boys, hey, you shouldn't speed, but if everywhere we go I'm speeding, guess what my boy's gonna do? They're gonna speed. Even though I told them not to, but they were following my actions. Well, systems function much the same way. Systems will look at the actions. Board members like, well, you should focus on children, but I'm gonna need you to do me this quick solid right quick. Okay, well now the system knows this isn't actually about children. This is about adults, and then children is a secondary criteria rather than the primary criteria. Questions, comments on that before we transition? So here's what we've done. In the last hour, we've surfaced a few key elements that are going to be critical to what happens going forward. The first thing that we surfaced is that the job of the board is to represent the vision and values of the community. It's the first thing we surfaced. The job of the board is to represent the vision and values of the community. And then we really talk through the way the board does that is it gets clear about who its community is. It goes out and listens to that community. And then it writes down the vision of the community in the form of goals, the values of the community in the form of guardrails. When we get together on Saturday, we're actually going to dive into an exercise where we spend some time practicing what it looks like to actually write some goals, write some guardrails. So we'll actually dive into that and practice that out. It'll be a practice round, because the real round you have to engage your community in. But for the practice round, we'll dig into it. Then we talked about distinguishing between customer service and owner service, and really surfacing that the work of the board is to listen to community members when the conversation is about the longevity and the ongoing function and purpose of the institution. But when community members are showing up and they're talking about transactional, like what is a service that I'm trying to get out of the school system, in that moment, they're really behaving in their capacity as customers of the division. And really, you want to get them to a customer service rep as quickly as possible, and that ain't you. And so these are the two ideas that we've surfaced so far. Before we transition, to talk about how to utilize these, what questions or comments do you have about this idea of vision and values translating to goals and guardrails, as listened to from our community as owners rather than our community as customers? What questions or comments do you have about any of this before we transition into putting some of this into practice? Lauren?
Just real quick, because I know it's late. I think that this tells us that it's time for, as a board and as even more important individuals, we need to do a lot of self-reflecting.
Yeah, this is there's a lot of challenge in this. Other reflections before we transition?
I'm looking forward to the transition.
Yeah, Christine, what are you saying?
I'm looking forward to it. Well, a lot of what you've expressed here today is what I'm accustomed to seeing on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So it'll be great to be able to function in that way with this group.
Yeah.
So I'm excited.
Any other reflections before we transition? So once the board has captured the community's vision in the form of goals, it has captured the community's values in the form of guardrails, that becomes the centerpiece of everything you do. This question about focus, now you would then actually have something on which to focus. And so when it comes time to evaluate your superintendent, guess what you would evaluate your superintendent on?
The execution of the goals that we've established within the guardrails that we have.
That's right. Execution of the goals within the did she stay with, and while doing that, did she stay within the boundaries of the guardrails? And when it comes time to adopt your budget, guess what criteria you're going to apply in deciding whether or not to vote to approve the budget?
Does the budget align with the goals that we've established within the guardrails that we also established?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. By the way, the answer to all these questions are probably going to be goals and guardrails. So if you haven't picked up on that, I think Rodney's kind of written down the cheat sheet. It's a long cheat sheet. So when it comes time, when it comes time to vote on items that are brought before the board, what are the chief criteria the board uses when determining how to vote on contracts and personnel and whatnot?
Values and vision.
Does it align with our values and vision as codified in our goals and guardrails? You have a set of metrics that you can use, and in that moment, it becomes the obligation of the superintendent to offer a compelling case for why this is aligned with the goals and guardrails. It is not your job to be convinced. It is not your job to be compliant. It is her job to propose a compelling case of here is the evidence that I'm relying on as your superintendent, that this course of action is going to get us closer to the goals while honoring the guardrails, closer to the community's vision while honoring the community's values. And when you all are convinced, that's when you should vote on it. If you all are not convinced, my coaching, don't approve it. But it stops being, but what it can't be about is, do I like it or do I not like it? That can't be the criteria. Do I agree with it or do I disagree with it? That can't be the criteria. Do the people I'm listening to, do they like it or do they not like it? If you have actually captured the community's vision and the community's values and goals and guardrails, then at that point, you have some obligation to actually represent what you have said is the community's vision and values, even if that's not, even if things aren't exactly the way you would do it if you were in the superintendent's situation. Like the job isn't to replace your wisdom with the superintendent's wisdom from an implementation standpoint. The job is to hold her accountable for adhering to the community's vision and to honoring the community's values. That's the job. And once you have said what those are, then that becomes your focus. That becomes your North Star. And that makes it easier to then go into your agendas and say, hey, wait a minute. How do we know, what is board work that we should be focused on? And so that becomes the next question. What do you think becomes the definition for what is board work versus superintendent work? What our definition for board work at that point becomes what?
Goals and the guardrails.
Is it directly related to the goals, directly related to the guardrails? And the third criteria, is it legally required?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, if it's not directly related to the goals, it's not directly related to the guardrails, it's not legally required, then we would say it's not board work, which makes it what?
Superintendent's work.
Superintendent work. If it is directly related to monitoring our goals, monitoring our guardrails, or it's legally required of us, then it is definitely board work. And so my coaching to you at that point is pretty straightforward. Only do board work at board meetings. If it's not board work, don't do it at a board meeting. Mm-hmm. That's our coaching for you. If it's board work, do it at a board meeting. If it's not board work, don't do it at a board meeting. So imagine you had a set of goals that represent, the community's vision, guardrails that represent the community's values, and you have some sense of what's legally obligated of you. What is an example of something that shows up on your agendas right now that probably is not going to be one of your goals, is probably not going to be one of your guardrails, and is not legally required? What's an example of something that's on your board agendas right now that probably wouldn't meet that criteria of board work? Adele?
Changing the name of our schools.
Yeah, so if that is not one of your goals, it's not, by the way, changing one of the, if at the end of the year we've changed the names of the school buildings, is that a student outcome or an adult outcome?
Adult.
It's clearly an adult outcome. And so goals are only about what?
Student outcomes.
Student outcomes. Goals are only about student outcomes. So by definition, building changes, changing the name of buildings can never be a goal, because that's adult outcomes, not student outcomes. So now the question is it a guardrail? And if you've adopted if you've said of all of the different values of our community, if we're going to narrow that down to what are the top 5 that we're going to adopt as guardrails, the question you have to wrestle with, is that one of the top 5 values of the community that need to be protected? And if the answer is yes, that it's one of your guardrails, then you would do that at a board meeting. If the answer is no, then you would not do that at a board meeting. Because at that point, it's not a goal, it's not a guardrail, it's not legally required. Then this ain't board work. Now, it doesn't mean it's not work that needs to get done. It just means it's not board work. It doesn't mean it's information you shouldn't have. You should probably still have it. I'm just saying you wouldn't have it at a board meeting. You get it, in a Friday packet home from the superintendent. Hey, we've changed the name, we've got a committee that's looking to change the names of schools, and here's all the things the committees are doing. You'd still get that report. You just wouldn't do it at a board meeting. And then probably because of law, there probably is a legal requirement that the final determination is that you have to vote on it. Great. So after the decision has been made and the committee's done all this stuff and everything's happened and the new signs have been ordered, there'll be an item on the agenda, probably on the consent agenda, that says, by the way, we need you to, approve this change made by this committee, and we're going to purchase these new signs. And at that point, you would in fact vote on it, only because that's legally required for you to do so. But all of the work leading up to that wouldn't be board work unless that's one of your guardrails. So if you want that to be board work, how would you make it board work?
Make it
a student outcome.
Well, it's not going to be a student outcome. It's not a student outcome, so it's not going to be a goal. So if you wanted school name changes to be board work, what would you have to do?
Make it a value.
It'd have to be one of your guardrails. Now I'll give you a hint. What we're going to talk about on Saturday is you're going to get no more than 5 goals. We'll recommend 3. No more than 5 guardrails. We'll recommend 3. But let's say you've already got 5 guardrails and school naming comes up and people are like, we want you all to get involved in this. What are your options?
Give the job to the city council, who should be doing it anyway.
So you can delegate it to somebody else, whether it's city council, your superintendent, a committee, or something else. What are your other options?
Do nothing.
You could leave it alone entirely. It's like, we're not going to touch this. So if somebody else picks this up, so be it for them. But we're staying focused on our goals. What would your other option be?
Refer it to a committee.
You could delegate it out. Say that committee's we're not going to mess with this. We have it in our policy. That goes through them, and that's between y'all. When there's actually time for a vote, bring it to us. But other than that, that stays over there. Any other options? There's one other major option.
Can you go back and ask the community why it is that they want it to be why it wants to be discussed?
So essentially, you could wrestle with the question of, we already have 5 guardrails. This new issue came up. Is this issue a stronger representation of the community's overall values than the 5 that we've already codified? If so, then delete one of those and put that in there. If not, then leave them alone and continue to operate on these. But then, by default, then that becomes the responsibility of your superintendent rather than you as a board. So those wind up becoming your options. And so at the end of all things, who decides what is board work, the board or the superintendent?
The board.
The board. decides what's board work. But then when you've decided what's board work, you by extension said everything that we haven't defined as board work, we are proactively defining as superintendent work. And we are going to go hard in the paint on everything that is about our goals and guardrails. We're going to be spending half of our time monitoring these goals each month. We're going to spend some of our time monitoring guardrails and doing other things that we legally have to do each month. But we are going to crawl all over. Are our children getting the justice that the school system deserves to be providing them? That's what we're going to be knee deep in. And we're not going to be satisfied with, oh, well, we worked really hard. Well, what we meant to have happen was, well, we added more seats for African Americans in AP courses. Like, we can't help it if they're still struggling in math. We're not here as a board. We're not here to hear about what you tried to do. That would be the inputs and the outputs. We want to know what you actually got done for children. And we need to see that in evidence, in hard data that we've pre-agreed on. This is the data we're going to look at. And so there's not going to be changing the data around, moving different data. No, it's going to be the same set of data over time. And either that data is looking like this, is looking like this, or is looking like this. It won't be obfuscated. It won't be hidden. Everybody's going to know exactly what time it is. And that becomes what it looks like for a board to be intensely focused on improving student outcomes. But to do that, you're going to have to sacrifice by saying, we're not going to be focused on everything, because the board that's focused on everything is a board that's focused on what?
Nothing.
Yeah. We're going to say, we're going to identify between 1 and 5 goals. We'll recommend 3. Fewer gives you more focus, so you can get more done. More gives you less focus, but definitely no more than 5. Between 1 and 5 guardrails, we'll recommend 3, because fewer gives you more focus. And then the tools on how to redesign the board's annual calendar, how to redesign the monthly meetings, how to redesign your superintendent evaluation, how to redesign your board's self-evaluation, and how to build everything so that when the time comes that we've reached the end of my time in service, that I'll be able to look back and say, in 10 words or less, here's what I accomplished on behalf of students. What questions or comments do you have about this vision for how you would implement your goals and guardrails of how you would define board work versus superintendent work and redesign everything that you do in alignment with what you all say is the highest vision and values of the community? Any questions or comments about that before we start to wrap up our time together for the evening? Questions or comments about that? Yeah, Noelle?
I just think this conversation is so appropriate at this time for our board. It's overdue, quite frankly. And it's not to say that the care and the consideration isn't there. I just think that the check-in is necessary, and we need to speak it and hear ourselves say these things and hear it from an outside person also to us. And so I share Christine's enthusiasm of rolling up the sleeves, excited about the direction that we can go in, because I do believe that all of us have our heart and soul into the work that we're doing. And it's going to take a team. It really is. And it's going to take us to be respectful of one another and understand where each of us is also coming from, what we're bringing with us when we come to the board and when we say what we say. But I just feel that this is a healthy check-in for us all. And I feel like we're going in the right direction.
A reflection on this before we start to wind down. So actually, inspired by Noelle, let's take a moment then to harvest the line. So this evening, we started with a quiz. And in that quiz, we asked you to identify, no more than 10 words of kind of what do you most want to have accomplished when your time in education leadership is complete. And then we asked you to reflect on, how focused was the board on that? How focused were you on that? We asked you to really start to reflect on this idea of inputs, outputs, and outcomes, and how the board has allocated its time. And then we differentiate between adult outcomes and student outcomes, and began to reveal this singular function of the school division is to improve student outcomes. And then after lifting that up, we then started to focus in on after we've got this idea of student outcomes, it gives rise to this understanding that the function of the board is to represent the vision and values of the community. And that the vision is always about what are the outcomes we're creating for students, the values around what are the non-negotiables, and that the board then codifies the vision in the form of 1 to 5, we recommend 3 goals, and the board then codifies the values into 1 to 5, we recommend 3 guardrails, and then the board aggressively redesigns everything about how it operates to be intensely focused on the things that the board says are the highest priority vision for the community and the things that the board says are the highest priority values for the community. And so now at the end of our times, we start to wind down. First, just if you had to pick one word, if you had to pick just one word that kind of summarizes our time together this evening and kind of what your experience was or what you'll take away from this evening, if you had to use just one word to sum up our time together, your experience here this evening, what would that one word be?
Self-reflection, what I said before. And that's one word because it's hyphenated.
It's hyphenated. Self-reflection. Yeah, Sharon?
Productive.
Productive.
It was a productive use of our time.
Productive, yeah.
Informative.
Christine, informative. Adele?
I mean, I agree with all these words. I was just wondering in my mind about number 4 and 5.
Oh, hold on. We'll come to that. One word.
Okay, one word. Relief. Some relief. Yeah. I'm really happy we're here.
Yeah. Carlos?
Impactful.
Impactful. Noel?
Fortitude.
Fortitude. Tanya?
Impatient.
Impatient. Yeah. Rodney?
Opportunity.
Opportunity. Yeah. What will you take away from our time together this evening? What will you take away from our time together? Who will be the first to share?
Oh, I thought we just did.
You gave one word. Now I'm going to give you an opportunity to say more about it. What will you take away from our time together? As you're really reflecting on whatever kind of you got, for yourself, what will you take away? Who will be the first to share?
I have work to do.
Yeah, I really appreciate that I statement. I have work to do, and that action-focused I statement as well. Yeah. Who else? What will you take away from our time together this evening?
I can do more.
Yeah, I can do more. And I'm committed to being the more that I can be on behalf of my students. Yeah.
I guess I just know I have so much faith in this group. And that's my takeaway. I see it. This is that beginning piece where we deconstruct and really, looking forward to the end result of when we start constructing. And so I have so much faith in this group and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, so much faith in this group. Absolutely. Rodney?
I am thankful we are giving it a chance.
Yeah, thankful we're giving it a chance. Absolutely. Anyone else? What will you take away from our time together this evening? Yeah, Sharon?
I appreciated what Ms. Smith said about, having work to do. I think we all have work to do. I have work to do. And I think we should hold ourselves accountable. I think that self-accountability piece is also very important.
Yeah.
For our part.
Absolutely.
I think we need to focus on playing better together, learn how to play together.
Yeah, I really want us to focus on playing better together. My observation of these things is the more the board as a collective has a shared focus, and goals and guardrails are just a method for achieving that, the easier it is to hammer away on the issues that are affecting our children rather than hammer away on the people around the table. Like if we don't have a shared focus, beating on people is really the sport of the day. But the more we do have a shared focus, then I find boards are less likely to beat on each other and more likely to beat on the issues that are harming their children. And so I want you to be fighters. I want you to fight. But to
Just
your
not
point,
fight each other.
yeah, we're just not going to get as much done for kids when we fight each other. There's a book named Stephen Covey, the Speed of Trust, and really is trying to lay out this argument that the more trust a team has, the faster it can go. Only because imagine you have a finite, you have a limited set, like maybe say you have 10 units of energy that you can use every day. Every time you spend one of those units of energy looking over your shoulder because this person on the board next to you is shady as hell, that is a unit of energy that you aren't applying to actually monitoring progress relative to student outcomes. And so if I have to use 1 unit of energy looking over my right shoulder to figure out what she's over here doing, I got to use 1 unit of energy looking over my left shoulder to figure out, I got to use 1 unit of energy to check in on the superintendent, figure out what she's doing. Well, now I've only got 7 units of energy left, to focus on student outcomes. And so the less that I feel like I have to do that, the more that there's a sense of shared focus, the easier it is then to actually focus in on that. And then the more energy we have to get stuff done for students instead. But I tend to find if a board does not have a shared focus, if it doesn't have, whether it's goals and guardrails, if you find some other means of attaining that, but at the board that does not have a shared focus, it's hard for it to get off of square one because people are so busy kind of beating on each other. Because in the back of your mind, you realize we're not focused, but you're left to think, well, maybe the problem is, Rodney's the problem. Like if Rodney would stop, being a mess, then we'd be good. Well, not clearly Adele's the problem. If Adele would stop being a mess, we'd be good. In the absence of a shared focus, it becomes easy to ascribe the lack of focus to one of your colleagues rather than to the collective failure of the board to govern effectively. And so once you have that focus, I find it becomes a lot easier to work together in a way that really honors what you're committed to on behalf of students. Anyone else? What will you take away from our time together this evening? Anyone else? I'll answer. Yeah, Sharon?
I just have a quick question. I think that was critical what you just shared about having that, shared vision and moving forward together and building the trust, and that being an important component. As you work with us, do you have other ideas about building trust and working on relationships and things of that nature? Or do you think that'll just be a natural outgrowth of our work?
So part of it is a natural, just a byproduct of being focused. Like the more people actually have meaningful work to do for children, you just don't have energy, for foolishness. Like this is something you may have, if any of you've ever been on a really highly productive team, like you all are so busy winning that y'all don't got time for foolishnness. like teams that are winning, they're focused on winning. Teams that ain't winning, they're focused on who to blame for the fact that we ain't winning. And so the more that so nothing succeeds like success in that regard. So to a significant degree, I think the more the board gets focused on how do we win for students, how do we really drive performance improvements relative to our goals and guardrails, I think a natural byproduct of that is. But then in addition to that, a lot of that emerges from coaching, because while we're all going through this, we'll all still be engaged in the unfortunate experience of being a human, particularly in a pandemic. And so to help kind of massage some of the kind of inevitable frustrations of the human experience, that's what Cindy and I are here for. And what we often do with a lot of the boards is we'll just schedule regular monthly check-ins with folks to say, hey, what are you working on? Where do you feel like you're being disrupted or being stymied? And how can we help you kind of push past that? Like what are you trying to accomplish, and how can we help you come up with a strategy to get it done? And often just having a third party, just center your eyes, just kind of being a little voice on your shoulder that can help you come up with a different strategy. Often that's enough. Like people have a action orientation, and they just need some help thinking of what is that next step? What is that next piece of action I could take? And so often just having a third party coach that's available, on a regular basis, just to be somebody for you to visit with and be in communication with, often that's enough for people to begin to experience less of this persistent anxiety that comes from knowing that we are currently not winning for children. Like that, more than anything else, I feel like just drives board members into destructive behavior, this persistent anxiety of knowing in my spirit, we ain't winning for children. Like if children are winning in this community, it's happening in spite of the board, not because of it. And that experience, man, that just grinds on the soul and inspires the worst that I have to offer, not the best that I have to offer. And so the more that, we can, just provide coaching and support around that. Yeah, I think a lot of the drama, never fully goes away. I don't want it to go away. Some of that is productive. I don't believe 7-0 votes are indicative of a healthy board. I feel like people being intentionally focused around the same shared set of goals and guardrails, and then debating on that vigorously, and then agreeing to walk, and then however the vote goes, agreeing to walk forward in unity, even when the vote didn't go the way that to me is a sign of a healthy board. Like when I was board chair, I was on the losing end of so many 8-1 votes, it'll make your head spin. I was a board chair for years. and in most cases, if there was an 8-1 vote, I was probably the one. But when the media would rush up afterwards, they say, so we noticed that you voted against this and the board voted you down and you're the board chair. What do you have to say about this board? Are they just out of control? And my response was always the same. You know what? You're correct. I voted that way, but I trust the wisdom of the board. Like, because we have a shared vision drawn from the community, and that's what we're focused on. And I trust the wisdom of the board. And so we're going to proceed. And then that was the end. And when the media realized that they were going to get no drama out of it, like this wasn't about to be an episode of the School Board Kardashians, like it was, this is the Real Housewives of the school board. Like they just stopped showing up because there wasn't drama to be had. And so when they stopped showing up and the drama went down, then people realized, we can't just play that game of pitch board members off of each other and see how it blows up on Face page, Twitter book. Like that whole game goes away. Like people get bored and they find something to do with their lives. And so that's why I say a lot of that just is a natural byproduct of getting focused and then having access to the ongoing coaching. Any other questions or reflections before we hand the baton back to the board chair? Cindy, I know you've been chilling out for this one because your internet has just been horrible. Sorry you've been flickering in and out. It's not that she hasn't wanted to jump in and drive the bus tonight. It's just her internet. It's like, and I'm here and I'm gone out here. But while we've got you for just a hot moment, anything you want to share for the good of the order before we hand it back to Adele?
No, I've really appreciated being here to observe. And at some point you will hear from me more and probably will wish I would shut up. But I do look forward to Saturday. Hopefully internet issues will be taken care of by then, and supporting as you go through this journey. And I think it's definitely a group of passionate people who I think will be successful in that focus.
Madam Chair, back to you.
Oh, thank you, AJ. It's really great. Wonderful start. So moving forward, of course, we do have our governance training on Saturday morning, but also the subject of really developing a schedule for us to adhere to. Of course, we're all very busy, as you can see, and have other jobs and responsibilities. And so it'd be great for us to be able to come up with some dates as a plan moving forward, so that it's on our calendar. We can plan for it and prepare for it. So
so we'll actually co-create, as a result of our work together Saturday, we'll actually co-create a calendar. You've seen a rough draft of it, but that's just rough. We'll make it real as a result of Saturday's work. But we'll provide you with what I suspect will probably be an 18-month calendar of here are the things the board says it wants to get done on what timeline, month by month by month over the next 18 months. So you won't have to guess. You won't have to wonder what's happening. It's not that the board's going to say, ooh, these are good ideas, and then just kind of fall back. It's no, we're going to plan out month by month, sometimes week by week by week, exactly what is it that the board will commit to doing, to increase its the intensity of its focus on improving student outcomes. And so you'll have a timeline, and it'll have due dates, it'll have who's responsible for it, and and it's a work plan, so it'll have status indicators of, is this on track, is this off track, are people doing their job, are people not doing their job? In the same way that you want to get really powerful about monitoring your superintendent, you want to get really powerful about monitoring yourselves. And so we'll work with you to develop out the board work plan. Again, it'll probably be an 18-month span. That'll make more sense after we get through Saturday. But an 18-month span of what are the things that we commit to do as a board to get ourselves intensely focused on improving student outcomes.
Great. All right. Any questions about that? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, Tanya, go ahead.
Can you just refresh on the time tomorrow? We're 8 o'clock start, and Saturday 8:30, right?
I have it right here.
Oh, wait. Actually, wait. I'll look on board docs. Yeah, I forgot I had it up. Okay.
I mean, tomorrow is 8 o'clock.
Okay.
To 12:30.
And for Saturday, you will need your quizzes that we did today, because as Adele pointed out, we have not completed going through our quizzes. So you will need your quizzes for Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good reminder. So yes, both days is 8 to 12:30.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Adele, just with the situation that's going on right now, on Saturday, our office is going to be rolling out vaccines for patients. And so I'm going to have to leave at 10:30. And, I hate to do that, but it is what it is right now. So with regards to planning out the schedule, I would just say however I can be included in that, or I can send you stuff ahead of time. But I do feel that this is meaningful, and I don't like having to participate in this way. But I just wanted to, just share that with everybody, that this is kind of like, I'm kind of like in between a rock and a hard place right now. That these are things that just has to get done. So.
Well, so to be clear, if I had the sense that your degree of participation was a result of a lack of commitment to the work, then I would call that out and let the board know that you all need to find somebody else. Because if you all are going to play games, we've got way too much work to do, way too many districts asking for our support to play games. Having visited with you on this topic specifically and having talked through it, I am fully clear about your degree of commitment to this. And so our commitment inside of your commitment is that Cindy and I will, in moments where your pandemic obligations pull you away from your education obligations, Cindy and I's commitment is that we will find time independently to catch you up on whatever you may have missed. Our only request inside of that, don't take advantage. Like I saw, all of you don't get real happy about it. Don't take advantage. But as long as your degree of commitment to us remains evident, then we will match that degree of commitment with our own willingness to go the extra mile to meet you partway.
I appreciate that, you saying that. And also, we are used to needing 100% participation in our governance training. And, of course, are willing to do what we can, even though not everyone likes the long days or Saturday mornings, just do what we can to make sure that we can give it our best shot at getting everyone here. And that's what
Adele, are they familiar with the nature of the agreement that you all have, and Cindy and I willing to work with you?
Yes, we discussed that whenever we made the decision to
got it. All right, so people are well aware. If y'all get fake, not only do we leave, but we will send you a ridiculously large invoice for your fakery. Mm-hmm. If you all honor your word and do this work, not only will we work hard for you, you will never get another invoice again. Like, we would rather work for no additional billing and know that we're getting great work done. Or if you're not going to be about doing the work, then we will leave and send a large invoice and wish you well as we're working with a board that is going to be about the work. And so right now, our perspective is you all are about the work, and we're going to honor that. But if y'all flip that whole switch about 8 months from now, like, well, this whole focus on student outcomes, that sounds hard. If y'all go that direction on us, that's fine. But just understand the nature of the agreement is we will leave and let you all do what you all choose to do, because you're the elected officials. We'll respect that, but we'll send you an invoice commensurate with your behavior's lack of integrity. However, if you do the things that you all say you're going to do, then you'll get the one kind of initiating invoice. But then if we do $100,000 worth of work together over the next 18 months, you will never get another invoice from us, period. And that is just how we operate, because our commitment is to getting the job done. And so we create that financial incentive. That is how we would rather operate. And so right now, you all are clearly inside of we are fully committed, and we're going to follow this through. And so we will go the extra mile to honor that.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, this group, I know we have it in us to come together, and we can do hard things. We can accomplish hard things for the betterment of our students and increasing our student achievement outcomes. So I know we are capable. So thank you. So, okay, great. With that, I will just adjourn, and we'll see all of you tomorrow morning. I know Dr. Gabriel, you won't be able to attend, but it is recorded. So I hope that you'll find time, when you're ready to watch today and tomorrow. But if you can pop in at any time tomorrow, please feel free to do so.
Thanks. I got the materials ahead. I've read everything. Karen was great to put a binder together for me. So I have prepared as if I was going to be there, but I just can't be there tomorrow.
All right. We'll do better moving forward. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.